Chapter 1424. The saber light was cold and unstoppable. The one who attacked was Yendi. Despite being in the tranquil, profound, immortal realm, the group of devils couldn't withstand the majestic and domineering saber light. Where the saber light passed by, the devils retreated. If they didn't, they would either die or be gravely injured. Compared to Gao Qingxian and her clone's dual sword amalgamation in the same realm, Yendi's strength was slightly inferior. However, when Gao Qingxuan's dual sword amalgamation manifested the world situation, it allowed others to see the combination of the heaven-opening sword and the world-extinguishing sword. The combination of the two resulted in the unstoppable momentum of creation. Yendi's attack was even smoother, as if everything was natural. When his saber descended, it was the true essence of the creation's profundities. The world's situation advanced, manifesting the profound and majestic principles of the world's boundless great Tao. It was somewhat similar to the creation's sovereign revealing his true form. His words were the law, causing others to not dare to disobey him. Seeing this, the blissful devil monarch frowned slightly and went forward. For martial practitioners like Yendi who were proficient in attacking, when facing opponents who were inferior to them, they would often be able to end the battle in the blink of an eye, sweeping through everything in a domineering manner. Although Yendi's overall strength was inferior, he was still adept in attacking. If Yendi's fighting style wasn't careful, his opponent might still defeat him. However, after carefully observing the grand simplicity, splendor cloud above Yendi's head, the blissful devil monarch knew that no matter how hard the profound immortal realm devils tried to find an opportunity, they wouldn't be able to defeat Yendi. If Yendi was given enough time, he alone could wipe out all the grand virtual realm devils. The blissful devil monarch sighed and took a step forward, arriving near Yendi. Yendi's expression didn't waver at all. He slashed his saber towards the blissful devil monarch's head. However, this old devil was also a battle-hardened person. Originally, he was approaching Yendi through the void, but he suddenly retreated. The void that his figure passed through was distorted, forming creases that resembled wounds. However, as the blissful devil monarch dodged Yendi's attack, the distorted void cracks were also under his control, helping him to block Yendi's saber. At this instant, the blissful devil monarch stopped retreating and once again advanced forward. At such a close distance, he instantly arrived before Yendi as he charged forward once more. Yendi's expression did not change as where his saber passed. That spatial crevice was directly shattered. The horrifying saber light spun in the air and slashed towards the blissful devil monarch again. The blissful devil monarch didn't even try to dodge. His devilish qi circulated around his body and forcefully blocked Yendi's saber. When one ascended to the great void and the five qis unifications, the immortal astral continent would be hard to injure. The blissful devil monarch was using his realm to suppress Yendi. He was bullying Yendi for being a profound immortal and not being able to break through his five qis unification. Meanwhile, he extended his index finger, tapping towards Yendi's forehead. The red dot on his fingertip was dazzling and misty, like light and mist, real and illusory. Not to mention the fact that his opponent was hit by the extreme bliss finger. Just looking at the red light at the tip of his finger would make one's heart flutter and feel uneasy. The strength of a person's cultivation seemed to have become insignificant. His spirit was floating in the air as if it was about to be extracted by the blissful devil monarch's finger. The world was too bitter, and people always had countless things to yearn for. That dot of red light was like a lamp that guided people to ascend to paradise early, a lamp that made their dreams come true. Wine, women, avarice, anger, the 7 emotions, and 6 desires. As a martial arts practitioner, they would always yearn to climb higher and higher, and their strength to become stronger and stronger, right? This was also a kind of yearning, a human's great desire. As long as there was a yearning, that dot of red light would be able to satisfy everything. It would make one forget to return and it would be hard for them to extricate themselves from it. Although the blissful devil monarch was proficient in the yin-yang plucking technique, his current cultivation had already reached the stage where he returned to his original state. Naturally, he wouldn't be obsessed with the method of pleasure between a man and a woman. His martial art concept had already reached the level of a living being. He had seen through all kinds of desires, and it was all-encompassing. However, facing his finger, Yendi didn't pull back his saber to block it. The blurry nebula that looked like a lotus flower spread out on top of Yendi's head, as if layers of universes were unfolding. The existence that looked like a lotus flower and a clump of clouds seemed to be only a tiny dot above Yendi's head. However, it was also as huge as the heavens and the myriad of worlds. No matter how the old devil's blissful finger changed, it couldn't land on Yendi and could only land on the blurry nebula. The red light was all-encompassing. Even when it landed on the grand simplicity splendor cloud, it didn't dissipate for a long time. It even tried to break out of the grand simplicity splendor cloud's encirclement. However, the grand simplicity splendor cloud and Yendi were one. As Yendi's cultivation and strength increased, the miraculous effects of the grand simplicity splendor cloud also grew stronger. When the blissful devil monarch's finger landed on the grand simplicity splendor cloud, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. After pausing for a moment, Yendi's domineering saber light attacked again and landed on the blissful devil monarch. Although the blissful devil monarch wasn't injured, the majestic power that could topple mountains and overturn seas shook him, causing him to stagger and retreat. Some other devils thought that they could take the opportunity to attack the domain of Thousand Scales while Yendi was fighting against the blissful devil monarch. However, Yendi immediately slashed with his saber and beheaded the other party. The blissful devil monarch's expression wasn't as relaxed as before. His brows slowly knitted together. 5 cheese unifications. Immortal aura was hard to harm. He was indeed fine after taking a slash from Yendi. However, under the protection of the grand simplicity splendor cloud, even a grand virtual devil like him couldn't harm the tranquil, profound immortal in front of him. Yendi's saber light swung around, and as he looked disdainfully, he blocked the blissful devil monarch and the other great devils in midair. Upon seeing this, the blissful devil monarch's expression turned cold. He let out a long roar, and black radiances gathered above his head, revealing a terrifying brilliance. Rays of red radiances danced in the void. As they intersected, they quickly formed a formation and enveloped Yendi within it. The blissful devil monarch strolled in the void. It was more like the Taoist's astral steps technique. In an instant, the blissful myriad devil's formation was formed. Once the formation was formed, red radiances flickered and black auras lingered. In an instant, thousands of devils were formed, and Yendi was trapped in the center. As the innumerable devils wore down Yendi's saber intent, they also flew towards the grand simplicity splendor cloud. They opened their mouths and were about to chew on the chaos that resembled a lotus flower in a cloud. Let's see how long you can last. The blissful devil monarch stared at the formation coldly. All of you, hurry up and destroy the domain of Thousand Scales and assist Emperor Gue Water. The other great devils responded to his command and prepared to pass through the massive blissful myriad devils formation in the void and continue pouncing towards the domain of Thousand Scales. However, at this moment, the massive formation suddenly trembled. The blissful devil monarch's expression changed slightly, and the other great devils subconsciously stopped in their tracks. Within the blissful myriad devils formation, where black auras lingered and red radiances flickered, Yendi's expression was cold, and his gaze was prideful. He raised the saber in his hand high above his head and slowly took a step forward. Following his step, the formation started trembling. Chapter 1425. Countless devils were gnawing on the grand simplicity splendor cloud. Once the grand simplicity splendor cloud's defenses were breached, these devils would instantly absorb a person's essence, chi, and spirit. Although the appearance of the devils was ferocious when one was sucked dry by them, one would be immersed in a hallucinatory extreme joy. There would be no pain, and one would leave this world without feeling anything. Currently, before Yendi were layers upon layers of devilish figures, countless ferocious devils lunging over as they completely filled the surrounding space, not leaving any gaps at all. The devils were even continuously biting and devouring each other, and they were extremely ferocious and evil. Yendi watched all of this coldly as he instead strode forward towards the terrifying scene before him. His entire body was shrouded in dense mist, as the immortal aura that was formed by the combination of the two types of immortal chi, morality chi and chi transformation chi, circulated. There was not only an image of firmness and immortality, but also an image of endless changes. However, accompanied by Yandi's stride forward, the viciousness that signified the calamity, extinction, savagery, and evil abruptly intensified. This baleful chi did not leak outwards, instead being unceasingly absorbed by Yendi. The third type of immortal energy began to fuse with his immortal chi. Yendi took a step forward, advancing from the two chi's profound immortal realm to the three chi's profound immortal realm. Not long ago, Yendi had passed the pure profound tribulation and achieved the tranquil profound immortal realm through the duo chi's fused aura. Now that he had taken a step forward, his cultivation and strength had skyrocketed. As he stepped forward, the edge of his saber also slashed forward. Suddenly, it was as if the world had changed. The momentum of creation surged forward. The world was long, but everything had changed beyond recognition. Everything was old and new, as if welcoming a brand new beginning. Everything that was old was swept into the pile of old papers and became the funerary objects of the era. As the terrifying saber light descended, the myriad devils surrounding Yendi and the grand simplicity splendor cloud were all swept clean. Then, the blissful devil monarch was shocked again, as if he had thought of something. He didn't have the time to be shocked. He pointed his finger in the air, and streaks of red light descended, trying to strengthen the blissful myriad demons' formation. However, at this moment, Yendi strode forward once more. As he took this step, a bright, kind, positive aura circled around his body. Then, this fourth type arose, merging with Yendi's immortal aura. As Yendi took his second step, the three chi's profound immortal took another step forward, stepping into the four chi's profound immortal realm, the tranquil peak realm. With this step, Yendi's saber intent surged madly once more. Bolstered by Yendi's strength, the saber formed of grand illusory spatial thunder chopped down once more. As the saber descended, the huge blissful myriad demons array was reduced to dust in history. It was crushed by the unstoppable changes of fortune. The saber beam broke through the formation and slashed at the blissful demon monarch himself, forcing him to take a few steps back. The power concept of the turn of the eras, the change of heaven and earth. The blissful devil monarch was no longer doubtful as he exclaimed in surprise. Having suffered this saber of Yendi's, he had truly comprehended the terrifying concept of the turn of eras. Due to the great calamity, this era had been divided into two eras, the near-ancient era and the present era. But strictly speaking, it was still the same era. The blissful devil monarch was born in the era before the great calamity. He had never experienced the true turn of the eras. However, with his current cultivation realm and his understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth, he was sure that Yendi's saber was displaying the grand story of an old era ending and the birth of a new era. The grand virtual immortal's lifespan was limited to 129,600 years, which was equivalent to 1 yuan. However, if the turn of the eras happened, without the protection of an expert of a higher realm, the virtual immortal would perish under the turn of the eras. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. They would be buried together with the old era, ending their existence. Although the blissful devil monarch wasn't injured by Yendi's saber, his devilish essence wasn't circulating smoothly and was on the verge of stagnation. That was the effect of the turn of the eras, where the old was destroyed to welcome the new. It was also the result of Yin Di's continuous research and improvement of his saber art. The creation saber was another technique of the turn of the eras apart from instantaneous heavenly annihilation. The unique, profound, majestic, and domineering saber intent allowed him to be fearless against grand virtual experts of the five Qis unification, even though he was in the tranquil, profound, immortal realm. Yin Di's eyes were cold as he broke through the blissful myriad devils formation. Ferocious saber light slashed out horizontally like a thunderbolt sweeping across the void in front of him, slaughtering all great devils below the grand virtual realm who were on the same level as him. The young experts after the great calamity, the three clear lineage has produced many extraordinary figures. A loud sigh resounded from afar. Many nine underworld's great devils had found their way here. After locating the domain of Thousand Scales and confirming that Chun Xuanzong and Chu Lily were here, more and more nine underworld's experts started gathering here. Other than the devil that was giving Feng Yunsheng a hard time, no other grand heavenly realm great devils appeared. It was obvious that they were being intercepted. On the other hand, the Taoism's grand heavenly immortal experts were also being held back by top-notch great devils like the Wood Devil. As such, some nine underworld's great devils managed to slip through the net and found their way to the domain of Thousand Scales. Their leader was clearly a devil that had reached the grand virtual realm. However, when this great devil swept his gaze across the battlefield, his heart sank. The four-headed and four-armed devil monarch was in dire straits due to Gao Qingxuan's attacks. His defeat was already set in stone, and he was only struggling to hold on. The devil monarch that was born from a nine underworld demon ape was also being suppressed by Ling Qing. Although he was enraged, he couldn't regain the initiative. Not only was he unable to approach the domain of Thousand Scales, but he was also being pushed further and further away from the domain of Thousand Scales. The blissful devil monarch was even more useless. He was completely helpless against the profound, immortal realm Yin Di. If it weren't for his five Qis unification and devilish essence protecting him, he would have been injured by Yin Di's saber. Yin Di, Gao Qingxian, and Ling Qing held the upper hand against their respective opponents. With ease, they were able to take care of the other devils. Although there were many great devils, they couldn't fend off the three of them. They were forced to avoid them. With Long Xingqiuan and Taoist Cloud Conquest guarding them, the great devils couldn't take a single step forward. The group of devils that came as reinforcements didn't dare to underestimate them and quickly lent a helping hand. With the addition of the fourth grand virtual realm devil monarch, the pressure on Yin Di and the others increased slightly. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat the great devils. Instead, with their limited manpower, they had to prevent the great devils from breaking through their defenses and approaching the domain of Thousand Scales. Go! Other than Ling Qing, Yin Di, Gao Qingxian, Long Xingqiuan, and Taoist Cloud Conquest yelled in unison. A large number of formation weapons soared into the sky and formed formation talismans above their heads. Then, they quickly linked together. As soon as the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation appeared, white radiances soared into the sky and swept away the surrounding dark devilish Qi. The battle formation didn't even move as it enveloped the domain of Thousand Scales, causing the group of great devils to bleed. Chapter 1426. Currently, Ling Qing was also within the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, receiving a certain degree of assistance from the formation's power. She and Gao Qingxian, who were already grand virtual immortals, only received limited benefits from the formation support. However, they were still much stronger than before. A battle between experts would only be decided by a hair's breadth. The two of them could instead display their advantages in actual combat. As the Great Array operated, white light enveloped the entire void. As the power of the array was activated, the dark demonic aura in the surroundings receded. For a time, the domain of Thousand Scales was impregnable. When the grand heavenly realm fiend Exalt, who was wrestling with Feng Yinsheng, saw this, he unleashed a dark bolt of thunder towards the Tai Imperial breaking formation. However, Feng Yunsheng, who was already prepared, immediately slashed horizontally, intercepting the black lightning in midair, not giving the opponent a chance to exert further pressure. Yin Zhaoge did not make a move. Instead, he quietly stood amidst the pulsating streams of light within the domain of thousand scales and looked towards the skies above. His attention was split into two. On one hand, he was supporting Yin Di and the others. On the other hand, he was secretly paying attention to Chun Xuanzong, Chu Lili, and the other situation within the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual. Although he was currently able to deal with the attacks of the devils flawlessly, Yin Zhaoge's mind still did not relax in the slightest. While Yandi's attacks were swift and fierce, he would not be able to sustain such tyrannical, proactive attacks for long periods of time. Now that he had formed a formation with the others, even though the sharpness of the formation wasn't as strong, he didn't have to worry about the rear and could contend with the opponent for a long time. But on Feng Yunxing's side, she couldn't fight for long either. It wasn't that she didn't have enough strength, but she had to prevent the demonic will from eroding and attacking her body. Even though the last day's saber at the Golden Immortal Realm was sufficient to sweep through the entire battlefield, Feng Yunxing clearly wasn't prepared to take that step. Let's see who's faster. Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself as he gazed at the sky. If they could deal with the threat of the water demon first, then they would be able to advance and retreat freely. If the enemy destroyed their line of defense first, the situation might change, and the matter of dealing with the water demon might fall short of success. The most important thing to be careful of was that there might be other demons coming to support them, which would put further pressure on their defense line. As Yin Zhaoge pondered, his expression suddenly changed slightly as he gazed in another direction. There, the void trembled. Demonic energy surged, and a great demon appeared. The leader of the devils that had come to this place was a blood-red sphere that was as large as a star. It was dark and gloomy, reeking of blood and ominous. Around him, there were other demons in twos and threes. This grand virtual devil monarch swept his gaze across the battlefield and spoke with a human voice. Chun Xuanzong and Chu Lili are both descendants of the Jade Clear lineage. Fellow Taoist of the Prime Clear lineage, why bother making things difficult for us for them? His voice reverberated, but Gao Qing Xian and Taoist Cloud Conquest expressions remained unchanged. The three pure ones are of the same breath and branch. Even if there's a gap between us, it's our own business. What's so strange about working together against those who aren't from Taoism? Taoist Cloud Conquest said, moreover, the teeth will be cold without the lips. We all know what kind of existence you 9 underworld fiends are. There's no need for us to argue, is there? Not to mention that the 3 clear lineages are all orthodox Taoism. Even the Buddhists, demons, and heretics have never sat back and watched the 9 underworlds wreak havoc. If not, as long as the vast freedom heavenly devil appears, we naturally wouldn't be able to do anything. The devil monarch that resembled a blood-red star spoke. You're right. However, have you ever thought about how your prime clear lineage isn't as powerful as the Jade Clear lineage? If you were to suffer even more losses, your authority within Taoism wouldn't be sufficient anymore. He let out a weird laugh, sacrificing yourself for the Jade Clear and Grand Clear lineages and suffering losses, only to be oppressed by them in the future. Are you still willing to accept such a fate? Let's see who dies and who lives. Do you think you can talk me to death? Said Gao Qingxian indifferently. As she spoke, she slashed her sword. Under the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation's assistance, it traversed through the void and slashed towards the devil monarch that resembled a blood-red star. What a prime clear sword cultivator. What a prideful woman. As the devil monarch let out a weird laugh, blood-red radiance shrouded his body. Hundreds of smaller black stars appeared and surrounded Gao Qingxuan's sword light. Gao Qingxuan's expression was indifferent. She wasn't enraged at all. She stood proudly on the spot and guarded the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. As long as he helped Chun Xuanzong and Chu Lili defend, today would be his victory. The water devil wouldn't be able to reincarnate, and the 9 underworlds plan would fail. There would be plenty of chances to fight against the devil monarch in the form of a blood-red star in the future. Like master, like disciple, the devil monarch let out a weird laugh, and blood-red radiance trembled. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhaoge and the others were moved. Gao Qingxian frowned. Daoist cloud conquest's attention shifted towards the blood-red star as well. If I want to kill you, I'll have to prove myself. I won't be able to kill you with words. The devil monarch let out a weird laugh. However, if I say someone will die right now, they won't be able to live to the next moment. His body suddenly turned transparent. Through the lingering blood mist, a silhouette could be vaguely seen. Upon seeing the silhouette's appearance, Gao Qingxuan's gaze turned cold. After all, that was her master, divine sovereign Li Ying. This sudden change in events caused Feng Yinsheng, Yin Di, and the others to feel suffocated. Just as Feng Yinsheng was about to move, the grand heavenly realm devil lord closed in, threatening the entire domain of Thousand Scales. Gao Qingxian stared at the blood-red star, while Daoist cloud conquest's expression turned extremely solemn. He secretly transmitted his voice to Gao Qingxian. Is this real? Without waiting for Gao Qingxuan's reply, a weird chuckle resounded from within the blood-red star. The blood mist became even thinner, revealing the Vine Sovereign. However, streaks of blood-red radiance acted like chains, imprisoning her within the star. The Vine Sovereign didn't lose her consciousness. She circulated her sword intent and fought against the devilish radiance. Sensing the familiar sword intent, Daoist Cloud Conquest could tell that it was the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, even without Gao Qingxuan's reply. Unless one of the 6 great extinct devils, the Shadow Devil, personally disguised himself, it was impossible to impersonate her. However, the Shadow Devil was currently being obstructed by a Taoism Heavenly Lord. It was impossible for him to appear here. As such, despite being shocked, Gao Qingxian knew that it was her master. Ever since the roving Jade Heavens moved into the awakened sky cosmos, the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying had entered the void's outskirts and left by herself. Over the years, she didn't completely cut off contact with the roving Jade Heavens. However, it wasn't easy to contact someone from the void's outskirts. As the Vine Sovereign was disheartened, she rarely contacted the roving Jade Heavens. However, she never expected that the Vine Sovereign had already been captured by the 9 underworlds after their last contact. The two of them met under such circumstances. Gao Qingxian stared at her master. I don't expect you to be willing to work for the 9 underworlds. The great devil in the form of a blood-red star smiled and said, just stand by and watch today's battle. Chapter 14:27. Gao Qingxian was the Vine Sovereign's direct disciple. She had been accepted by the Vine Sovereign since young. Although Daoist Cloud Conquest wasn't the Vine Sovereign's direct disciple, he had received pointers from the Vine Sovereign when his cultivation was still low. In fact, it wasn't just Daoist Cloud Conquest. Most of the active experts in the roving Jade Heavens, even if they weren't from the Vine Sovereign's lineage, had received pointers from the Vine Sovereign. As such, the prime clear descendants of the roving Jade Heavens, regardless of whether they were from the Vine Sovereign's lineage or not, they all addressed her as Old Ancestor. Seeing the Vine Sovereign being trapped by the 9 underworlds, Yin Di, Long Xingquan, and even Ling Qing's hearts sank. I only regret not being able to kill myself after being humiliated like this. Why would I regret dying? The Vine Sovereign said calmly, just take revenge for me in the future. Although her expression was calm, her tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Just by looking at the old woman's calm gaze, one could tell how calm her state of mind was. Anyone could tell that the Vine Sovereign was truly determined to die. She wasn't willing to compromise or get lucky at all. That's why I said that like master, like disciple. The great demon chuckled strangely. But even if you can fulfill your reputation of being unyielding and kill me to avenge you, I'm afraid your disciple will regret it. How can you bear to do that? Isn't it great that this matter can be resolved perfectly and everyone will be happy? The Vine Sovereign said coldly, if I take a step back, I'll take a step back. If you have the chance to hold my disciple hostage and do whatever you want, I'd rather give up my life. I only hope that Qing Xian and the others can kill you and bring me down with them." The devil monarch wasn't angered by the crimson starlight. He chuckled. "Why would I? I've said it before. I don't expect you to be used by the 9 underworlds. As long as you don't obstruct us from welcoming the water and earth majesties, it'll be fine." The prime clear lineage has many sword cultivators who are proud and unyielding. I've always admired them, and I don't expect to gain much from them. The Vine Sovereign, who was trapped within the Crimson Star, snorted, "Do you think the 9 underworld's evil devils are trustworthy? At the very least, I'm trustworthy." The great demon said to Gao, Qing Xian, and Daoist Cloud Conquest, "Why don't the two of you reconsider? After all, Chun Xuanzong and Chu Lily aren't of the same lineage as you two. Is it worth it to sacrifice the life of this practitioner Zeding for them?" As the great demon was speaking, the Vine Sovereign suddenly shouted angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. I'll give you my life. How can I be threatened by you?" Before he could finish, his voice suddenly stopped. Although the Vine Sovereign's figure could still be seen, her voice was blocked by the scarlet starlight. The great demon chuckled strangely. "Her courage is commendable, and she is unyielding. However, her life and death is not up to her now. You guys will decide. Let's not talk about whether you have the ability to kill me and avenge her. Even if you can do it, is it worth it? The dead can't come back to life. It's useless to kill me. It's not like you don't have a chance to save her. Why are you hesitating?" The devil monarch spoke eloquently, attempting to sway Gao, Qing Xian, and Daoist Cloud Conquest decision. At the same time, the other great devil's attacks on the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation and the Domain of Thousand Scales never ceased. The 9 underworld's devils colluded with one another. When attacking, they intentionally pressured Ling Qing, Yin Di, and Long Xingquan, allowing Gao Qing Xian and Daoist Cloud Conquest to relax. However, they were also constantly paying attention to Gao Qing Xian and Long Xingquan's situation. Once the two's mental state wavered, causing their performance to falter, the great devils wouldn't mind taking advantage of the situation. As for the devil monarch in the form of a blood-red star, he was also observing Yin Zhaoge while paying attention to the 5 within the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. If Gao Qing Xian and Daoist Cloud Conquest really retreated, the remaining 3 wouldn't be able to maintain the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. However, with Yin Zhaoge's reputation, despite his low cultivation, he might still be able to maintain the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation together with Yin Di, Long Xingquan, and Ling Qing. With the formation's assistance, even if he was a true immortal, the devils wouldn't dare to belittle him. If the 2 prime clear sword cultivators really retreated, we have to immediately attack and tear the formation apart. We won't give Yin Zhaoge any chance to salvage the situation. The great devils quickly communicated. However, at that moment, Yin Zhaoge, whom they were paying attention to, suddenly moved. "Just as you said, Her Majesty, the Vine Sovereign's safety is indeed up to us." Yin Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the colossal blood-red star within the dark void. "Your words don't count either." His hand seals changed, and he was already prepared. As Yin Zhaoge spoke, the domain of thousand scales beneath his feet suddenly underwent a transformation. Tens of thousands of light streams that were leaping up and down on the spot, like fish leaping out of the water, suddenly stopped for a moment. The streams of lights stopped moving, as if the flowing water had instantly turned into ice. The distant Radiance River was now akin to an ice river, with radiance refracting from the ice surface. Every stream of lights solidified into a rhombus-shaped mirror. Then, from the center of every mirror, a ray of light flowed outwards, passing through the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation and instantly shone upon the blood-red star. Like the myriad of streams returning to their origin, the myriad of light rays converged at a single point, the blood-red star. The great devil in the form of a blood-red star was startled. The myriad of light rays had already converged upon him. The devil monarch didn't need to guess to know that Yin Zhaoge's target was the Vine Sovereign. However, the mirror lights converged upon the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying's figure. As the myriad of mirror lights shone, they actually penetrated the great devil's body and froze the blood-red starlight surrounding the Vine Sovereign's body. The devil monarch circulated his devilish essence and felt obstructed, as if his entire body was paralyzed. The domain of thousand scales counters us. However, before I even stepped foot within, this Yin Zhaoge actually guided the domain of thousand scales power outwards. The great devil wanted to retreat as the situation had exceeded his expectations. The other devils swarmed forward in an attempt to obstruct the myriad of mirror lights. However, Yin Zhaoge extended one of his hands forward and retracted the other. He made a posture of drawing a bow and aimed at the blood-red star. This was originally prepared to prevent the female emperor, Senior Xie, from falling into your hands. Although the changes in the hostage situation exceeded my expectations, I hope it can still be put to use. Yin Zhaoge let out a soft yell, causing the domain of thousand scales beneath him to undergo another transformation. As radiances flickered, the myriad of mirror lights started moving again, transforming into leaping scales. As for the myriad of light rays that converged upon the blood-red star, they transformed into surging streams of light, which penetrated into the blood-red star's interior. Thousand scales mirror, star shooting crossbow. The streams of light were like arrows, which penetrated through the devil monarch's body. While rendering him immobile, they forcefully tore apart the devilish domain, creating a gigantic black hole within the void. Being guided by the streams of light, the blood-red star was brought flying backward and disappeared within the black hole. The black hole rapidly healed, causing the other devils to be unable to catch up to it. The grand heavenly realm devil lord wanted to interfere. However, this time, it was Feng Yunqing's turn to obstruct his path. He could only watch as the blood-red star disappeared. What's the point? That prime, clear sword cultivator is still in my hands. The devil monarch was dizzy from Yin Zhaoge's attacks. He finally managed to stabilize his figure within the void. In front of him, he was already in another universe, far away from the domain of thousand scales. The devil monarch, in the form of a blood-red star, was attempting to ease the numbness and weakness of his entire body. Suddenly, he was shocked. Several auras suddenly appeared, as if they had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 1428. After being shot by Yin Zhaoge's star-shooting crossbow, the devil monarch that resembled a blood-red star was forcefully sent out of the battlefield. Due to the changes in space-time, he was already very far away from the domain of thousand scales when he finally stabilized his footing. He was in another universe. At this moment, the domain of thousand scales restraining power against the evil devils was fully displayed. Even with the devil domain created by the grand heavenly realm devil lord sealing the surrounding void, the star shooter crossbow was still able to create an opening and send the blood star devil monarch out. The gap instantly closed up, making it too late for the other great demons to catch up. Such a change would require the mobilization of the entire domain of thousand scales power, which would result in a huge consumption. It was difficult to use it repeatedly within a short period of time. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge had been keeping his composure all this while observing the situation. Chu Lily had been captured by the 9 underworlds before, and Jie Mingkong had been looking for her. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge had prepared for the worst, in case Jie Mingkong fell into the hands of the 9 underworlds. This star-shooting crossbow was specially prepared to save people. However, he didn't expect that someone would become a hostage. It wasn't female Empress Jie Mingkong, but the Vine Sovereign Li Ying. Although there was a change, the decision to save them would not waver. Under the attack of the star-shooting crossbow, not only did it send the Blood Star Devil Monarch to another part of the void, the domain of thousand scales suppressive effect against evil devils had also heavily injured the Great Devil. Under the influence of his injuries, the demonic aura within the Blood Star Devil Monarch's body became sluggish and his entire body felt numb. Not to mention injuring the trapped Vine Sovereign. Even continuing to suppress this 4-chi profound immortal was a strenuous task. The blood-red brilliance dispersed like a cloud of mist, unable to gather again for a long time. At the same time, the auras of other immortal realm experts appeared in the void. As the aura surged, a few sword lights lit up in the dark void. The Bloodstar Devil Monarch's heart sank. Since Yin Zhaoga had sent him here, it was indeed not without reason. If he didn't follow up, the Vine Sovereign would still be in the hands of the Nine Nether and wouldn't be able to break free. Although he had delayed the Vine Sovereign's actions for a while, it wouldn't be in vain. He had used the star-shooting crossbow to heavily injure the Great Demon and sent it here to prevent other Great Demons from interfering so that it would be easier for him to save the Great Demon. The star-shooting crossbow would open a spatial crack and send people to a specific location. The side of the three clear lineage had specially arranged for people to lie in ambush here and rescue the hostages. The sword light faded slightly, and three figures appeared. One was in front, while the other two were at the back. They were approaching the Bloodstar Devil Monarch. The leader was a middle-aged man. He wore a high hat and ancient clothes. His face was solemn and upright, like a sword that could open the sky. However, he did not show his edge. He was like a lonely peak that towered into the clouds. It was the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei. Behind Yu Jinbei were two people. One of them was a black-clothed youth, his disciple, Nie Jingxin. The other was a green-clothed woman, the roving Jade Heaven's clear successor, Yu Yi. They were waiting here as a flexible group of people. If the enemy had a hostage, Yin Zhaoga would find an opportunity to send the enemy here, and Yu Jinbei and the others would rescue them. If the enemy didn't have any hostages, and the situation at the Domain of Thousand Scales was tense, they would still have a chance to traverse through space. Yin Zhaoga would then use the reverse star shooting crossbow and borrow the Domain of Thousand Scale strength to bring them to the battlefield to provide reinforcements. Now that the Bloodstar Devil Monarch was sent here, Yu Jinbei and the others, who were waiting here, immediately took action. When they realized that the hostage wasn't the female emperor, Jian Mingkong, but the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, Yu Jinbei, and the others were surprised. Especially Yu Yi. To her, the Vine Sovereign wasn't simply her maternal grandmother's master. During her growth, she had received the Vine Sovereign's teachings. She was a senior with a deep relationship with her. The green-clothed woman who was usually distracted had her gaze as sharp as a sword. She was unprecedentedly focused. The Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, looked at the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying. After his initial surprise, his gaze quickly regained its calmness. Without any hesitation, he continued rushing towards the blood-red star. Yu Jinbei. On the contrary, after the Vine Sovereign saw who it was, her expression changed. Leave. I don't need your help. Yu Jinbei's expression remained unchanged. He slashed his sword downwards. After dealing with the 9 underworlds, we'll talk about our personal grudges. Wherever the sword light went, layers of blood-red radiances were dispersed. The Bloodstar Devil Monarch, who was injured by the Domain of Thousand Scales, was temporarily unable to recover the grand virtual 5 Qis unification. Yu Jinbei, who had already ascended to the profound immortal pinnacle realm, brandished his sword light. The Bloodstar Devil Monarch, whose body was paralyzed and his devilish aura couldn't circulate smoothly, was forced to retreat. With Yin Xintong's descendant taking action, I'm too ashamed to face Qinglian. The Vine Sovereign suddenly yelled, Yu Jinbei, if I still need your help, I won't even be able to face Qinglian in the Netherworld. Green radiances flickered within her eyes, and green radiances surfaced on her skin. Under the situation where she was still being suppressed by the Bloodstar Devil Monarch, the Vine Sovereign forcefully circulated her immortal extermination sword intent and unleashed it to its limits. The shackle-like, blood-red radiances that bound her body started crumbling. However, after the green radiances flashed past the Vine Sovereign's face, her face turned pale. Clearly, she was also heavily injured. Even so, she didn't have any intention of stopping. She continued to forcefully push herself to escape before Yu Jinbei took action. Ancestor Granny, Yi exclaimed. She couldn't care about anything else and unsheathed her sword. As she unsheathed her sword, boundless radiances burst forth from her sword's edge. She, who originally planned to store her sword and nurture it, no longer cared about holding back. She unsheathed her sword and unsheathed it. As an exalt, her cultivation was limited. Even if the Blood-Star Devil Monarch was heavily injured, he wouldn't be able to do much. While she trusted Yu Zhenbei and Ye Jingshan, the Vine Sovereign was extremely against it. If she, who was a prime clear disciple, were to help, the Vine Sovereign wouldn't reject it. Without suppressing herself, Yu Ye's sword chi soared into the skies and roared across the universe. She immediately charged towards the immortal mortal tribulation and pushed open the immortal door. Yu Zhenbei and Ye Jingshan frowned as they looked at the Vine Sovereign. The master and disciple shook their heads, but they didn't ignore her. Instead, they continued advancing with their swords in hand. The Blood-Star Devil Monarch let out a sinister laugh. "You want me to die?" Amidst the sinister and mournful laughter, an ethereal voice resounded. "Emperor Heart Devil, please show your divinity." The great devil's blood-red radiance quickly transformed into a myriad of colors. The Heart Devil and the Shadow Devil were being held back by the Taoism 3 clear lineage's heavenly lord experts, preventing them from descending. However, his prowess was unpredictable. Under the influence of the incantation, the Blood-Star Devil Monarch benefited from it, freeing himself from the paralyzed state. The injuries inflicted by the star-shooting crossbow hadn't healed completely. Currently, the Great Devil was still in an extremely weakened state. He no longer possessed the miraculousness of the grand virtual realm. However, at this moment, he seemed to have gone berserk. The five-colored radiances around him rapidly converged and compressed towards the center. Chapter 1429. The temperament of evil spirits was mostly manifested in two types. One was violent and crazy, and the other was sinister and cunning. No matter how the Blood-Star Devil Monarch usually behaved, at this moment, he was displaying the fiery temper of a demon from the netherworld. The Vine Sovereign attempted to break free from his suppression from within. Yu Zhenbei, Nye Jingshan, and Yu Yi attacked from the outside. After the Great Devil regained control of his body with the help of the external ritual, he immediately tried to kill the Vine Sovereign. Yu Zhenbei's sword light split up and instantly multiplied from 1 to 10,000. They pierced towards the colorful stars in front of him from all directions. After the sword light pierced into the other party's body, the Blood-Star Devil Monarch's strength instantly slowed down and even came to a stop. Nye Jingshan and Yu Yi walked forward side by side. They brandished their swords towards the center of the star in an attempt to work together to save the Vine Sovereign. The demon gave out a heaven-shocking roar. After going berserk, his emotions slowly calmed down. However, it was so calm and cold that it made people tremble. "Let's die together." Amidst the terrifying sound, the multicolored streams of light around the star burst out in reverse and began to gush in all directions. Countless rays of light shot towards Yu Zhenbei and the others like sharp arrows. At this moment, the Great Devil that was injured by the domain of Thousand Scales power seemed to have regained the dignity of a grand virtual Devil Monarch expert. The sonorous voice of the Great Tao even began to ring in everyone's ears. Yu Zhenbei inhaled lightly. The myriad of sword lights retracted and condensed on his body. Then he slashed with his sword. As he slashed out with his sword, Yu Zhenbei's figure became erratic. It was as if he was simultaneously existing in countless space-time and in various locations. Yu Zhenbei, who didn't understand the prime, clear, immortal trapping sword, could use the jade illusory heaven-opening sword to split open the heavens and earth and change the chi of creation. It was comparable to a prime, clear, profound immortal's highest attainment in the immortal trapping sword. Yu Zhenbei, who seemed to be everywhere, intercepted the rain-like streams of five-colored lights, causing them to be unable to threaten the others. The Blood-Star Devil Monarch's fatal attack was neutralized by Yu Zhenbei's attack and defense. However, after the multicolored streams of light dissipated, only darkness remained where the stars had been. The darkness silently expanded, turning into a chaotic whole that devoured everything in its surroundings. The distorted space-time and stars couldn't resist the power of the barrier, destroying everything in the surroundings. The Vine Sovereign and Yu Yi were prime, clear sword cultivators who had already pushed open the immortal door and were proficient in the variations of the immortal trapping sword space-time. Even they couldn't withstand it. Nie Jingshun, Yu Yi, and the heavily wounded Vine Sovereign's figures involuntarily entered the black hole. Jingshin and Yu Jinbei are trapped inside. Although it's hard to predict their whereabouts, there's a high chance that they're still alive. Yu Jinbei swept his gaze around. Li Ziding's injuries are too severe. If he falls inside without anyone to protect him, he'll definitely die. As his thoughts reached there, Yu Jinbei said with a deep voice, Jingshun, the two of you, support each other. Don't get separated. Be careful. As for himself, he rushed toward the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying. The sword edge in his right hand sliced open the edge of the chaotic hole, dispelling the distorted changes in space-time. Meanwhile, his left hand grabbed toward Li Ying. Yu Yi, who could barely defend herself and couldn't approach the Vine Sovereign, let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Nie Jingshun, who was with her, also said, Master, don't worry. Don't worry about us. However, at this moment, the heavily injured Vine Sovereign widened her eyes and glared at Yu Jinbei. Yu Jinbei, I'd rather die than accept your kindness. Her complexion turned even paler. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and wounds appeared all over her body. However, the Vine Sovereign's remaining strength gathered at a single point. She waved her palm and clashed against Yu Jinbei's left hand. Bang! Both parties clashed in midair. As the two palms clashed, the Vine Sovereign accelerated and fell into the chaotic hole. Yu Jinbei's figure paused in midair. He wanted to grab hold of the Vine Sovereign, but it was already impossible. Ancestral Granny! Yu Ye's face turned pale with fright. She wanted to struggle forward, but her figure was already sucked into the other corner of the chaotic hole. Nie Jingshin was similarly shocked, but he was also sucked into the same chaotic hole, vanishing together with Yu Yi. Yu Jinbei couldn't be bothered with the two juniors. His will was firm and unyielding. Although he suffered a setback, he still accelerated and rushed toward the Vine Sovereign. Unfortunately, the Vine Sovereign's injuries were too severe. As soon as she fell into the chaotic hole, her body was torn apart by the intertwining power of the world barrier. A pained expression appeared on her face. However, she didn't feel any remorse. Instead, she glared at Yu Jinbei. Then, her body was completely torn apart and devoured by the chaotic hole. Then, she was further crushed by the chaotic hole, and not even her bones remained. The Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, who lived before the Great Calamity and established the roving Jade Heavens lineage, had perished here. Yu Jinbei couldn't catch up to her in time. Seeing this scene, his expression sank. In the next instant, his figure was dragged into the chaotic hole as well, and he vanished from sight. The colossal chaotic hole crazily devoured all existences within the surrounding void. After a long while, the chaotic hole gradually shrunk and disappeared. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. Not many traces were left behind, telling everyone that a short yet intense battle had just taken place here. On the other side of the void, within the domain of Thousand Scales universe, the battle had also reached its climax. The 9 underworlds attempted to use the Vine Sovereign to shake the prime, clear lineage's successors. However, Gao Qingxian and Daoist Cloud Conquest, who were already aware of Yin Zhaoge's arrangements, remained unmoved. Although they weren't completely devoid of worries, they maintained their composure and focused on dealing with the opponents in front of them. Yin Zhaoge sent the Blood-Star Devil Monarch and the Vine Sovereign away with the Star Shooting Crossbow. Meanwhile, the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation erected by Yin Di and the others didn't waver. They firmly guarded the domain of Thousand Scales, preventing the evil devils from entering. Just hold on for a little longer. While Yin Zhaoge remained vigilant against the opponents in front of him, he was also secretly paying attention to Chun Xuanzong and Chu Lili, who were within the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual. Based on the two situation, he calculated the time in his heart. The dawn of success was slowly appearing before his eyes. However, at that moment, a powerful aura suddenly appeared within the universe. The horrifying power started tearing apart the devilish domain created by the grand heavenly level Devil Lord. Feng Yunsheng and the Devil Lord noticed the arrival of a third party. Demonic qi overflowed and filled the entire sky. A great sage of the demon clan had arrived. Other than that, there were other demon race experts as well. A profound yet ferocious growl resounded throughout the universe. The indescribable and unfathomable syllables vibrated, and a tyrannical power simultaneously enveloped Feng Yunsheng and the Devil Lord. 9 heads, you're here to spoil my 9 underworld's plans as well, roared the Devil Lord furiously. A crack opened within the dark devilish domain. Against the ferocious devilish qi, surging demonic qi seeped in through the crack. One after another, great demons rushed in. Yin Zhaoge took a closer look, and his heart sank. They were all familiar faces. Jade Rabbit Demon, White Deer Demon, Dragon King Huanshan. While the 9 underworlds were the public enemy, Yin Zhaoge and the others couldn't be optimistic when facing the group of great demons. Chapter 1430. After the group of great demons appeared, they did not speak much. Instead of attacking the 9 underworld's devils, they charged towards the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation and the Domain of Thousand Scales. With more than one demon race small saint equivalent to a grand virtual immortal attacking together, the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation's pressure increased tremendously. Such a scene left the group of devils slightly surprised. However, that was not the most terrifying part. The domineering power that enveloped the void also began to descend, pressuring Feng Yunsheng and the Devil Lord, attempting to break through the encirclement. The devilish blue-black flames in Feng Yunsheng's eyes had already become extremely intense. The more intense the flames, the colder they became. The scene before her eyes became clearer. The newcomer stood upright like a human, donning armor and a silver helmet. He held a crescent spade in his hand, and his voice was like the cry of a crane. From afar, there was only one head and one face. But up close, there were people everywhere. There were eyes in front, eyes behind, and eyes everywhere. There were also mouths to the left and right. Feng Yunsheng had never interacted with him before, but had heard of him. During the middle journey to the West era, he was a famous great demon known as the 9-headed bug. Although he was called the 9-headed bug, he was not a snake, but a winged bug. In terms of foundation, he was the legendary 9-phoenix divine bird, Ghost Chariot, also known as the 9-headed bird. He was one of the famous great sages of the demon race that once caused a huge commotion and occupied a part of the world. He was known as the 9-headed great sage. During the middle journey to the West era, the demon race and Buddhism fought for fortune. A total of 36 great sages and 72 small saints were ordered by the Eastern sovereign to set up a formation. This 9-headed bug was one of the 36 great sages. At that time, even traveling monk Sun could not win against him. Only with the help of Taoism's peak bigwig, the clear origin true monarch, Yang Jian, did they manage to injure him. Although Yang Jian was known as a true monarch, his cultivation had long reached the grand heavenly realm. It was just that he spent most of his time cultivating in seclusion and did not possess the title of Heavenly Lord. However, in terms of cultivation, Yang Jian was the true number one of the Jade Clear lineage's 3rd-generation disciples. After ascending to the grand heavenly realm, he surpassed many seniors. During the middle journey to the West era, he rarely made a move. Most of them only saw him for a brief moment, causing everyone to praise him and praise him as an elite amongst the grand heavenly immortals. The 9-headed bug was injured by his hands, and one of its 9 heads was destroyed. Most people thought that it was more dead than alive. However, the 9-headed great sage was also tenacious and managed to escape with his life. After that, he escaped into the Astro Mountain Starry Seas and recuperated and survived until today. Previously, When the roving jade heavens had moved into the pill hall, a group of demons had invaded. Back then, great immortal Ru-E Fozi, 100-eyed demon monarch, and the other demons were backed by the great sage who pacifies heavens, Bull Demon King, and this nine-headed great sage. They worked together to hold back the Taoism heavenly lords. While they had not met Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and the others, they had still heard some rumors afterwards. In addition to being cautious, he naturally had to understand more about this nine-headed bug. Feng Yunsheng knew who he was the moment she saw him. It was precisely because she knew who he was that Feng Yunsheng's heart sank slightly. There was a difference in strength between grand heavenly realm experts as well. Compared to the demon lord she had just fought, this nine-headed bug was clearly much stronger. As he waved the crescent moon spade in his hand, two crescent saber lights separated from the center and swept towards both sides. It forced Feng Yunsheng and the demon lord to defend against it. The nine-headed bug took advantage of the situation and squeezed into the devilish domain. The crescent moon spade spun in his hand, causing chilly winds to blow. In the eyes of others other than Feng Yunsheng and the demon lord, they only saw boundless white lights descending from above, separating the dark devilish domain and occupying the void above their heads. The white lights split into two and swept towards both sides, clashing against the blue-black devilish flames and the black-red underworld thunder respectively. As the white lights split apart, a formless yet horrifying astral wind swept across the void like a saber's edge that could slash through the universe. Everyone at the periphery, no matter if they were demons or devils, retreated and avoided it. However, the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation protecting the domain of Thousand Scales couldn't avoid it. Under the astral wind's attack, the formation's radiance instantly withered. The crescent moon spade in the nine-headed bug's hand danced. As the cold lights swept away Feng Yunsheng and the demon lord, astral winds continuously descended and finally shattered the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation into pieces. The spirit patterns above the heads of Yendi and the other three instantly shattered. The aftershock of the gale didn't stop there, and it transformed into a myriad of wind blades that sliced this space into pieces. Gao Qingxian and Ling Qing took the initiative to step forward and block the attacks for Yin Di, Long Xingquan, and Daoist Cloud Conquest. However, as a result, the pressure on the two of them was especially great. They let out muffled groans as they both fell backwards. As the number of enemies increased, the pressure on the Tai Imperial Breaking Array increased. It was already in imminent danger. Now that their formation had been broken, Yin Di and the others were hard-pressed to deal with, the situation instantly becoming even more perilous. Upon seeing this, the blissful demon monarch and the other demons of the netherworld, as well as the white deer demon and the other great demons, rushed forward. Yin Zhaoge's expression was solemn. With the later earth text in his hand, he prepared to face the enemy. However, the white deer demon, Jade Rabbit Demon, and the other great demons weren't targeting him. Instead, they were attacking the domain of Thousand Scales. No matter if it was Yin Zhaoge's group or the group of 9 Underworld's devils, they were all slightly stunned. It seemed like the demon race wasn't here to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, their target would still be the current owner of the pill hall, Yin Zhaoge. However, if they wanted to help the 9 Underworlds, even the group of infernal devils would be surprised. Although the 9 Underworlds were the public enemy, there were cases of other forces working together with the 9 Underworlds in history. However, the 9 Underworlds were helping the Water Devil's reincarnation this time. The demon race obviously didn't have any reason to help them. Moreover, there were no signs of this happening at all. The group of devils also didn't hear about the demon race working together with them. The 9-headed great sage was even suppressing both the Taoists and Devil's forces by himself. They want to kill the Astros Sovereign and Senior Chu. After the initial shock, Yin Zhaoge immediately reacted. The white deer demon and the others' targets were also Chun, Xuanzong, and Chu Lily. However, they wanted to kill the Water Devil's reincarnation bodies, the Astros Sovereign and Chu Lily. Moreover, regardless of whether they had succumbed to the devils or not, They wanted to kill them both to prevent any future troubles. To Yin Zhaoge and the others, Chun Xuanzong and Chu Lili were the same. They were old friends. The reason why they planned and prepared for so many years was to remove the devilish seal and seal the water devil's reincarnation path while protecting the two. However, the demon race didn't care about Chun Xuanzong and Chu Lili's lives. If they could kill them both, then everything would be settled. The water devil would lose his chance to reincarnate within a short period of time. If he wanted to wait for a suitable reincarnation body, who knew how long it would take? It might happen in an instant, or it might take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The blissful devil monarch and the other devils quickly noticed the demon race's intentions. They couldn't help but feel anxious and furious. They started madly rushing towards the domain of Thousand Scales without caring about the consequences. The domain of Thousand Scales was effective against the infernal devils. It blocked their path, but it couldn't stop the group of great demons. A few demon race small saints took the lead and broke through the flickering streams of lights, pouncing towards the sphere surrounded by the streams of lights. Chapter 1431. The chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual was currently operating at full force, helping Chun Xuanzong and Chu Lili in suppressing the devilish intent. 81 light circles of the same size with the same center rotated in different directions, trajectories, and speeds. As they rotated, rays of light shrouded Chun Xuanzong and Chu Lili's bodies, playing an important role. However, taking advantage of the fact that the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation was being pressured by the nine-headed Great Sage, the group of great demons rushed past the defensive perimeter of the Land of Thousand Scales and arrived before the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual. They mustered their demonic powers and attacked the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual. The group of demons didn't mind the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual being destroyed, as it would give the nine underworld's evil devils a chance. After all, before that, they would first destroy Chun Xuanzong and Chu Lili, along with this strange ritual. Yin Zhaoge looked at them, and a scroll appeared in his hand. With a thought, rays of radiance extended in all directions, spreading out endlessly. A heavy feeling arose, and the radiance condensed into a seal, projecting a blurry silhouette above Yin Zhaoge's head. The silhouette was extremely tall, as if it was bearing the weight of the heavens. It was majestic and boundless, wielding the profundities of the myriad existences and the rotation of yin and yang. In the next moment, 9 thick pillars of light rose from the ground like pillars. 7 clumps of light that were neither bright nor dark descended. Although they seemed radiant at first, they were actually dark. As the formation circulated, an incomparably heavy and condensed power and an abundance of vitality simultaneously manifested. The formation patterns were interconnected, forming a single entity. As the Yin-Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures Array formation, supported by the later Earth text, was erected, the group of demons instantly felt their bodies becoming heavier. Every single movement they made seemed to be bearing boundless pressure, causing their speed of approaching the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual to slow down. Under the influence of the formation, they could even feel their demonic powers circulating becoming sluggish. The Earth Goddess's Yin-Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures Array formation. The old white deer was startled. After pondering for a moment, he rolled on the ground and revealed his true form. A snow-white Sika deer spread its 4 hooves and walked within the formation. Its speed became faster and faster, and it was almost running. Gazing over, Yin Zhaoge saw that beneath the feet of that old white deer, similarly a dim yellow luster could vaguely be seen, leaving behind a series of hoof prints as it galloped. In the past, Lord Longevity God was familiar with the Earth Queen's earthly god, and this old deer often paid his respects to him. He was very familiar with this Yin-Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures formation. At the same time, the technique he cultivated was also proficient in the transformation of the earth and earth elements. Now that they were running, the suppressive power of the array immediately weakened. The other great demons also gradually recovered their vitality. However, with such a delay, Yin Di, Gao Qing Xian, and the others immediately caught up and intercepted the advancing demon race. Go! When the Jade Rabbit Demon, Dragon King Huanshan, and the other great demons saw this, they shouted in unison. They circulated their demonic energy and struck the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual. For a moment, the void was filled with colorful ribbons, but it was filled with the aura of destruction. Yin Zhaoge knit his brows tightly, a grave look appearing on his face. He stretched out his hand and pointed. The chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual immediately changed. The 81 halos that were constantly revolving like the orbit of the stars stopped and converged. The ritual was no longer in the form of a transparent ball of light. Instead, it turned back into a solid metal ball. The metal ball's entire body was jet black and shiny. Its surface was smooth, and it was a single entity. It floated heavily within the void. When the demon race's first wave of attacks landed on the metal ball, it instantly left behind many cracks or holes on its smooth surface. However, while the metal ball was forced to slide backwards and was filled with injuries, it didn't shatter into pieces. While the great demon's attacks were ferocious and left behind many marks, none of them managed to penetrate through the metal ball or harm its core. Chun Xuanzong and Chu Lili, who were within it, remained unharmed. Under the guidance of Yin Zhaoge, Chun Xuanzong, and the others, the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual was refined by Feng Yinsheng, who had already reached the virtual immortal realm. Countless precious treasures were used to refine it. While it was intricate, it was also extremely sturdy. Her hard work finally paid off. Despite facing the white deer demon and the other demon race small saint attacks, the ritual wasn't completely destroyed. Only, this was a treasure that was used to fight against others. Although it managed to transform into a metal ball to defend itself, it still couldn't withstand the enemy's attacks. After suffering a few more attacks, it wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. What's worse was that the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual had transformed back into a metal ball in order to defend against the attacks. Within the metal ball, Chun Xuanzong and Chu Lili's figures trembled. The domain of 1,000 scales was damaged, causing the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual to stop. The devilish intent that had already lost 90% of its original strength started retaliating, returning back into their bodies. Chen Xuanzong's expression turned serious. He calmed his mind and attempted to suppress the water devil's counterattack. However, at that moment, the five-colored clouds enveloped him and Chu Lili once again. Under the heart devil's influence, Chen Xuanzong was instantly affected. The water devil seized the opportunity to reclaim his lost territory. His speed was unimaginably fast. Yin Zhaoge, Chen Xuanzong, and the others purged the devilish intent using the water devil's revival. Both sides were fighting for a chance, and the stronger one would emerge victorious. The closer one side was to success, the closer the other side was to failure. However, if the tides of victory and defeat were reversed, the original loser would be the closest to success. A layer of dark, thin ice started appearing on the surface of Chun Xuanzong's body, flickering with ice-blue radiance. The area between his brows split open again, and a monstrous devilish intent manifested from within. It was unprecedentedly powerful, as if the water devil was only a step away from descending upon the human realm. Yin Zhaoge and the others outside of the metal ball were also facing a mountain-like threat. Yin Di and the others caught up to the group of demons and stopped them from destroying the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual any further. As the white deer demon evaded Yin Di and the others' attacks, he couldn't continue affecting the Yin Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures Array formation. The formation's power manifested once again, causing the group of demons to have a hard time moving forward. However, at the same time, the blissful devil monarch and the other infernal devils attempted to cross the domain of 1,000 scales and kill their way towards the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual. seeing the Yin-Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures Array formation obstructing their path. The blissful devil monarch, who was proficient in formations, took the lead and led the way for the group of devils. Although their goals were different, the group of 9 underworld's devils and the group of mountain and sea devils were all rushing towards Yin Zhaoge and the others. For a moment, the group of devilish qi blotted out the skies. Their aura was horrifying, as if it was an irreversible wave. However, at that moment, a cold radiance shot out from Yin Zhaoge's eyes. "Rise!" As his voice thundered, the streams of pulsating light in the domain of 1,000 scales suddenly erupted together. Like a fish leaping out of the water and falling back down, the endless streams of lights gushed out. They only leaped up and never fell back down. Streams of lights soared into the sky, resembling light dragons that soared towards all directions of the void. 1,000 scales, leaping dragon gate. The myriad of scaled fishes transformed into dragons, traversed through the boundless void, and fled far away, never to return. The entire domain of 1,000 scales ceased to exist. Even the devilish domain that enveloped the void was riddled with holes. The devilish domain that was already destroyed by the 9-headed great sage was completely torn apart and vanished into thin air. As for the blissful devil monarch and the other great devils, they were caught off guard and were forced to face the soaring dragons at close range. Their bodies were pierced through by the light dragons. Their limbs were torn off by the light dragons. Their heads were bitten off by the light dragons. The group of devils was originally dancing around. However, they were now devoured by the soaring dragons. Chapter 1432. In order to destroy the Yin-Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures formation, the blissful devil monarch was the first to be attacked by the 1,000 scales leaping through the dragon gate. The domain of 1,000 scales restrains the 9 underworlds. It's not surprising that it has existed since ancient times. It's just that it's rare and hard to find. However, I've never heard of such a transformation happening in the domain of 1,000 scales. Unable to dodge in time, the blissful devil monarch could only release layers of demonic aura, forming 2 devil statues that seemed to be hugging each other. The red and black nebula expanded outwards with him as the center. However, the domain of 1,000 scales devil-destroying power was unleashed to the maximum by the millions of light dragons. The domain of 1,000 scales had a suppressive effect against the 9 underworld's evil devils to begin with. Now that the carp had leapt over the dragon's gate, it didn't hold back all and burned with all its might, dealing a devastating blow to the evil devils. The light dragons soared into the sky, piercing through the red and black nebula. The hugging demon statue was crushed, while the blissful demon monarch's body was pierced by the dragons and torn into pieces. The ancient demon monarch was beheaded just like that. Under the effects of the domain of 1,000 scales' unique devil-destroying power, it would be extremely difficult for devils to be reborn through the 9 underworlds after they perished. It wasn't just the blissful devil monarch. The 4-headed and 4-armed devil monarch, the devil monarch born from the demonic ape's descent into the 9 underworlds, and the other great devils were all drowned by the tsunami of light dragons. As they rushed over together, they were completely within the domain of 1,000 scales. Now that the domain of 1,000 scales had been destroyed, all the great devils had perished. The few people at the outermost perimeter thanked the heavens and the earth for being too slow and hurriedly turned around to escape. However, the dragons danced in the air, and the domineering light scattered in all directions, shuttling through the void. Soon, they caught up to the great demons who were trying to escape and killed or crippled them. In the end, less than 1 out of 10 lucky survivors survived. The entire universe instantly turned into a bloody battlefield. However, it wasn't a battlefield for humans, but a battlefield for demons. The demonic aura that had previously enveloped this place was instantly cleared. The grand heavenly realm devil lord wanted to stop Yin Zhaoge. However, he was restrained by the 9-headed bug previously. When Yin Zhaoge made his move, Feng Yunxing had purposely stopped him. As a result, The domain of thousand scales completely exploded, burying all the great devils that were attacking it. Although the light dragons that filled the sky had no effect on the demon clan, they were still extremely ferocious and caused the great demons to slow down. Without the devil monarchs and the numerous evil devils attacking together, Yendi, Gao, Qingxian, and the other situation immediately improved. Now that they only had to deal with the demons, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. They regained their footing and completely blocked the group of demons, making it difficult for them to approach the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual. Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath, his expression still stern. He wielded the domain of thousand scales and produced all sorts of transformations. Thousand scales leaping through the dragon gate was his final trump card. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to use this move. That's because the domain of thousand scales wasn't just defending against the devil's attacks. It was also helping Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lily to suppress the water devil. Once the domain of thousand scales erupted with its full strength, it was incinerated to nothingness. Yin Zhaoge's mind was suddenly emptied, and his exhaustion was intense. The tiredness almost made him want to fall asleep. Yin Zhaoge forced himself to stay awake. He didn't even bother stabilizing the Yin-Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures array formation. Instead, he hurriedly activated the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual again. The metallic sphere, which had many cracks on its surface, radiated with radiance once again and became transparent. 81 halos of light appeared once again, revolving rapidly. However, at that moment, vigorous devilish chi erupted from the center of the halos. Its aura wasn't comparable to the grand heavenly realm devil lord outside. In fact, it might not even be comparable to some grand virtual realm devil monarchs. However, it revealed a frightening concept that caused people to tremble in fear, causing them to feel a chill from the depths of their hearts. It was the same horrifying aura as the heart devil, the wood devil, and other top-notch devils. Ice-blue devilish radiances permeated the surroundings, becoming more and more intense. They started expanding towards the surroundings, as if they were going to fill up the entire chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual. Oh no! Yin Di, Gao Qingxian, and the others' hearts sank. During the most crucial moment, the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual was disrupted by the demon race. Then, the domain of thousand scales was blown up in order to stop the devil's attacks. Without these two types of assistance, Chen Xuanzong could no longer defeat the water devil. The battle between the two was only a single step away. Yin Zhaoge and the others had painstakingly obtained an advantage. Chen Xuanzong had been working hard for a long time and was only a step away from success. However, if an accident were to happen and the water devil managed to regain the upper hand, the water devil would be just as close to success as Chen Xuanzong was to success previously. All the hard work he had put in previously had now gone to Gui Shui Demon. At this moment, the water devil had already taken the final step. Chen Xuanzong couldn't escape from the fate of becoming the water devil's reincarnation. The ice-cold aura spread endlessly. The water devil's reincarnation, this time, was still the ice devil, just like Chu Hong in the past. Upon seeing this, the nine-headed great sage's emotions didn't fluctuate at all. His figure approached the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual. Regardless of whether the 9 underworlds succeeded or not, regardless of whether it was a reincarnated human or the water devil, he just wanted to kill the opponent. It didn't matter if the opponent was a human or a devil. The grand heavenly realm devil lord was originally frustrated by the sudden appearance of the thousand scales leaping dragon gate. When he felt the ice-cold aura, he was overjoyed. He immediately used his full strength to obstruct the 9-headed bug. Although Feng Yunsheng also obstructed the 9-headed bug, worry appeared within her ice-cold eyes. She looked towards the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual that was flickering. Yin Zhaoge's expression turned solemn, and he used his mind to communicate with the ritual. Although cracks could be seen on the halo from time to time, the powerful devil-suppressing power was still taking effect. Under the suppression of the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual, the ice-blue radiance temporarily calmed down, as if it had transformed from a formless radiance into a tangible ice. Within the ice crystal, the devilish pattern on Chen Xuanzong's forehead had already disappeared. However, his gaze wasn't as calm as before. Instead, it was filled with ice-cold darkness, and malice was hidden within. Those weren't the exalted water luminary's eyes anymore. Instead, they belonged to the ice devil. However, under the illumination of the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual, his gaze flickered slightly. As if the ice layer had been defrosted, Chen Xuanzong's expression was filled with struggle. His gaze wasn't calm anymore, and it was filled with waves of shock. The final step has already been taken. You can no longer turn the situation around like how I did just now. Chen Xuanzong spoke. His tone was weird and calm. This round I've won. He raised his head and looked at the 81 halos. This ritual is merely preserving the last bit of your soul's will. It can no longer suppress me. After all, he had already returned to this world. To me, the problem I'm facing now is how to leave this place. I don't want to die in the hands of these demon race and perish right after I was reborn. Chen Xuanzong said coldly. Or should I let you people kill this reincarnation of mine and send me back to perishment? Chapter 1433. The nine-headed great sage tried to get closer. Feng Yunsheng and the demon, who were fighting intensely, joined hands to block his path. The other demons also continued to attack the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual. Now that the water devil had transformed into the ice devil, it seemed like he had successfully revived. However, his reincarnation body, Chen Xuanzong, was still a profound immortal. Therefore, the current ice devil was not an outstanding figure among the neutral grand heavenly fiend celestial sovereigns. He was one of the 12 devilish gods that looked down upon the universe. Due to Chen Xuanzong being at the peak of the profound immortal realm, he would be able to achieve the 5 Qis unification almost immediately. However, for the great demons, it was still within the range of what they could grit their teeth and endure. Especially because of the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual, Ice Devil couldn't immediately enter the great virtual realm. He was still at the tranquil, profound, immortal realm. Ling Qing, Gao Qing Xian, and Daoist Cloud Conquest gazes uncontrollably landed on Chen Xuanzong. The gazes of the three of them turned deep and serene. If a person really fell to the devil, then there was no turning back. A devil was a devil, no longer a human. Even though his appearance, voice, habits, and even memories remained the same. But that was a completely different existence. The exalted water luminary, Chen Xuanzong, no longer existed. The one that remained in this world was the ice demon, Chen Xuanzong. To the demon race, regardless of whether they had turned into devils or not, they still intended to kill Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lily. To Gao Qing Xian and the others, Chen Xuanzong, who could seal the water devil, was worthy of their assistance. However, if the removal of the devilish intent failed, Chen Xuanzong would eventually fall into the devilish path and become the new water devil's incarnation. By then, their standpoint would be the same as the demon race. Just like how Yin Xintong killed the sword devil, Yin Shiyang, and how Chen Xuanzong killed the previous ice devil, Chu Hong. Long Xingquan also frowned. He raised his head to look at Yin Zhaoge. Block these demons and stall for time. There will be a chance to turn things around. As Yin Zhaoge spoke, he kept the later earth text and entered the light sphere formed by the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual. Everyone looked at each other. Feng Yunsheng took a deep breath, and the expression on her face disappeared. Her eyes were calm, and she began to focus on stopping the nine-headed bug. On the other hand, the grand heavenly realm devil lord was doubtful. Hearing his words, Yin Di similarly did not utter a sound, only using his actions to express his stance. He slashed at the white deer demon. After pondering for a moment, Gao Qing Xian and the others finally decided to continue blocking the demon race's attack. The exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, watched this scene silently. Now, The development of the situation had already exceeded the scope of their control. In other words, the situation was already out of their control. It was heading towards the worst possible outcome. The water demon would be reborn, and Chun Xuanzong or Chu Lily would still end up becoming a demon. Continuing to protect Chun Xuanzong would only be futile. In fact, it would even give Chun Xuanzong, who had already turned into the Ice Devil, more opportunities to escape back to the 9 underworlds. In Ling Qing's eyes, such actions would be equivalent to losing one's rationality and losing one's mind due to emotions. It would also mean that one wouldn't admit defeat and wasn't willing to face reality or the outcome of failure, and was still struggling in vain. Most of the time, if one couldn't be decisive, it would end up harming others and oneself, leaving behind endless disasters. However, the one doing so was Yin Zhaoge. As such, Ling Qing couldn't make such a judgment. While she was in a very passive position, she was more willing to believe that Yin Zhaoge was hiding something from her. Now was the time to reveal the truth. After a moment of hesitation, Ling Qing decided to take action. She continued blocking the demon race experts with Yin Di, Gao Qingxian, and the others. Within the light sphere formed by the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual, Chun Xuanzong raised his head and coldly stared at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's gaze was similarly cold. He stared back at him. "Ice Devil, this round isn't over yet. What a waste of effort." Chun Xuanzong said calmly, "Indeed, we can't determine if I can leave this place alive. However, I've already won this round against you. Resurrecting from the 9 underworlds, neither dead nor alive, and descending upon this world once again. If I didn't win, why would Chu Lily wake up?" As if to verify his words, Chu Lily's eyelashes fluttered slightly with her closed eyes at this moment. Then, she slowly opened her eyes and looked at the scene in front of her in a daze, as if she had just woken up from her slumber. At this moment, her appearance was the same as when Yin Zhaoge first met her. She no longer looked like she was surrounded by devilish qi. Even her devilish intent had been cleansed away. That was because the water demon already had another body that was more suitable for him to possess. "Master!" Chu Lily's gaze regained its focus, and she stared at Chun Xuanzong in a daze. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions: surprise, happiness, longing, love, worry, fear. However, very quickly, everything turned into fear. "You're not my master," Chun Xuanzong said calmly. "Why not? Isn't Chu Hung your father?" Chu Lily was stunned. "Chu Hung is still your father, and I'm still your master." Chun Xuanzong said calmly, "I'm still me. Only, I used to be the Jade Clear's Chun Xuanzong. Now, I'm the Ice Devil's Chun Xuanzong." From the start, the two's thoughts seemed to have some differences. Now, the differences had already disappeared, and their thoughts were starting to unify. Chu Lily looked at him and was speechless. She didn't know what to say. When she was living in seclusion in the roving Jade Heavens, she had been hoping to see the person in front of her again. After leaving the roving Jade Heavens, she endured the devilish intense invasion. In the end, she fell into the hands of the 9 underworlds and lost her consciousness. Now that she had just woken up, the person she longed for was right in front of her. However, such a meeting was completely different from what she expected. Like I said, this round isn't over yet. At that moment, Yin Zhaoge suddenly took a step forward. Chun Xuanzong wanted to dodge. However, due to the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual's interference, he wasn't able to fully grasp this body. As such, he appeared extremely stiff and clumsy. Yin Zhaoge easily arrived in front of him and tapped on his brows. His strength seeped through and reached his Naiwan palace. You can't help him. Affected by this, Chun Xuanzong, as thoughts seemed to have some differences. However, it didn't affect the overall situation at all. However, streams of chilly qi suddenly drilled out from Chun Xuanzong's brows. As they intertwined, they gradually formed a rune seal. "This is your method? Help him draw out the seal that was buried within his body." Chun Xuanzong had an indifferent expression. "His memories and everything he knows are now one with me. I know the function of this seal. Anti-devil countering seal. Chun Xuanzong's final trump card. If all his previous plans failed, and the water devil borrowed his body to reincarnate, Chun Xuanzong wouldn't need anyone to worry about him. So, your final method is still to perish together with me, said Chun Xuanzong coldly. Chapter 1434. Yin Zhaoge calmly looked at the Chun Xuanzong in front of him and said with an indifferent expression, "Since your memories are the same as Senior Chen's, you should know that this anti-devil countering rune was created by my wife and Senior Chun after studying it together." Chun Xuanzong stared at Yin Zhaoge. In other words, you didn't even tell him about the additional changes to the anti-devil countering rune. I didn't do that, Yin Zhaoge said plainly. Only the world is ever-changing. Today's battle had many unexpected changes. Under the circumstances, I came up with some new ideas. Under Yin Zhaoge's stimulation, the anti-devil countering rune formed by the Chili Qi was engraved on the Danzhong acupoint on Chun Xuanzong's chest. Then, rays of blue radiances started surging on the surface of Chun Xuanzong's body. They continuously wandered around and finally gathered at the Danzhong acupoint. Within Chun Xuanzong's cold and silent eyes, radiances were still flickering and jumping about, which seemed extremely unstable. What does Lily plan to do? His eyes flickered and looked at Chu Lily. Chu Lily was startled. She looked at the familiar face with a complicated expression. Yet, it seemed extremely unfamiliar now. Although the radiances within Chun Xuanzong's pupils were flickering, his voice remained calm. Do you want to leave with me? To you. Is it really important whether you join the devil's path or not? Chu Lily originally wanted to say something. However, after hearing this, she was shocked and pursed her lips as she looked at Chun Xuanzong. Lily, you resisted the devil's path because of my teachings. It's because you were taught by me and others. The other party's tone was extremely calm. Now, I've already entered the 9 underworlds. Aren't you going to follow me? Chu Lily lowered her head. You're no longer my master. You're the water devil. What you're saying now is merely trying to bewitch me in order to escape from death. Indeed, I'm trying to find a way to escape. The other party answered honestly. However, I'm not trying to bewitch you. I'm of the Jade, clear lineage, and I've received many favors. Now that I've joined the devil's path, I'm being looked down upon by my fellow Taoists, and they even want to kill me. This is only natural. However, what about you, Lily? Chu Lily raised her head and was met with a pair of deep eyes. You were confined in the back mountain of the Jade Sky Peak since you were a child. You were not allowed to go out and see anyone. You had no playmates and no childhood. Those who could get in touch with you were all watching you warily. After killing Chu Huan, the reason why you were kept in the world beyond worlds was to figure out the secrets of the 9 underworld's evil devils. Jade Clear, is there anything about Taoism that you are reluctant to part with? Chu Lily's lips moved, but in the end, she remained silent. She really did not have much nostalgia for the Tao sect. After all, there were only a few people he could come into contact with, and the person she cared about the most was right in front of her. So, what's wrong with leaving with me? The white-haired youth said calmly. Chu Lily took a deep breath and repeated word by word. You are not master. Instead, it was to kill his enemy. Chun Xuanzong smiled plainly. You're wrong. I am Chun Xuanzong, and Chun Xuanzong is me. I'm not just a mere shell. He lowered his head and looked at the rune on his chest that was getting clearer and bigger. Everyone will change. I'm only making a change now. Lily, you can do it too. When you look at the world from a different perspective like me, you'll have a whole new feeling, involuntary change. Yin Zhaoge coldly interrupted him. Chun Xuanzong frowned and turned his head to look at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge said indifferently, when a normal person falls to the devil, no matter what kind of inducement or coercion he goes through, he would still be the one taking the final step. However, it's different for a great devil's reincarnation. Other than voluntary, there's also the possibility of it being forcefully taken. Yin Zhaoge turned his head to look at Chu Lily. If Senior Chu becomes the new Ice Devil, the Astro Sovereign will also use this anti-devil countering rune to transfer all the devilish intents onto himself and perish together with the Water Devil. After taking the final step, the devilish intents on your body should be eliminated quickly. Once the water devil perishes once again, you won't have to worry about being harassed by the water devil anymore. She just had to be careful and not let the devils take advantage of her. The reason why Chu Lily was plagued by the devilish intents for thousands of years was because of the previous ice devil. Her father, Chu Hong, had left a mark on her body, which she couldn't get rid of. Even when Chun Xuanzong took on the devil's calamity for her, it was only a temporary blessing. It didn't solve the root of the problem. As such, female Emperor Jie Mingkong's previous actions immediately caused Chu Lily to suffer again. This time, if she used the opportunity of the water devil's reincarnation to completely sever the devilish intents on Chu Lily's body, there wouldn't be any future troubles, unless a new devilish intents were left behind. The Astro Sovereign has a saying, yesterday's cause today. Since he was the one who made the decision in the past, he would do his best to bear the consequences. This is the Astro Sovereign's wish. Yin Zhaoge said plainly, it's not the Ice Devil's scheme. Chu Lily looked at Chun Xuanzong with a complicated expression. At this moment, the radiance within Chun Xuanzong's eyes gradually dimmed. On the contrary, the incantation on his chest gradually solidified and turned into a piece of ice crystal that covered his chest. The ice crystal started spreading towards the surroundings, freezing more parts of Chun Xuanzong's body. As the ice and snow spread, Chun Xuanzong himself seemed to have turned into a real ice sculpture without any signs of life. His vitality was slowly fading away. However, the ice-cold and ruthless devilish intents were also fading away. At this moment, a voice resounded from Chun Xuanzong's chest. That's right. This is his original wish. Just like how the person he loves has always been Jie Mingkong, and not you. Upon hearing that, Chu Lily's body trembled. The voice continued resounding from the ice crystal. Before he adopted you, he was already his. So it's like this. Chu Lily stood still for a while. She didn't do anything extreme, but let out a long sigh. With a lonely expression, she stared at Chun Xuanzong's face. Chun Xuanzong's aura was weak, and his eyes were dim. However, at this moment, he slowly raised his head and met Chu Lily's gaze. Currently, although Chun Xuanzong's vitality was fading away, his gaze was still as calm as water. He was calm and indifferent, just like how he was in the past. I don't know much about it, but I know. Chu Lily said softly, I only had a little hope. Even if it's just a little, frost started enveloping Chun Xuanzong's entire body. There weren't any signs of pain in his expression. Instead, he looked at his little disciple benevolently. Although he didn't say anything, Chu Lily already understood from the gaze of an elder looking at a junior. She looked at Chun Xuanzong and couldn't help but be dazed. When she regained her senses and wanted to say something, the ice crystal had already reached Chun Xuanzong's head and covered his face. The white-haired man's entire body was covered by ice and snow, freezing his entire body. Within the ice, his figure seemed to be getting fainter and fainter, as if he was about to turn into an ice sculpture. I made it. Yin Zhaoge, who had been waiting for something, suddenly became spirited. Chapter 1435. Looking at Chun Xuanzong, who was gradually turning into an ice sculpture, Chu Lily was both anxious and afraid. However, she didn't know what she should do. For a moment, sorrow filled her heart, and her heart was filled with coldness and despair. Now, Yin Zhaoge's I made it had given her a fright, but it had also given rise to the flames of hope within her heart. Chu Lily turned to look eagerly at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge sent a sound transmission to Feng Yunsheng, Yin Di, and the others. Escort her in. Outside the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual, everyone felt the ice demon's aura dissipate. Since the demons had achieved their goal, they naturally did not attack with all their might. The grand heavenly realm devil lord was greatly disappointed. However, he could only helplessly accept reality as he was surrounded by powerful enemies. At this moment, a flame approached from afar. Previously, the nine-headed bug's actions and the eruption of 1,000 scales leaping through the dragon's gate had destroyed the demonic domain that enveloped and sealed this place. Hence, the fiery light was able to pass through the void and enter this universe. The demon instinctively felt that something was wrong and tried to stop the flame. However, Feng Yinsheng was one step ahead of him. She blocked the path of the nine-headed great sage and the demon lord with her blade. With a slight delay, the flame had already fallen from the sky. It's the half-dragon that accompanied Suo Mingzhong. Dragon King Huanshan's brows twitched. Who else did he bring along? He wanted to advance, but what met him was Yindi's saber that instantly forced him into retreat. Whether it was the demon race or the nefarious devils, none of them knew what this sudden change was. It was Mars' halberd. As a leakless immortal artifact, it was equivalent to a human true immortal realm expert. While it wasn't weak, it didn't seem to have much of an impact on the current situation. After all, not every true immortal was Yin Zhaoge. But it was also because of this that Mars' halberd's appearance here seemed particularly abnormal. In case the warriors of Taoism had other tricks up their sleeves, the demons didn't hesitate to stop Mars' halberd from approaching them, even if they didn't know what he was here for. It was not difficult to stop Mars' halberd from approaching. The sonorous voice of a little saint of the demon clan could be heard from afar, and Mars' halberd was already trapped in the distance. However, Feng Yinsheng, Gao Qingxian, and the others were one step faster. They all voiced their voices to counteract the sonorous voice of the great path of the opponent, and even joined forces to escort Mars' halberd in. This behavior further told the fiendish demons that there was something wrong with the visitor. Initially, the situation that was gradually easing up after Chen Xuanzong and the Ice Devil Parish together immediately tensed up once more. The battle between the two became intense once again. Mars' halberd flew all the way to where the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual was. Amidst the dancing flames, a human silhouette appeared from within. He left the sea of fire and directly entered the light ball evolved from the ritual. Chu Lily fixed her eyes on him and saw his face clearly. For a moment, she had mixed feelings. Senior sister, the white-clothed woman who entered the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual, was Chen Xuanzong's eldest disciple. Chu Lily's senior sister, female Emperor Jie Mingkong. It had been 1,000 years since Chu Lily had seen her. He had thought countless times about how he would reunite with Jie Mingkong, but he had never expected that it would be like this. Senior Jie has been looking for you all these years, Yin Zhaoge said. Since you fell into the hands of the 9 underworlds, I've always been worried that Senior Jie would follow your footsteps and become a hostage for the 9 underworlds to threaten the Astro Sovereign and us. However, the hostage was not Jie Mingkong, but the Vine Sovereign of the roving Jade Heavens. Yin Zhaoge's premonition of saving the hostage was still activated. However, at the same time, doubts surfaced in his mind. If Jie Mingkong didn't fall into the hands of the 9 underworld's infernal devils, where would she be now? The boundless void's outskirts was immeasurably vast. Without any clues, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack to describe the difficulty. However, Jie Mingkong had been trying to locate Chu Lily. Chen Xuanzong and Gao Han had noticed the traces of her passing by. This meant that Jie Mingkong had been paying attention to the matters between Chu Lily and the 9 underworlds. Now that the two were fighting in the domain of 1,000 scales, the devilish domain created by the grand heavenly level devil lord had shrouded the vast void. With such a huge commotion, Jie Mingkong might be alerted and be attracted to the nearby area. Previously, when 1,000 scales leaping through the Dragon Gate, Yin Zhaoge had sent a letter to Mars' halberd, the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunxi, and the others, who were roaming around the void's outskirts, to help locate Jie Mingkong. At that time, it was just a precaution to prevent Jie Mingkong from falling into the hands of the infernal devils. But now, it was time to save her life. The Astro Sovereign once said, "Yesterday's cause, today's retribution." Now, there's no need to talk about the cause of his current situation. What's more important is what he should do next. Yin Zhaoge quickly explained the current situation to Jie Mingkong. Fortunately, the Astro Sovereign has 2 successors. Both of you have ascended to the immortal realm. If so, there might be a chance of survival. The cause and effect were intertwined with each other, which made it hard to differentiate. Yin Zhaoge looked at the two deeply. Only, the risk has to be shared with the Astro Sovereign. I can't guarantee whether there's a future for him or not. Everything happened because of me, because of my father. Master shouldn't be the one to bear the consequences. Chu Lily smiled. She looked a little lonely, but still forced a smile, being able to see Master again, and not having to listen to the answer from his own mouth. The heavens have treated me well. Chu Lily looked at Jie Mingkong, and saw that Jie Mingkong was also looking at her. Her lips moved, as if she wanted to say something. In the end, she only let out a sigh. Chu Lily silently walked to the left side of Chen Xuanzong and sat down with her legs crossed. She followed Yin Zhaoge's instruction and carved a seal on her palm. Then, she pressed her hand on Chen Xuanzong's left shoulder. In an instant, the ice crystals extended from Chen Xuanzong's shoulder to Chu Lily's arm, and then covered her entire body. Chen Xuanzong's body within the ice layer was gradually disappearing, and was about to turn into an ice sculpture. At this moment, his body finally stopped disappearing. Chen Xuanzong opened his eyes and turned around to look at Chu Lily. No sound came out. However, from the shape of his mouth, it was obvious that he sighed, "Silly girl." Chu Lily's smile also turned into an ice sculpture at this moment. Within the ice layer, she closed her eyes and fell into silence. Jie Mingkong looked at Chu Lily's actions expressionlessly. However, in the depths of her eyes, there were also countless raging waves that were constantly surging. Without any hesitation, Jie Mingkong walked to the right side of Chen Xuanzong. At this moment, she met his gaze. Within the ice layer, a person's expression was blurry. However, Jie Mingkong couldn't help but tremble when she met Chen Xuanzong's gaze. Her hand, which was originally going to place on Chen Xuanzong's right shoulder, couldn't help but want to move upwards and caress Chen Xuanzong's face. Halfway through her hand, she recalled what happened in the land of Tranquil Stream and stopped in the air. She felt guilty and scared. Chen Xuanzong looked at her calmly within the ice layer and said. Still, no sound came out. However, Jie Mingkong, who understood the white-haired man's lips, burst into tears. She was laughing and crying at the same time. The female emperor, who had always been cold and lonely like a glacier, seemed to have returned to 1,000 years ago. All the emotions accumulated in the past 1,000 years burst out at this moment. Her self-control and rationality were all gone. Chen Xuanzong's expression was gentle. Xuanzong, Jie Mingkong murmured softly and stopped crying. Her expression was peaceful. She didn't touch Chen Xuanzong's face anymore. Instead, she put her hand on Chen Xuanzong's shoulder. Instantly, the ice crystals spread up along her palm. Female Emperor Jie Mingkong also turned into an ice sculpture. She and Chu Lily stood on both sides of Chen Xuanzong. The master and his disciples, who had been entangled with each other for thousands of years, were frozen at this moment. It was quiet. Chapter 1436. Chen Xuanzong, Jie Mingkong, and Chu Lily sat side by side. Jie Mingkong and Chu Lily placed their palms on Chen Xuanzong's shoulders respectively. Layers of ice sealed the three's bodies together, forming a huge ice sculpture. Within the ice, Chen Xuanzong and the others closed their eyes and remained motionless, as if they were in deep sleep. On Chen Xuanzong's chest, the ice-blue devilish radiance was weak, but it was still flickering intensely, as if it was struggling before death. However, in the end, everything returned to silence, and the devilish intent vanished. Yin Zhaoge, who had been staring at Chen Xuanzong, seemed to hear a cold, desperate, angry, and unwilling voice fading away. It left the human world and disappeared into another plane. One of the 12 devilish gods, the water devil of the 6 extinct devils, perished once again. He had already successfully taken the final step, which was equivalent to being reborn into this world. However, he was forcefully pushed back. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Chen Xuanzong and the others and bowed seriously. Thank you for your hard work, seniors. Yin Zhaoge extended his hand, and radiance appeared on his palm. He carefully wrapped the ice sculpture and kept it within his sleeve. Fortunately, he found Jim Ming Kong in time, and Chu Lily didn't make a fuss. With that, Chen Xuanzong was barely saved. However, because of the anti-devil countering rune and the water devil, Chen Xuanzong's life was still hanging by a thread. It was still unknown whether he could wake up and break out of the ice. This was different from when he sealed himself in the land of tranquil stream and was alone by the outskirts. Back then, he was active. Now he was passive. Once he was sealed in ice, he might be sealed forever. Jim Ming Kong and Chu Lily were in the same situation as him. They were bound together for good or ill. However, he was glad that the devilish seal had disappeared. Although Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lily weren't dead, they didn't have to worry about the water devil anymore. As long as no other devil succeeded and left a new devilish seal on them, everything would be fine. By sealing themselves in ice, the water devil wouldn't be able to communicate with them anymore. Although the two suitable bodies were still alive, Gui Shui demon could only look at them helplessly. Heaven helps the worthy. Yin Zhaoge felt the coldness on his palm and thought. Then he raised his head and looked at the void outside the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual. Outside the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual, the demon race was originally attacking in a frenzy. However, after seeing Chen Xuanzong execute the anti-devil countering rune, the group of demons' attacks slowed down slightly. They could all sense that the water devil's smug, cold, and lonely devil chi was rapidly weakening and disappearing. The great demon was about to die. The demonic venerable, who was originally working together with Feng Yunsheng to stop the nine-headed bug, became flustered and exasperated. He started to approach the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual. When he saw Jim Ming Kong enter the light sphere, the grand heavenly level devil lord's consciousness flashed through his mind, and he became even more uneasy. He recognized Jie Ming Kong in an instant. The eldest disciple of Chen Xuanzong, Jie Ming Kong. The cultivation of a true immortal was nothing to him. However, as a grand heavenly realm expert of the nine underworlds, he had access to countless information. Naturally, he knew the relationship between Jie Ming Kong and Chen Xuanzong. Previously, they had tried to capture Jie Ming Kong to disturb Chen Xuanzong. Unfortunately, they failed. The sudden appearance of Jie Ming Kong made the great demon feel uneasy, even though he didn't know what positive effect she would have. As soon as he thought about it, he started charging towards the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual. Feng Yunsheng was expressionless. The blue and black devil flames in her eyes gradually reached their peak, and the dark splendor above her head completely solidified. The extremely ferocious Luo Yuan chaotic destruction seemed to have improved further, and it seemed to pose a threat to the grand heavenly realm experts above the grand void. The doomsday heavenly demon's authority that she possessed had always been incomplete. However, at this moment, it seemed to be getting closer to completion. The nine-headed bug and the devil lord were shocked. In front of them, it was as if a volcano was about to erupt, and it had reached the critical point. The origin heavenly tribulation was right in front of Feng Yunsheng. She would become a grand heavenly realm expert with just one step. However, the nirvana murderous intent hidden behind it would also reach a whole new level. Seeing this, the devil lord hesitated for a moment. He was weighing whether forcing Feng Yunsheng to break through her limits and ascend to the grand heavenly realm was more beneficial to the nine underworlds, or helping the water devil make use of this opportunity to be reborn. However, once Feng Yunsheng broke through her limit, he would be the first to bear the brunt of it, and it was very likely that he would be killed by the doomsday ominous saber. Even if he had ascended to the grand immortal realm, he would be completely annihilated if he was slain by such a blade, and he would not have the chance to be reborn. On the other hand, the nine-headed great saint, who had slowed down his attack when the water demon died, attacked again without hesitation. Receiving his signal, the other demon clans also began to attack again. This time, their target wasn't Chen Xuanzong or Chu Lily. Instead, it was the pill hall's master, Yin Zhaoge. The nine-headed great sage raised his crescent moon spade and swung it at Feng Yinsheng. Feng Yinsheng pulled out her saber and blocked the crescent moon shovel. She retreated backward. However, the ferocious black chi lingered on the crescent moon spade for a long time, making the nine-headed great sage feel uncomfortable. When the honor demon saw this, he charged forward again. He wanted to join forces with the nine-headed great sage to surround Feng Yinsheng. He also changed his target. It was difficult to stop the water demon from dying again, so he had to take Feng Yinsheng back to the 9 underworlds now. As the three sides fought, the positions of the enemies and allies changed in an instant. Feng Yinsheng's situation suddenly became precarious. The devilish flames within her eyes became even more ferocious. At the crucial moment, within the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual, millions of runes appeared in front of Yin Zhaoge and floated around him. Break! The water demon had already perished. The chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual didn't need to continue suppressing him. Without any hesitation, Yin Zhaoge punched forward and shattered the runes. The shattered lights continued spreading towards the surroundings, turning all the runes in the air into scattered radiances. As if a bowstring that was stretched taut finally snapped, the 81 circles of lights that were revolving around each other crumbled together. All 81 circles of lights crumbled apart, transforming into 81 streams of lights that flew towards the faraway heavens and earth. The ferocious momentum was akin to 81 extremely thick whips of lights that were crazily lashing in all directions. The chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual followed the footsteps of the domain of 1,000 scales and completely collapsed. At this final moment, Yin Zhaoge still maintained his final control over the ritual. The whips of lights that resembled the trajectories of the stars accurately lashed towards the demon race and the honor demon. Dragon King Huanshan was whipped, but he wasn't injured. However, a strange scene suddenly surfaced within his mind. It was the scene where his claws were sliced off by Gao Qingxian during the Tao Universe's roving Jade Heavens migration into the Pill Hall. The Jade Rabbit demon was whipped, but she wasn't injured. However, in front of her, the appearance of her past master, the Extreme Moon Lord, appeared. The old white deer was whipped, and his vision blurred. Then, the longevity god, Lord, appeared. Chapter 1437. The chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual had the effect of suppressing devils. It was especially proficient in resisting the heart devil's disturbances and suppressing the inner devil. The primordial heart devil was the earliest existence of the devilish intents of all living beings. It was one of the 6 extinct devils, existing for eternity and never perishing. If his true body descended here, even the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual wouldn't be able to block it. However, without the primordial heart devil's true body, the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual would be able to display its immense effects and resist the opponent's actions. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge fully unleashed one of the Jade Clear primordial heavenly scriptures, the Heartswell heavenly scripture of the later Heaven 6 scriptures. With the explosion of Heartswell thunder, the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual crumbled. As such, the ritual reversed. The chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual's crumbling formed light whips, which had the opposite effect, triggering the target's heart devil. The ritual's might was related to Yin Zhaoge's cultivation and the opponent's cultivation. However, it was also related to the ritual itself. After years of planning by Yin Zhaoge, Chen Xuanzong, and the others, the ritual's materials could be considered as top-notch under the current conditions. More importantly, the ritual had been constantly enduring the primordial heart devil's infiltration. The current reversal even guided a portion of the primordial heart devil's authority onto the opponent. The whipping of the light whips was even more effective than when the primordial heart devil exerted its strength remotely. More importantly, this arrival was too sudden, and the great demons did not expect it at all. They wanted to dodge, but the light whips had already landed on their bodies. The demon race below the grand virtual realm froze on the spot after receiving this whip, unable to move. Under the disturbance of the inner devil and the heart devil, their minds were in a mess, and illusions started appearing. Not to mention fighting, they couldn't even stand properly. The white deer demon and the other grand virtual realm demon race, small saints, fared better. Although their heart devil's crux was triggered, they quickly stabilized their mental state and subdued the restless inner devil. However, it was only a moment of confusion, and it was already sufficient. After all, these great demons were still facing opponents like Yin Di, Gao Qingxian, Ling Qing, and the others. As Yin Zhaoga's heart's wolf thunder exploded, the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual collapsed. It was as if a horn of counterattack had been blown. The sky was filled with saber light and sword light that shot up in defiance of the heavens, sweeping through the void in a frenzy. Taking advantage of the effect of the light whips and the group of demons being trapped by their heart demons, Yin Di and the others who had been on the defensive all along launched an extremely brutal counterattack. The invading demons below the grand virtual realm were all killed. A boundless sea of blood appeared in the void. The demon race small saint with 5 cheese unifications, Dragon King Huanshan, was dismembered by Gao Qingxuan's twin swords. The white deer demon was caught off guard and suffered Ling Qing's palm strike, instantly sustaining heavy injuries. Having stabilized his chaotic mind with great difficulty, he turned to flee, but Yin Di had already caught up to him. The white deer demon revealed his true form and ran away. Clear hoof prints were left in the void wherever the 4 feet passed. They turned into layers of mountains, forming a formation that sealed the void and pressed down on everyone's heads. However, as a violent saber light flashed past, the mountain range collapsed as it was cleaved apart by Yin Di's saber. Ling Qing seized the opportunity and chased after him. The white deer demon watched in despair as the holy radiance banner in her hand chopped down like a huge axe, splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. The white deer demon, who was already heavily injured and plagued by his heart demons, was killed on the spot by Ling Qing. This great demon, who had already attained the Tao during the Middle Era and had survived the Great Calamity, had finally met his end today. After Dragon King Huanshan, another grand virtual realm, great demon perished. The Jade Rabbit demon sensed Yin Di's and the others' killing intent and shuddered. She tried her best to calm her trembling heart and leaped. She instantly transformed into a streak of white light and jumped far away, narrowly avoiding Yin Di, Gao Qingxian, and the others' counterattacks. After leaping, she finally managed to escape. As for the white deer demon, Dragon King Huanshan, and the other demons, they could only face the merciless saber and sword. Within the void, the 9-headed bug's manifested radiance was struck by more than 1 whips. The radiance's flickering radiance clearly stopped as well. Other than the grand heavenly realm devil lord, Feng Yunsheng was the only one who could see his appearance clearly. The 9-headed bug was clearly stunned for a moment. However, his expression seemed more like shock than sluggishness. If the primordial heart devil was here, personally, he might have some reservations. To a powerful demon race pinnacle bigwig like him, being struck from afar wasn't a big deal. However, just as he was stunned for a moment, Yin Di and the others counterattacked and slaughtered the numerous great demons. Feng Yunsheng, who was originally in a perilous situation, took the chance to withdraw her saber and retreat. As for the devil lord, he continued chasing after her. Feng Yunsheng forcefully exchanged blows with him, causing him to pause for a moment. However, Feng Yunsheng's figure transformed into a streak of black flames and rapidly descended, converging with Yin Di and the others. The chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual's 81 radiance halos crumbled, transforming into 81 whips of light that lashed outwards. When it was stretched to its limits, the whips of light broke apart, transforming into surging streams of light that flew far away. Being pulled by the 81 majestic streams of light, the void that was originally at the center of the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual was torn apart. The dark black hole appeared and devoured everything around it. After Yin Di and the others counterattacked and slaughtered the demons, they didn't continue chasing after them. Instead, they retreated and entered the dark black hole together with Feng Yunsheng. Yin Zhaoge, who was beside the dark black hole, did the same. Seeing Yin Zhaoge and the others about to disappear into the dark black hole, the nine-headed great sage and the devil lord snorted coldly. Powerful demonic qi and devilish qi instantly enveloped the space and froze the black hole in place. Space changed and became completely still. Even a virtual immortal wouldn't be able to stand stably within the black hole. However, it was forcefully sealed by the two grand heavenly realm experts. Everything within the black hole was also left behind. However, before Yin Zhaoge entered the black hole, he threw out an item. Its two ends were sharp, and its middle was thick. It looked like a spindle. Originally, it was nothing special. However, its effects were astonishing. After being stimulated by the nine-headed snake and the devil lord's demonic qi and devilish qi, the spindle's surface flickered with rainbow radiances. Wherever the radiances reached, the demonic qi and devilish qi would clash and cancel each other out. As the demonic qi was stronger, it managed to disperse the devilish qi. However, the demonic qi itself became chaotic. The dark black hole immediately returned to its original state. Amidst the chaotic changes, it devoured Yin Zhaoge and the others and disappeared. Universe reversal, chaos, all. The jade rabbit demon, who had escaped far away, turned her head around. When she saw this spindle-like treasure, she was instantly astonished. The nine-headed bug's majestic will descended. It couldn't conceal the fury within. What's that? If I'm not mistaken, this treasure's name is Universe Reversal Chaos All. It's proficient in neutralizing two completely different powers. Nine-headed great sage's demonic qi and the devil lord's devilish qi were both cancelled out by this treasure. The jade rabbit demon's face was filled with disbelief. In the past, the Heavenly Court's divine palace, this treasure's refinement method was also a secret. Even the Extreme Moon Lord didn't know of its specific refinement method. He had only heard of its name and seen its appearance. He told me about it before. This is my first time seeing it in person. Chapter 1438. Qian Kuan Dual Phase Chaos All. The nine-headed bug muttered. Even if that Yin Zhaoge obtained the pill haul, he shouldn't have this secret formula. The jade rabbit demon's face was filled with helplessness. Could it be that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor or the North Star Emperor passed it down to him? However, after so many years after the Great Calamity, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor has never used it before. The nine-headed bug snorted. Stop nagging. There's no need to stay here any longer. Let's go. Although he said that, most of the demons that came with him died on the spot, except for the Jade Rabbit demon, who was lucky enough to escape. There was no lack of demon race small saints like the White Deer Demon and Dragon King Huanchin. This result made the nine-headed bug, who was leading the group, feel that it had lost face. What infuriated him even more was the fact that Yin Zhaoge and the others managed to retreat safely. While the Water Devil couldn't be revived, that didn't contribute much to it. An ancient and powerful great saint of the demon race like him was proud and arrogant. He was enraged by this setback. The water demon's revival had failed, and the pill haul had failed. The nine-headed great sage couldn't help but change his target to the grand heavenly realm devil lord. Being able to defeat or even kill this opponent was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Nine Nether. At least the demon race would not return empty-handed this time. However, the grand heavenly realm fiend lord was perceptive. Seeing that Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng had successfully left with the help of the Universe 2 reversing Chaos All, he himself was not the nine-headed bug's match, as he immediately retreated and fled. The water demon's resurrection failed, and he didn't kill Feng Yunsheng, so there was no need for him to continue fighting with the demon race. To him, the matter wasn't over yet. It wasn't a complete failure. This time, other than the Water Devil, the Earth Devil was also trying to borrow another body to reincarnate. If he succeeded, Nine Nether would undoubtedly be able to turn the tables. I don't believe that you can find another domain of Thousand Scales. That weird ritual would definitely take a lot of effort. Don't tell me that you have enough resources and treasures to build a second one. This demon venerables was cold and austere. He tore through the void and left. The nine-headed bug paid attention to the Qian Kuan two phases reversal chaos, all giving the great demon the chance to escape. However, he had already calmed down. Let's go. We still have to deal with the Earth Devil. He immediately left this universe. The Jade Rabbit demon and the other surviving demons hurriedly followed. Separated by many layers of space-time, in another universe far away, the originally dark and calm starry sky suddenly cracked. From a spatial crevice, Yin Zhaoge and the others appeared one by one. The Qian Kuan dual-phase disorder all led the nine-headed bug and the great demon's power to clash, canceling each other out. Still, because the nine-headed bug's strength was superior at the end of the day, it still had the strength to influence the dark black hole that Yin Zhaoge and the others had escaped through. However, because it was a weakened force, it was unable to keep Yin Zhaoge's group behind. With Gao Qingxian and Ling Qing, the two grand virtual immortals, escorting them, they wouldn't be separated into different spatial vortexes. In the end, they escaped from the black hole together. Yin Zhaoge supported Feng Yinsheng. As soon as the space-time in front of her stabilized, Feng Yinsheng sat cross-legged in the void. The surface of her body was burning with black flames and devilish brilliance. The surface of the black jade bottle that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had given him had even begun to crack. The expression on Feng Yunxing's face changed. Sometimes it was calm and composed, sometimes it was ferocious and cruel, and sometimes it was cold and lonely. At this moment, she had to suppress the devilish intent by herself. No one else could help her. In fact, they couldn't even touch the devilish brilliance on Feng Yunxing's body. Otherwise, they might be corroded by the devilish intent. Fortunately, as time passed, the devilish flames on Feng Yunxing's body gradually extinguished, and her expression became calmer. Seeing that Feng Yunxing's condition had temporarily stabilized, Yin Zhaoge, who had been paying close attention to her, let out a sigh of relief. He immediately waved his sleeve, and radiances devoured Feng Yunsheng, causing her to disappear. Bringing Feng Yunsheng along, the group continued their journey. "How's Senior Chun?" asked Yin Di. "His life is in no danger. For now, his life is in no danger," Yin Zhaoge said as he walked. Fortunately, Senior Jie and Senior Chu had both ascended to the immortal realm, and their martial arts originated from the same source as the Astro Sovereign. At the very last moment, they managed to protect the Astro Sovereign's life. However, the price they had to pay was that their current condition was the same as the Astro Sovereign's. Their lives were hanging by a thread. Yin Zhaoge let out a soft sigh. "There's nothing we could do now. We can only hope for them to resolve this calamity one day." Yin Di softly asked, "How long would that take? Perhaps 100 years, or perhaps 1,000 years. Yin Zhaoge answered, "Perhaps 10,000 years, or perhaps forever." Yin Di took a deep breath. If the demon race didn't interfere, things wouldn't have turned out this way. However, at least there's a ray of hope. Senior Chun, Daoist Jie, and Daoist Chu will surely be blessed by the heavens. Yin Di was currently sitting on the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, meditating and adjusting his breathing. The Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud supported him, and Yin Zhaoge brought him away. During this battle, his saber aura rampaged. Borrowing the power of epical alternation, he fought against a virtual immortal realm expert head-on. However, such a battle consumed a huge amount of his strength. With the cyclic heavenly scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture, life creation heavenly scripture, and many other supreme martial arts, he couldn't even keep up with his consumption. "Let's return to the sky beyond skies first," said Yin Di slowly. Yin Zhaoge nodded. "That's right. Currently, the mother and son were still within the awakened sky cosmos, within the sky beyond skies, within the pill hall. Originally, the 9 underworlds wanted to attack together with the Water Devil and the Earth Devil, leaving Yin Zhaoge and the others in a difficult situation. However, with the help of the Pill Hall and the Earth-Splitting Pearl, Yin Zhaoga successfully delayed the Earth Devil's return, allowing him to focus on dealing with the Water Devil first. Now that the Water Devil had perished once again, he wouldn't be able to reincarnate within a short period of time. Naturally, Yin Zhaoga and the others had to turn around and deal with the Earth Devil's threat. Yu Jinbei and Little Yi still haven't replied? Asked Gao Qingxian while walking. Yin Zhaoga nodded. I tried contacting them again. Currently, only Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu replied. He'll meet up with us soon. However, Senior Apprentice Brother Nye and Senior Apprentice Sister Yu still haven't replied. Gao Qingxian nodded slowly, with a worried expression on her face. Her husband, Long Xingchuan, held her hand lightly. Old man Li will be fine. I'm not worried about Yu Jinbei. I'm worried. Gao Qingxian shook her head lightly and didn't continue speaking. Yin Zhaoga and the others looked at each other, and hints of worry surfaced within their eyes. Initially, they thought that the hostage would be Jie Mingkong. Hence, the person in charge of rescuing Jie Mingkong was Yu Jinbei, who was relatively familiar with Jie Mingkong. Yet, the hostage turned out to be the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying. Now that they were facing each other head-on, it was inevitable for them to feel uneasy about the outcome. With Senior Apprentice Sister Yu around, we might be able to mediate the situation. Yin Zhaoga consoled. Suddenly, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing's expression changed slightly. She slowly said, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others send a message over. Chapter 1439. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Taoist Suo, and the Incongruence Divine Mother are fighting against the Primordial Heart Devil and the Wood Devil's horde of devils by the Void's outskirts. Ling Qing quickly said, the Western Pure Lands and the Demon Race's experts have also appeared. While the 9 underworlds are public enemies, the Buddhists and the Demon Race would rather us Orthodox Taoism and the 9 underworlds suffer together. Yin Zhaoga lightly rubbed his temples. Ling Qing nodded, that's right. No matter if it's the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor or the 9 underworlds devils, they had their reservations and didn't go all out, lest others take advantage of them. As they spoke, Gao Qingxian received a similar message from the Incongruence Divine Mother. In the end, the Wood Devil was injured, while the other Grand Heavenly Realm Devil Lord nearly perished on the spot. Gao Qingxian said, the Water Devil's rebirth failed and perished once more. After the 9 underworlds devils retreated, the Buddhists and the Demon Race started attacking the infernal devils together. Now that the great devils had temporarily retreated, Yin Zhaoga and the others had a much easier time dealing with the Earth Devil. However, things aren't looking so optimistic on our side. Yin Zhaoga sighed. Yindi's situation was slightly better. After recuperating, he would be able to recover his combat prowess within a short period of time. The problem was Feng Yinsheng. During the previous battle, she had nearly transcended the origin heavenly tribulation. For her, it was still too early. The devilish intense flourishing hindered her from maintaining her mental state. While she seemed to be in a stable state, she couldn't fight against anyone for the time being. Even if she did, she would be restricted from unleashing her prowess, which made her even more unstable than before. She would need some time to recuperate before she could go all out again, especially the black jade bottle gifted by the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Cracks had appeared on it, and it needed to be repaired as well. Otherwise, it might shatter at any moment. Feng Yinsheng couldn't go all out, which would undoubtedly be a huge blow to their side. More importantly, the domain of Thousand Scales and the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual were both destroyed. The former was a land of fortune that could only be discovered, while the latter required materials to craft a second one. These 2 treasures couldn't be counted on for the Earth Devil's tribulation. How much longer can the Earth Devil hold him back for? Asked Taoist Cloud Conquest. It's not a problem for a short period of time, but it won't last long. Yin Zhaoga answered. We need to move Jun and his mother away from the sky beyond skies as soon as possible. Otherwise, we won't be able to hide from the Heart Devil. If he stayed in the awakened sky cosmos, he would have the advantage of the Pill Hall's territory. However, if the Earth Devil were to truly reincarnate, he would be able to point out the direction to the 9 underworlds and reveal the location of the awakened sky cosmos. Although the primordial heart devil, the shadow devil, and the other great devils were forced to retreat, the location of the awakened sky cosmos was still exposed. If they revealed it to the heretics, Buddhism, or the demon race, Yin Zhaoge and the others would be in deep trouble. At that time, it would be even more dangerous, and the losses would outweigh the gains. The primordial heart devil is still injured when he fought against Yun Zhongzi, a junior of the Gate of Tao. His power and authority are much weaker than when he was at his peak. Gao Qingxian frowned and said, "However, Shi Jun and his mother's cultivation are too low. They might not be able to resist the invasion of the heart devil." After the Middle Era, the primordial heart devil had once fought against the jade, clear bigwig, Yun Zhongzi. At that time, Yun Zhongzi was the one with the highest attainments in the origin heavenly scripture of the jade, clear lineage. He had attained a mastery stage and was boundlessly profound. In the end, after a great battle, both sides suffered great losses. In the end, Yun Zhongzi perished due to his heavy injuries. Ever since his death, no other known experts managed to cultivate the origin heavenly scripture to the mastery stage. As for the primordial heart devil, he was also gravely injured. He remained dormant in the 9 underworlds for many years, only reappearing after the Great Calamity. However, he had yet to fully recover from his injuries, and his authority wasn't as strong as when he was at his peak. During today's battle, the primordial heart devil didn't seem to have recovered to his peak. Of course, it might be because Senior Suo and the others pressured the heart devil too much. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge looked towards Ling Qing. Now that the 9 underworlds had temporarily retreated, can we request the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor to defend against the primordial heart devil and protect us while we deal with the earth devil? The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's attainments in the hearts will thunder incantation and the hearts will heavenly scripture could be considered as the best amongst the Taoism bigwigs. Among the Taoism bigwigs, he was the expert in fighting against the heart devil. I'll contact His Majesty and relay this matter to him, allowing him to make a decision, said Ling Qing simply. As they spoke, they traversed through the layers of void. Along the way, Yin Zhaoge's expression changed slightly. Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu is nearby, and he's on his way to meet up with us. Anxiousness appeared on Gao Qingxian and Daoist Cloud Conquest's faces. After a while, a sword light flickered by the other end of the dark starry sky. It pierced through the void and stopped near the group, revealing Yu Jinbei's figure. Seeing that he was alone, Gao Qingxian and Daoist Cloud Conquest's hearts trembled. The two still harbored hope and quickly went forward. Long Xingqiuan knew what his wife was thinking. He followed after Gao Qingxian and asked Yu Jinbei, "Jinbei, how are old man Li, Jingshun, and little Yi?" Senior Apprentice Uncle Long, Jingshun, and little friend, you were separated from me. However, according to the situation back then, their lives should be fine. Only, I'm not sure where they were swept to. Yu Jinbei remained silent for a while before he said. He didn't hide it, nor did he make any excuses. He said honestly, Householder Zeding has perished. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingxuan's vision darkened, and she felt the world spinning around her. Master. Long Xingqiuan quickly held onto his wife, only to feel her body turning cold. Daoist Cloud Conquest's face was filled with pain, and he couldn't speak for a while. Jinbei, I've always known your character. I believe that you've done your best. Long Xingqiuan asked, what exactly happened back then? Yu Jinbei remained silent for a while. Just as Long Xingqiuan said, he had indeed done his best. However, if he were to say that the Vine Sovereign Li Ying's death was due to her rejection of his help, it would be a little suspicious. It was hard to say how Gao Qingxian and Daoist Cloud Conquest would react. However, Yu Jinbei had always been upright and upright. After a slight hesitation, he still narrated what happened objectively. Daoist Cloud Conquest sighed. If Yu was truly alive, she would immediately know if Yu Jinbei was telling the truth when she returned. As such, there was no need for Yu Jinbei to lie about this. If it was to temporarily stabilize the roving Jade Heaven's resistance against the 9 underworlds, He could have concealed the news of the Vine Sovereign's death first. Moreover, although their relationship was terrible, as Long Xingchuan had said, Yu Jinbei's character was clear to those who frequently interacted with him. Daoist Cloud Conquest turned to look at Gao Qingxian. Chapter 1440. Gao Qingxian froze on the spot and shut her eyes. She raised her head and remained silent. Long Xingchuan remained silent as well. He simply stood beside his wife. You can't be blamed. After a long time, Gao Qingxian opened her eyes and said desolately, Master's personality is always this unyielding. She let out a faint sigh. Relax, I'm fine. With the 9 underworld's foes before us, we should band together and defend against external threats. As for Master's funeral, we'll talk about it after this tribulation is over. Only, we still have to search for little Yi in Ye Jingxian's whereabouts, lest the 9 underworlds take advantage of them and repeat what happened to Master. Gao Qingxian lowered her eyelids, and her tone gradually turned calm. Of course, Yin Zhaoge said, I believe that senior apprentice brother Nye and senior apprentice sister you will be able to survive. Gao Qingxian nodded silently and took the lead. Long Xingchuan immediately followed behind and held onto her hand. He saw Gao Qingxuan's sorrowful expression. As her husband, Long Xingchuan knew that his wife's sorrowful heart wasn't as calm as she appeared. The Vine Sovereign, Li Ying's lineage was filled with talents. The Tai Sovereign and Di Qinglian died young. The lofty sovereign, Zhang Qingchao left, and Kong Qingxi perished as well. Other than them, most of the Vine Sovereign's disciples had perished as well. As Li Ying's eldest disciple after the Great Calamity, Gao Qingxian was the one with the highest achievements. At the same time, she was also the Vine Sovereign's final hope. As her fellow disciples left one after another, her master experienced the tragedy of sending off his descendants. Gao Qingxian hoped that her master could be more forgiving in her later years. However, when interacting with the exalted gold luminary, Yin Xintong's lineage, she couldn't fulfill her master's wishes. Ever since the conflict with Yu Jinbei began, it had been accumulating. In the end, when the roving Jade Heavens moved into the Pill Hall, while the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, didn't object to it, she still left the roving Jade Heavens. Gao Qingxian originally hoped to use time to slowly resolve the conflict and welcome her master's return. Who would have thought that their parting would become an eternal parting? When they met for the last time, the Vine Sovereign had already been captured by the 9 underworlds. Although Yin Zhaoge and the others' original plan worked, and they successfully sent the Vine Sovereign and the Bloodstar Devil Monarch to the designated location, the person waiting there was Yu Jinbei. In the end, the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, would rather die than accept Yu Jinbei's help. He didn't blame Yu Jinbei, Yin Zhaoge, and the others. Gao Qingxian could only blame herself now. But ask yourself honestly, if you had to start all over again, would your choice change? Or was everything the same? Thinking of this, Gao Qingxian felt even more bitter. Sorrow and guilt intertwined with each other, hard to resolve. Long Xingchuan was well aware of her thoughts. However, this matter wasn't unrelated to him. Currently, he wasn't in the position to console Gao Qingxian. He could only silently accompany his wife. Yin Zhaoge could only sigh. Although saying this might be disrespectful to the deceased, the Vine Sovereign's decision made everyone feel awkward. Fortunately, Yu Yi was present at the scene. As long as Yu Yi returned safely, her words could be compared to Yu Jinbei's. With that, the Jade Clear lineage wouldn't be in the wrong. However, it was hard to say whether this would eventually cause an invisible rift between the roving Jade Heavens and the realm beyond heavens. Fortunately, Gao Qingxian was the one in charge of the roving Jade Heavens now. As such, there shouldn't be any huge trouble. If you really want to blame someone, the responsibility is on me. Yin Zhaoge let out a sigh and said to the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, considering that you're familiar with the female emperor, I requested for you to stay outside. If Long Xingchuan or Daoist Cloud Conquest were outside, the outcome would be different. Previously, no one knew that Householder Zeding would fall into the hands of the 9 underworlds. Yin Di sat on the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud and said, We can only sigh at how fate makes fools of us. Yuzhen Bei shook his head. There's no such thing today. One day, I'll have to fight against Li Ziding. Moreover, that day might come very soon. Due to her old injuries, the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying couldn't possibly pass through the profound origin tribulation and attain the five Qis unification, which was the grand virtual realm. She was someone born before the great calamity and was from the same era as the earthly sovereign Jiangshun. After so many years, the Vine Sovereign was already an old woman who had entered her twilight years based on the profound immortal's lifespan. On the other hand, Yuzhen Bei's improvement was extremely rapid. He had already attained the four Qis fused aura, which placed him at the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. With the potential and strength she displayed, it would only be a matter of time before she entered the virtual immortal realm. Although she allowed the roving Jade Heavens to move into the Pill Hall, based on the Vine Sovereign's decision to leave the roving Jade Heavens and her decision today, this prime clear old Grandmaster's temperament was still firm despite her age. It was foreseeable that before Yuzhen Bei became a virtual immortal, or before the Vine Sovereign reached the end of her lifespan, she would have to settle things with Yuzhen Bei. The hatred of the past couldn't be described by the word obsession. Yin Zhaoge sighed and said, under such circumstances, she still didn't succumb to the devil. The Vine Sovereign's willpower could be said to be extremely firm. However, it could also be said that such a firm willpower resulted in such a tragedy. Overly strong, evil thoughts or obsessions would eventually transform into devilish thoughts, causing one to succumb to the devil and fall into the 9 underworlds. The Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, harbored intense hatred towards Yuzhen Bei and even towards Yan Xintang's lineage. She was even captured by the great devil, threatened, and tortured. Yet, she was still able to maintain a clear mind. Even Yin Zhaoge was impressed by how firm her willpower was. Unfortunately, it was precisely because of this that such a tragic ending occurred. Yuzhen Bei and Yin Di looked at each other with a complicated expression. They agreed with Yin Zhaoge's words. The dead have perished. May they rest in peace, said Yin Di slowly. May they rest in peace. Yin Zhaoge smiled bitterly. We still have to worry about the living. I hope that senior apprentice brother Nya and senior apprentice sister Yu are blessed by the heavens. Yuzhen Bei shook his head. The spatial turbulence might lead to different universes. After I settled down, I searched around, but I didn't find anything. They should have landed somewhere far away from me. I can only hope that they're still within the void's boundless outskirts and not in the heretics' territory, Buddhism's, or the demon race's territory. Yin Zhaoge asked. They shouldn't have gotten separated from each other, right? Yuzhen Bei thought for a while and said, they shouldn't have. If that's the case, the two of them can take care of each other. It'll be safer for them. Yin Di said, no matter if it's junior apprentice niece Nia or junior apprentice niece Yu, they're both peerless geniuses. If the two of them work together and keep a low profile, they should be able to deal with most situations. A friend in need is a friend indeed. I wonder if sparks would fly between the two of them after going through thick and thin together. Yin Zhaoge tried to be cheerful and said, although they occasionally fought against each other, they actually admired each other and got along quite well. Yin Di and Yuzhen Bei's gaze turned weird. Don't look at me like that. I'm seriously thinking about this. Yin Zhaoge didn't know whether to laugh or cry. According to senior apprentice Uncle Yu, when they disappeared, they didn't witness the Vine Sovereign's final moment of death. Now they're just worried, but they still have some hope. Father, I heard that you and Mother didn't get to know each other without fighting. Grandfather and grandmother, senior apprentice Uncle Long, and senior apprentice Uncle Gao aren't worth mentioning. They're all very strong, and they turned their hostility into marriage. Senior apprentice brother Nya and senior apprentice sister Yu are their disciples. I can't help but think about it. Chapter 1441. A lone man and a lone woman might be in a foreign and dangerous environment. They would support each other, rely on each other, and admire each other. Their strengths, backgrounds, and ages were similar. If they went through thick and thin together, or even went through life and death together, Yin Zhaoge felt that sparks would easily fly. Nie Jingshan was Yin Xintang's grand disciple. Yu Yi was Long Xingqiuan and Gao Qingshuan's granddaughter. In terms of martial arts, they were the most outstanding successors. Even their views might be influenced by their seniors during their growth. However, this didn't mean that their fates were the same as their seniors. In reality, Nie Jingshun and Yu Yi had indeed held a lot of praises for each other. However, there were no signs of them having a relationship with each other, at the very least for now. The tradition of turning hostility into marriage was only a joke made by Yin Zhaoge. He didn't even think about it previously. However, the current situation was too suitable. It was so suitable that nothing would happen. Instead, it would make others feel that something was wrong. They turn hostility into friendship, while we turn hostility into marriage. I really have to believe in some things. Yin Zhaoge muttered. Although I didn't have any conflicts with Yunsheng, strictly speaking, the Sacred Sun clan that she came from was my Broad Creed Mountains opponent in the Eight Extremities worlds. Although Yin Zhaoge looked like he was having a headache, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He was seriously considering this matter. Especially after the Vine Sovereign perished, it made others feel like their future was uncertain. If what you said really happened, I won't interfere with the youngster's relationship. Yu Jinbei's expression turned serious. However, Li Ziding's perishment, Yin Zhaoge, Yin Di, and Yu Jinbei looked at each other and were speechless. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Senior apprentice brother Nye and the others will return soon. They're safe and sound. In the end, Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself. Yu Jinbei didn't say anything, while Yin Di said, "In any case, their safety is the most important." Yin Zhaoge's gaze swept through the boundless void and softly said, "Yes. I hope that they're safe and sound." What is this place? When Nie Jingshun escaped from the space-time turbulence, he saw a strange scene in front of him. Amidst the yellow fog, one would not be able to see their own fingers if they stretched out their hands. It was as if there was a sharp light on one's back. Even with Nie Jingshun's cultivation, which had already pushed open the immortal door, and his willpower and temperament had always been firm, he actually felt a strong chill at this moment, causing his heart to palpitate. After stabilizing his state of mind, Nie Jingshun turned to look at Yu Yi, only to see that she was much more at ease compared to him. This wasn't because of the disparity in strength between the two. Instead, it was because Yu Yi's clear martial arts and sword intent were able to move more freely within the yellow mist. As a result, the influence of the yellow mist on her was much weaker. Seeing this, Nie Jingshun fell into deep thought. However, he quickly collected his thoughts and said, "Junior Marshal Sister Yu, don't worry. Her Majesty, the Vine Sovereign, will definitely come out of this misfortune alive." Although Yu Yi was more relaxed than Nie Jingshun under the yellow mist, her expression was more solemn and sorrowful. Before she was devoured by the black hole, the last scene she saw was the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, trying to save her. However, he was rejected by the Vine Sovereign. In order to break out of the Blood-Star Devil Monarch's imprisonment, the Vine Sovereign had paid a huge price and was severely injured. Yu Yi had already personally experienced the might of the spatial distortion and tearing of space within the black hole. With the Vine Sovereign's injuries, she would probably perish on the spot if she were to fall into the black hole. She mustered her remaining strength and slapped away Yu Jinbei's hand, which was equivalent to suicide. How could Yu Yi not be overwhelmed with grief? Now that she thought about it, she was extremely worried. Unfortunately, she didn't know what would happen in the end. She wanted to find the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, and the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, as soon as possible. However, the yellow mist obstructed her path. Not only did it make it hard for her to determine the direction, it also made it difficult for her to move forward. Ancestor is already suffering from old injuries. Now, she has suffered new injuries. If she were to fall into the black hole, the consequences would be unimaginable. Despite Nie Jingshun's consolation, Yu Yi still couldn't let go of her worries. However, she paused for a moment and continued. The Sword Sovereign is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. You put aside your personal grudges and tried your best to save Ancestor. I'm grateful for that. It's just that I didn't expect Ancestor to. She slapped her forehead in distress. No, I should have thought of it. Ancestor is such a hot-blooded person. Only, I didn't know that she hated the sword sovereign so much. There's no point in thinking too much, Nie Jingshan said. Let's try to return as soon as possible. Then, we'll know the vine sovereign's safety. Yu took a deep breath. That's right. We were thrown into a formation by the spatial turbulence. She raised her head and looked at the yellow mist. This seems to be the handiwork of one of our prime, clear lineage's bigwigs. Only I don't know who it is. After taking a closer look, she frowned. The formation is deathly still. It hasn't been activated. If it were during normal times, she would have been immersed in comprehending the Tao. Moreover, she possessed the heaven-containing purified soul. But now, she was extremely focused as she was worried about the Vine Sovereign's safety. Can you tell what formation it is? Asked Nie Jingshan. Yu shook her head. The formation is in a state of silence. Not even a single formation pattern can be seen. There aren't any spiritual chi ripples, and its external characteristics aren't obvious. I can't recognize it just by looking at it. She looked at her surroundings. However, the bigwig who laid this formation has a cultivation far surpassing our own. Fortunately, the formation is in a state of silence. Otherwise, if it were to be activated, we might have lost our lives. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. I thought of someone. If only he's here, said Nie Jingshan. Yu sighed. I thought of someone too. I feel like I'm thinking of the same person as you. The two laughed and shook their heads. Then, they straightened their expressions. No signs of defeat could be seen. Only a firm conviction could be seen. They focused and attempted to advance within the yellow mist, searching for a way out. Yu of the prime, clear lineage led the way, and the two began moving forward. Disturbed by their sword intent and immortal chi, the yellow mist seemed to have a slight reaction. The formation remained motionless. However, under the stimulation, the boundless mist automatically retaliated, causing Nie Jingshan and Yu to have a harder time. However, as the yellow mist became more active, Yu gradually figured out the vague traces of the formation. With the convenience of being of the prime clear lineage, she even vaguely came into contact with the martial intent left behind by the master of the formation. Yu stopped and widened her eyes. This place is... Where did it come from? Nie Jingshan asked calmly. While many prime, clear formations have been lost, there aren't many that you can't recognize. Based on this, there are only a few possibilities. Yu turned to look at him and spoke slowly. It's the Lord of Plentiful Treasure. Chapter 1442. Heavenly Lord of Plentiful Treasure. Nie Jingshan's eyes narrowed. He looked around and saw the vast expanse of yellow fog in front of him. So, isn't this place? The two of them looked at each other and said in unison, Immortal Execution Formation. Throughout the ages, the most famous vicious formation was even more famous than the Yellow River of Nine Bends formation. The prime clear lineage of Taoism was a powerful formation that stabilized their foundation and destiny, the number one killing formation throughout the ages. Unfortunately, he hadn't appeared in the world for many years, becoming the most regretful legend of the prime clear lineage. According to rumors, other than the prime clear lord of numinous treasure, only his first disciple, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, knew the complete immortal extermination formation. After the Lord of Numinous Treasure transcended and the Lord of Plentiful Treasure went missing, the immortal extermination array was lost. As for the Empyrean of Plentiful Treasure, he was also a famous figure during the ancient investiture of the gods era. But after the ancient era, they vanished without a trace. As for the whereabouts of this prime, clear bigwig, there were many different opinions. Two of the most widespread theories were related to the Spirited Mountains, Tathagata Buddha, and the Tushita Palace's Taishang Laojun. Of course, Nie Jingshan and Yu had heard from Yin Zhaoga that the two existences weren't the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's transformations. However, the fact that he could be considered to be a Tao ancestor proved the strength and prestige of this prime clear bigwig. He was publicly acknowledged to be one of the grand heavenly immortals who had ascended from the immortal realm to the Tao realm. In actual combat, The Lord of plentiful treasure could hardly be considered invincible among the grand heavenly realm. However, as the first disciple of the prime, clear heavenly Lord of numinous treasure and one of the oldest heavenly lords of Taoism, the Taoist of plentiful treasure was indeed very close to the Tao realm. The Lord of plentiful treasure was one of the three great sword cultivators of Taoism that have been praised since ancient times. If Duo Bao Heaven Reverend gathered the four celestial slaying swords and set up the complete celestial slaying formation, then he would undoubtedly be an undefeatable legend under the Tao realm. Exterminating immortals is sharp, slaughtering immortals is deadly, trapping immortals is red. The transformations of the absolute immortal are boundless. The blood of the great Luo immortals stain their robes. The first few sentences briefly describe the characteristics of the prime, clear four supreme sword arts, while the last sentence described the invincibility of the immortal extermination formation. Nie Jingshin and Yu Ye's minds were agitated to be able to witness the ominous formation that had been renowned for so many years. It's the sword intent of the Lord of plentiful treasures lineage. Moreover, it's the most orthodox lineage. Yi calmed her mind and contemplated for a moment. Then, she said with certainty, if the Lord of plentiful treasures lineage didn't produce another grand heavenly immortal, then this place must be the Lord of plentiful treasures' handiwork. Nie Jingshin nodded lightly. Yu Yi was of the direct lineage of the incongruent's divine mother. The roving Jade Heavens currently did not have a particularly orthodox direct descendant of the Lord of plentiful treasure. Yu Yi herself had never come into contact with such a character. However, Yin Zhaoge had come into contact with him before. His immortal slaughtering sword manual was not originally learned from the roving Jade Heavens. Instead, by chance, he had learned it from the legacy of Taoist Yuan Kang's lineage in the Taoist temple. According to the Taoist temple's records and Taoist Yuan Kang's personal notes, he was the Lord of plentiful treasures' direct disciple. After the ancient investitures of the gods' era, the Lord of plentiful treasure accepted him as his successor. After Yin Zhaoge cultivated the Taoist temple's immortal slaughtering sword manual, he had many interactions with the roving Jade Heavens. Both sides had many similar discussions regarding the immortal slaughtering sword manual. Currently, Yin Zhaoge's immortal slaughtering sword manual contained the strengths of both the plentiful treasure and incongruence lineages. As for the prime, clear sword cultivators in the roving Jade Heavens who cultivated the immortal slaughtering sword manual, most of them had studied the Taoist temple's immortal slaughtering sword manual when they had sufficient time and energy. Yu Yi was one of them. Through this karmic art, she gradually deduced the identity of this place's owner. Circulate the Taoist temple's lineage's immortal slaughtering sword's sword intent. Don't use your original cultivation, said Nie Jingshin. Yu Yi nodded. That's what I was thinking. Streaks of black thread-like sword qi floated in the air. They fused with the yellow mist and extended towards the distance. It's smoother than expected. Yu Yi turned around and looked at Nie Jingshin. It's a little strange. However, let's take a look first. Nie Jingshin said, at the very least, we have to find a way out. He looked around. The flow of time here is very peculiar. It seems to be much faster than the outside world. The two continued advancing. The formation remained still, allowing them to continue traversing through it. After a while, other than the yellow mist, golden radiances flickered in front of them. Killing intent was concealed within. However, the deathly stillness originated from the formation itself. It wasn't targeted at Nie Jingshin and Yu Yi. They cautiously approached the formation. As the golden radiances flickered, an altar seemed to be erected at the center. At the same time, the void outside of the formation distorted. Vortexes hovered high up in the sky. They were tightly packed together, resembling a beehive. At this moment, a sword light flew out from one of the void's black holes. Wherever the sword light passed, the zither's melody lingered. When the radiance dissipated, a figure appeared. It was a handsome and refined middle-aged man. The man held a zither in his hand. With a stern expression, he looked down at the deathly stillness of the formation. He was one of the roving Jade Seven, the lofty sovereign Zhang Buxu, who later parted ways with the roving Jade Heavens. Zhang Buxu held a zither in one hand and a tattered scabbard in the other. At this moment, the scabbard was trembling slightly, pointing towards the formation. Zhang Buxu's gaze was calm as he descended into the formation. The scabbard emitted white radiances, which helped him to separate the yellow mist and open up a path for him to pass through. After the lofty sovereign disappeared within the formation, the void's black holes continued distorting, revealing a few silhouettes. After observing their surroundings, they immediately descended. They followed the path opened by the lofty sovereign and entered the formation as the yellow fog had yet to disappear. After a while, a third batch of people arrived and entered the silent formation, just like the gourd. While Nie Jingxin and Yu Yi were searching for a way out and exploring the prime clear remnant formation, Yin Zhaoge and the others finally returned to the awakened sky cosmos and returned to the sky beyond skies. Needless to say, Yin Di and Xue Chuqing were reunited. However, there wasn't much time for them to reminisce. Feng Yinsheng, Yin Di, and the others immediately went into seclusion to recover their injuries. Although Yin Zhaoge felt tired, he still rushed towards the pill hall's core pill room. The mother and son were currently there. The core pill room was currently enveloped by a yellowish-brown radiance. Su Fei sat by the door, with his back leaning against the core pill room's door. Upon seeing Yin Zhaoge, he nodded, "How are the Astro Sovereign and the others?" Yin Zhaoge pressed his hand on the yellowish-brown radiance and felt the changes within. At the same time, he said, "We don't have to worry about the Water Devil for now. However, the Astro Sovereign and the others aren't doing too well. At least, there's still hope." As he spoke, Yin Zhaoge's expression changed slightly, and he turned to look at Su Fei. Chapter 1443. Meeting Yin Zhaoge's gaze, Su Fei smiled. "Now, I'm also a grasshopper on a rope, unable to run." His back was against the door of the core pill room. His back was dyed by the earthy yellow radiance, and in front of him there was a light mist that looked like chains wrapped around his body. "It has still been a little too long." Yin Zhaoge knit his brows tightly. "It is because of the earth's splitting pearl." Xue Fei nodded. Following Yin Zhaoge's instructions, he held onto the earth's splitting pearl and waited. When the Earth Devil made his move, the pill hall started suppressing the Earth Devil's intentions of reincarnating using another body. Just relying on the pill hall wasn't enough. Xue Fei brought out the Earth-splitting pearl to assist him. Under the two suppressions, the Earth Devil's revival was delayed. Yin Zhaoge had intended for the two extinct devils to attack at the same time. Using his current method, he would hold one of them back, creating a rare time gap. With that, the Taoism experts will be able to focus on dealing with the other extinct devils. After dealing with the Water Devil, he immediately rushed back to deal with the Earth Devil. From a macro point of view, the plan had been a success so far. However, during the process of delaying the Earth Devil's rebirth, Xue Fei, who was wielding the Earth-splitting pearl, was also bound by its power. In the end, he became a part of the suppression ritual. Now, he was closely related to Shi Jun and his mother, and it was difficult for them to separate. "It doesn't matter. I feel more at ease watching over them." Xue Fei smiled nonchalantly. While Yin Zhaoge was circulating the pill hall, he was also touching the earth-splitting pearl. While helping the suppression ritual to continue working, he was also inspecting it from top to bottom. "That's all we can do now." He sighed. "The Devil Tao is bizarre. Even if we separate ourselves from the pill hall and only use the earth-splitting pearl, you still won't be able to escape. You'll have to travel together with the earth-splitting pearl and Jun Er." Su Fei said, "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. The important thing is to subdue the demon." He looked towards Yin Zhaoge. The domain of thousand scales and the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual were consumed by the Water Devil. "Do you have any other ideas regarding the Earth Devil?" "According to what I said last time, we can't rely on the pill hall when it comes to the real deal." Currently, he was borrowing the power of the pill hall to delay the Earth Devil's resurrection. In his current state, he was unable to pull out the Devil's seal. Just like what happened to Chen Xuanzong, Chu Lily and the others previously, if they wanted to remove the devil's seal, they would have to wait until the great devil had truly begun the process of resurrection. That was why it was said that danger coexisted with opportunity. There was only a thin line between victory and defeat. They could either succeed and eliminate all future troubles, or suffer a crushing defeat and be at the mercy of others. The awkward thing about the Pill Hall was that they didn't have to worry about exposing their location in their current state. However, when the Earth Devil truly began his rebirth, without the help of the domain of thousand scales and the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual, the location of the great devil's reincarnation body couldn't be hidden from the primordial heart devil and the other peak experts of the Devil Tao. At that time, if he wanted to use the Pill Hall as his home ground to deal with his opponent, he would definitely be locked onto the awakened sky cosmos. The great demons of the 9 underworlds weren't the only ones who wanted to find the awakened sky cosmos. Other forces were also searching for it. If the demons saw that things weren't going well and spread the news, the experts from the other factions would swarm over. At that time, it was hard to say what would happen to the Earth Devil. Everyone in the awakened sky cosmos would suffer a calamity. An existence like the domain of thousand scales is too rare. We're already considered lucky to be able to find one. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. As for the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual, we don't have enough raw materials to forge a second one. Xue Fei asked, "How's the situation with your North Ocean clone investigating the Starry River tributary?" To Yin Zhaoge, the Starry River tributary where he found the Bright Connection Emperor's corpse was naturally the best location. With the 9 bends yellow river formation, he alone could fight against an entire army. While it wasn't effective against the Water Devil, it was effective against the Earth Devil, not to mention the Great Devils attacking from the outside. No, Yin Zhaoge shook his head. The 9 underworlds knew of the Starry River tributary's location. In the past, a grand heavenly realm devil lord fought against Feng Yunxing there. He had personally witnessed the Starry River tributary transforming into the 9 bends yellow river. This time, the 9 underworlds had taken precautions against it. When Yin Zhaoge went to investigate again, he saw that the place had already been destroyed. It must have been the Devil Lord's doing. In other words, we're going to fight them head on? Asked Xue Fei. Yin Zhaoge said, the 9 underworlds is like a street rat. Everyone wants to beat him up. At the very least, that's how it is most of the time. As such, the Heart Devil, the Shadow Devil, and the others couldn't do much. After being repelled by Senior Suo and the others, the Buddhists and demon races experts forced the 9 underworlds into a corner. However, the devil's tracks are unpredictable, and it's ever-changing. There's bound to be some that slip through the net. Yin Zhaoge's eyes emitted a cold glint. Moreover, the Buddhists and demon race aren't reliable either. While they're suppressing the 9 underworlds, they're also targeting us. If it weren't for the demon race's interference, the Astro Sovereign and the others wouldn't have nearly lost their lives. Then he sighed, in fact, we might even be able to save the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual. With that, things would be much easier for us now. Xue Fei lifted the wine pouch and drank a mouthful. His complexion was flushed, but his gaze was clear and calm. Without the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual, it's hard to guard against the primordial heart devil's mischief. After all, he doesn't even need to personally descend, and he's already able to affect little June and the others. I'm waiting for the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's reply. Yin Zhaoge said, if you want to ask who's the most proficient in dealing with the primordial heart devil's mischief, it's him. Xue Fei nodded silently. Yin Zhaoge performed a spell to stabilize the seal. Then, he opened the core pill room's door and walked in. Xue Fei followed after him. Within the core pill room, Ying Yuzhen was still lying within the ice coffin as if she was in a deep slumber. Shi Jun, on the other hand, had his back leaning against the pill room's wall. He sat in a lotus position and stabilized his body. However, there was a vertical crack on their foreheads, from which a yellowish radiance seeped out. It was heavy and desolate, sinister and ominous. Through the crack and the yellowish radiance, Shi Jun felt as if he was looking into the abyss of darkness. He couldn't help but immerse himself within. Sensing someone entering, Shijun opened his eyes. Upon seeing Yin Zhaoge and Shui Fei, his expression became much more relaxed. Little June, I'll now explain to you the process of the Astro Sovereign and the others removing the devilish seal. You can use it as a reference, said Yin Zhaoge solemnly. Shijun's expression became serious again, and he looked at Yin Zhaoge seriously. Due to Ying Yuzhen's loss of consciousness, the removal of the devilish seal was mainly done by Shijun. The great devil that chose him as the embodiment of reincarnation was the Earth Devil's subordinate. From a certain perspective, they shared the same origins. Shijun could also become the Earth Devil's embodiment. Only, he wasn't as suitable as his mother. After all, the Earth Devil was the master, while he was the follower. It would be extremely difficult for him to remove the devilish seal. Yet, no one else could do it for him. Shijun listened to Yin Zhaoge's words. When he heard about the anti-devil countering rune, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Chapter 1444. Seeing Shijun's appearance, Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei exchanged looks. Little June, the reason why the Astro Sovereign could use the anti-devil countering rune so smoothly was because of his high cultivation. Besides, the water demon was the only one they were dealing with. Yin Zhaoge said seriously, as for you and your mother, you will be facing two demons. Even if you want to use the anti-devil countering curse to sacrifice yourself to save your mother, the result will not be optimistic. Yin Zhaoge sighed. I also imparted the anti-devil countering rune to you so that you would be able to adapt to the situation at the final moment, having another choice. It was not for you to have the idea of sacrificing yourself right from the start. Shijun lowered his head in silence as his thoughts were exposed. You have to know that being unafraid of death and being prepared to die from the very beginning are two different things. Yin Zhaoge stared at him. The latter's state of mind is too depressed. It's not beneficial for him to fight against the devils. Instead, the devils might be able to find a loophole. Shijun's expression changed as he sucked in a deep breath and straightened his expression. Yes, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yin. I understand. Although the Earth Devil is the master, and the Devil Monarch who wishes to use your body to reincarnate is the assistant, your own cultivation realm is much higher than your mother's. Shui Fei said, when the time comes, you'll most likely be the one in control. Calm yourself down. Yes, Master, Shijun replied solemnly. Yin Zhaoge came before the ice coffin, gazing down at the features of the slumbering woman within. His usually gentle and tranquil face, at this moment, under the illumination of the earthy yellow evil light, actually appeared somewhat sinister. Under the light, the woman's face seemed to distort, as if it had transformed into another face, currently staring gloomily and silently at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge pressed down on the ice coffin, numerous runes extending with his palm as the center, instantly filling the entire ice coffin. He did not let go. Instead, he continued standing where he was. My father and Yunsheng are currently recuperating. I'll stay here with you and wait for news from the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Shijun nodded lightly. Shui Fei's body was wrapped in chain-like light mist, but he didn't care and directly sat on the ground. As Yin Zhaoge paid attention to Ying Yuzhen's situation, he also paid attention to Shijun's situation. From the looks of it, Shijun was stable in all aspects. With the help of the pill hall and the earth-splitting pearl, although devilish light was faintly visible from the crack on his forehead, he was still in a suppressed state. Of course, with the passage of time, Shijun and Ying Yuzhen's situation had been deteriorating, becoming more and more unstable. Although the rate of change was very slow, the situation was still developing in a disadvantageous direction. As time passed, the changes became more and more obvious. After who knew how long, Yin Zhaoge's expression suddenly changed. Shui Fei looked at him, and he nodded. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor has sent a message. After his palm left the ice coffin, Yin Zhaoge exited the core pill room and the pill hall. Standing on the peak of the broad Creed Mountain, looking up at the sky, a sword light flashed in the sky above the sky. The sword light landed in front of Yin Zhaoge, revealing the figure of the sword sovereign, Yuzhenbei. The southern extremity longevity emperor has agreed to help. As Yuzhenbei spoke, he handed over a jade disc. This is his wish. Yin Zhaoge received it. With a swipe of his palm, radiance was emitted from the jade disc, with numerous runes appearing in midair. After skimming through the runes, joy appeared on Yin Zhaoge's face. Previously, I was worried that the southern extremity longevity emperor's method would require a fixed location. From the looks of it now, we have a relatively flexible space. With this, my idea might be able to be put into practice. As he spoke, he ordered someone to contact the roving Jade Heavens Gao, Qing Xian, and the others. Yuzhenbei asked, the fourth plan that we previously discussed. That's right. Yin Zhaoge nodded. He clasped his palms together and spread them apart, causing radiance to blossom. Then, the radiance expanded, and a divine vessel appeared. Its size continued expanding, and it hovered in midair. In the end, this massive divine vessel obscured the sky and concealed the sun in midair, casting a dark shadow over the summit of Broad Creed Mountain. The vessel's appearance was similar to the Riding Wind heavenly vessel. However, its scale was much larger, and the strength contained within was much stronger. This time, we'll have to rely on the roving Jade Heavens. Yuzhenbei raised his head and looked at the divine vessel. Although the Vine Sovereign perished, the responsibility doesn't lie with you, Senior Apprentice Uncle. Yin Zhaoge consoled. Senior Gao and the others are reasonable. This time, we're fighting against the devils together. Even if we have any personal grudges, it'll be settled after this battle. Currently, everyone is working together. Yuzhenbei nodded. I'm not worried about this. I feel deeply regretful for Li Ziding's perishment, but my conscience is clear. However, if the roving Jade Heavens want an explanation after this battle, I'll give it to them. Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu. Yin Zhaoge frowned slightly. Yuzhenbei shook his head. I won't let myself be slaughtered. Don't worry about me, Zhaoge. Let's not talk about this for now. I'm more worried about Jingxin and Junior Apprentice Nephew Yu. I still haven't received any news from them. After this battle, immediately look for them, said Yin Zhaoge in a deep tone. Take care of this battle first, said Yuzhenbei. After receiving the news, Feng Yunsheng and Yin Di arrived at the peak of the mountain. Although Yin Di's current state of mind wasn't perfect, his aura wasn't weak anymore. He was recovering very well. Feng Yunsheng's appearance didn't look any different, and she didn't suffer any losses. Still, her recovery took much longer than Yin Di's. When fighting with others, it was necessary to hold back and not unleash all of one's power. However, it did not affect his normal attacks. Let's do it. After the few of them exchanged glances, Feng Yunsheng and Yu Zhenbei boarded the warship first. Yin Di remained where he was, the grand simplicity splendor cloud above his head that resembled both a clump of clouds and a lotus flower expanding unceasingly. In the end, it almost covered the divine boat in the sky and the mountains on the ground at the same time. Yin Zhaoge entered the pill hall. After a short while, the pill hall seemed to tremble. Then, an earthy yellow light shone at the entrance of the pill hall and was engulfed by Yin Di's grand simplicity splendor cloud. The earthy yellow luster was faintly discernible as it traveled through the chaotic and blurry clouds. Very quickly, it moved from the entrance of the pill hall to the divine vessel in the sky. The grand simplicity splendor cloud suddenly retracted and returned to the divine boat. Then, the huge ship rode the wind of the 9 heavens and sailed through the void sea. It quickly broke through the heaven beyond realm and sailed into the universe. The divine boat traveled through the universe and arrived near the roving Jade Heaven. For streaks of sword lights flew out from the roving Jade Heavens and landed on the deck of the divine vessel. Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, Daoist Cloud Conquest, and Long Xueji were all present. Thank you, Senior Gao. Yin Zhaoge did not get up from his seated position. He extended his hands forward, between his palms hovering a clump of light. 3 figures were faintly discernible in the ball of light. Let's go. Gao Qingxian, who had already received the notice beforehand, took over Feng Yunqing's position and became the ship's helmsman. Streaks of dark red sword lights surged from Gao Qingxuan's body, interweaving in the air. The surface of the huge boat seemed to be plated with a layer of red light. The red light grew brighter and brighter until it covered the entire divine boat. Then, as the radiance circulated, the only thing left in the dark universe was a gigantic dark red sword. With a flash of sword light, it instantly left the awakened sky cosmos and entered the void's outskirts. Remember the mobile URL, M. Chapter 1445. The dark red, giant sword cut through the void and instantly passed through layers of time and space. After flying for a while, he suddenly came to a stop in a certain universe. There, a clear radiance suddenly appeared in the darkness, as if the lunar eclipse had ended and the moon had reappeared. The exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing's figure appeared. She looked at the huge, dark red sword in surprise. The sword light suddenly disappeared, revealing the appearance of the huge flying ship. Not the riding wind heavenly vessel. Ling Qing sized it up. It's a little similar to the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Heavenly River vessel before the Great Calamity. However, it's different as well. It's improved in other aspects. While thinking about it, she boarded the huge ship. The moment they boarded the ship, the dark red sword light appeared once again and covered the entire divine boat. Then, it turned into a dark red treasure sword once again. It cut through space and time and disappeared instantly. Yin Zhaoge sat in a lotus position on the ship and nodded. Exalted lunar luminary, thank you for your hard work. This is your fellow disciple? The Earth Devil's reincarnation physique? Ling Qing looked at the clump of light hovering between Yin Zhaoge's palms and the silhouette within. That's right. Please take care of the exalted lunar luminary later, said Yin Zhaoge. A deep, heavy, and ruthless aura of threat had already spread out from within. After leaving the pill hall, he could no longer obstruct the Earth Devil's revival. He was about to step onto the path of rebirth. I'll try my best. Ling Qing nodded. Yin Zhaoge took out the jade disc given by the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and struck it upwards. The dark red greatsword shuttled through space and time without stopping for even a moment. Layers of lightning appeared on the jade disc. The lightning condensed and did not dissipate. It was like a mirror that was hidden within the sword light. Yin Zhaoge finally got up now, bringing that clump of light down into the cabin. Gao Qingxian remained standing on the deck. Feng Yunsheng, Yin Di, and Long Xueji accompanied her, while the others followed behind Yin Zhaoge into the cabin. There was a quiet room in the cabin, and there was nothing else in the room except a pool. Yin Zhaoge carefully sank the clump of light that was already growing more and more restless and unstable into the depths of the pool. Ripples appeared on the green water in the pond, and the water level quickly dropped, as if it was about to be sucked dry by the yellow light. But very quickly, a sapling sprouted and quickly grew, turning into a straight tree trunk with lush foliage. The green tree took root at the bottom of the pond. The water in the pond gradually dried up, but the ball of light also disappeared. Only the roots of the tree flickered with an earthy yellow light. Yin Zhaoge continuously wrote all sorts of talismans and runes, which transformed into numerous talisman formations. The talisman formations enveloped the newly reborn tree's surroundings, aiding the trio in dealing with the Earth Devil and the other devil, who were already reviving. It seems like the exalted solar luminary can't leave, said Yin Zhaoge casually as he arranged everything. Ling Qing's gaze remained calm as she answered calmly. He only said that he's busy. I don't know what he's busy with. Yin Zhaoge nodded and sat in a lotus position. He stared at the tree trunk in front of him. The 9 underworld's devils should be coming to assist the Earth Devil. At this moment, the demons in the void were indeed restless. For the sake of the Water Devil and the Earth Devil, numerous top-notch great devils had emerged from the 9 underworlds. Devilish flames filled the skies. However, after being jointly attacked by Taoism, Buddhism, and the demon race, the 9 underworlds couldn't withstand the great devil experts' combined attacks. After the water devil perished once again, the staunchest Taoism experts no longer pressure the 9 underworlds, which made the 9 underworlds feel more relaxed. However, the other forces were still attacking the 9 underworlds, which brought them immense pressure. Even the top-notch Devil Lord had to be careful. If they were careless, they might be surrounded. In comparison, Taoism's grand heavenly immortals were much more relaxed. They kept their eyes on the great devils of the same level. Now that the Earth Devil was reviving, they couldn't act recklessly. However, when the other devils felt the signs of the Earth Devil's revival, their emotions surged. The great devils that weren't targeted and could move freely started taking action. Within the void's boundless outskirts, an old man silently stood by the starry sky and gazed afar. Beneath his feet was a long silhouette that was illuminated by the starlight. Only, this silhouette landed within the empty void. Although it wasn't supported by any physical body, it still existed. "It's moving." A voice suddenly resounded from within the shadow. The old man nodded. "Yes, it's moving. For those below the grand heavenly immortal realm, it's quite fast." Without the domain of 1,000 scales, without that strange ritual, and without the intention to expose the heavenly court's divine palace's pill hall, they decided to give up their geographical advantage and fight against us while constantly moving. A voice resounded from within the shadow. "If we can't shake off our opponents, we won't be able to capture them." The old man smiled. "Let our subordinates do it. If they aren't fast enough, we won't be able to chase after them. We can only try to surround them." The orthodox Taoism's new grand heavenly immortal, Suo Mingzhong, counters you too much. Otherwise, you might be able to think of a way. After hearing the old man's words, the shadow pondered for a moment. Then he said, "Now that those obstructions are gone, you should be able to deal with them and help the Earth Devil, right?" "I can't. I've already tried." The old man shook his head. "It should be the South Pole's doing. He left and no longer bothered us. Instead, he went to protect his juniors." Now that the 9 underworlds was facing the alliance of the 3 factions, they felt as if their limbs were tied up. They couldn't shake off their opponents. On the other hand, the southern extremity Longevity Emperor was relatively free. He could free himself and defend against the primordial Heart Devil's omnipresent corrosion. It's here again." The old man looked towards the faraway void. There, the dark starry sky suddenly became radiant. Many powerful auras gathered here. Buddhist chants and great demons' roars intertwined. While they were wary of each other, they focused their attention on the old man and the shadow. The shadow gradually faded and disappeared. The old man's figure floated backward and flew into the stars, disappearing within the starfire sunlight. However, the horrifying devilish chi that shook the entire universe became more and more intense, preventing the enemy from gaining the upper hand. A battle erupted between the two sides once again. On the other hand, the divine vessel that Yin Zhaoge and the others were riding on transformed into a dark red sword. It slashed through the void and continuously traversed through different universes without stopping. Gao Qingxian, who was inside the swordlight and the divine vessel's helm, raised her head and saw the mirror formed by lightning flickering nonstop. Streaks of formless thunderbolts seemed to be descending from the sky. There were no signs, no reason, and no traces of them could be found. However, amidst the thunderous rumbles, there seemed to be an endless stream of demon ghosts on the vessel. Before they could truly emerge, they were all shattered by the formless thunderbolts. Remember the mobile version's website. Chapter 1446. Everyone on the divine ship was inside the dark red light sword, traversing through the universe, roaming the star sea and the heavens, flying continuously. However, without the domain of 1,000 scales and the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual, the Heart Devil's illusory and shapeless presence could still infiltrate the vessel and take effect. Within the cabin, beside the tree, Yin Zhaoge and the others' hearts jolted. They could feel their state of mind fluctuating. At the root of the tree, a yellow clump of radiance flickered even more intensely. Everyone within the cabin stabilized their state of mind while observing this scene with a solemn expression. They could already feel the birth of the heart devil just by getting close to it, let alone Su Fei, Shi Jun, and Ing Yuzhen within the clump of radiance. While the primordial heart devil didn't come, he still had a way to assist the resurrected earth devil. However, whenever the heart devil within everyone's heart showed any signs of showing itself, thunder would resound by their ears. Only the rumbling of thunder could be heard, yet no sparks of electricity could be seen. However, as long as thunder resounded, the heart devil that was attempting to wreak havoc would vanish with a bang. The formless thunder that originated from the depths of one's heart originated from the thunderlight mirror hovering high above the ship. It was the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's handiwork. While the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor didn't descend upon this world like the primordial heart devil, his miraculous authority allowed him to fight against the primordial heart devil from afar. Currently, the primordial heart devil had to deal with the other grand heavenly realm expert's attacks. He wasn't in his peak condition either. As such, he couldn't achieve any results in his domain. No matter if it was Yin Zhaoge and the others, or the trio within the clump of radiance, they only needed to tidy themselves up slightly before they could regain their composure. Without having to worry about the heart devil, everyone could focus on dealing with the earth devil's resurrection crisis. Yin Zhaoge continuously wrote runes after runes in the air, which landed on the tree's trunk. Ling Qing, Long Xingquan, Daoist Cloud Conquest, and the others stood around the tree. According to Yin Zhaoge's guidance, they manifested runes one after another. Harvey's talisman formations surrounded the tree, continuously reinforcing it. Under the external assistance, within the clump of radiance at the bottom of the tree, Shi Jun formed a seal with one hand and tapped between his brows with the other. Dark yellow light flowed out from the wound on his forehead. In front of Shi Jun, his mother, Ing Yuzhen, had already broken out of the ice coffin and was floating in midair. At this moment, Ing Yuzhen's face was expressionless as she opened her eyes. But she didn't wake up. What occupied her eyes was a dark yellow and black brilliance, deep and heavy, yet cold and merciless. She opened her mouth as if to say something. Shi Jun looked at his mother's face. It was his dream to have his mother's soul awaken, but definitely not like now. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Shi Jun followed Yin Zhaoge's instructions and directly tapped out with his finger. A jade green ray of light traversed the distance between the two and tunneled into the crack between Ing Yuzhen's brows. Between the two of them, there was a point on the dark green light that was becoming thicker and bigger like a knot. The speck of light kept expanding until it turned into a ball of light. The ball of light reflected the appearance of the large tree in the outside world. Then, Shi Jun raised both his hands and clapped them together, causing a dull sound to resound. Following this action, the dark yellow devilish light that surged out from the crack between his and Ing Yuzhen's brows involuntarily gathered together. Then, they followed the jade green ray of light and converged at the ball of light in the middle. As the dark yellow devilish light converged, the tree within the ball of light gradually started withering. However, the great devils that were attempting to reincarnate by relying on the two's bodies were currently roaring furiously and intensely struggling. The jade green ray of light trembled and was about to collapse. Without the help of the domain of thousand scales and the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual, it would be extremely difficult for a human to fight against a great devil of such a level. At this moment, Xue Fei, who was sitting quietly by the side, extended his finger. Under his guidance, the earth-splitting pearl's spiritual energy transformed into rays of chain-like lights. They leaped out from all directions and bound Shi Jun and his mother. After being bound by the chains, the great devil's roars instantly became much deeper. The jade green ray of light maintained its stability and returned to normal. The ritual continued operating, extracting rays of devilish light and devilish intent, which converged within the ball of light in midair. Outside, within the vision of Yin Zhaoge and the others, the tree that was surrounded by everyone started withering. Upon seeing this, instead of feeling worried, everyone rejoiced. Yin Zhaoga's expression was calm and orderly. His actions became faster and more concentrated. More talismans flew out from his fingertips. The patterns on them were even more profound, and their sizes were much smaller. Countless talismans landed on the green tree in front of them. Only, this time, they weren't engraved on the tree trunk. Instead, they landed on the tree leaves. A talisman landed on every leaf. Under the enhancement of these talismans, the withering tree stopped its decline as if it had regained its vitality. Along with Shi Jun and Xue Fei's efforts, the tree's signs of withering increased. However, with Yin Zhaoga and the others' help, the tree's withering speed was greatly reduced, allowing it to withstand more pressure and last longer. With the development of the situation, everyone became spirited. As long as they could last longer than the two great devils, they would be able to eliminate the devilish intent first. That would be their victory. The great devil's path of revival would be blocked, and they wouldn't be able to do anything. Yin Zhaoga and the others' plan was half successful. The other half would depend on whether they could withstand the pressure from the other side. The dark red sword traversed through the universe, faster than the speed of lightning. When the sword light passed by a universe, devilish chi suddenly overflowed and devilish intent grew. A ruthless great devil's figure appeared from the surging black fog. Without any fear, he pounced towards the dark red sword, wanting to obstruct its path. However, the majestic dark red sword light speed was too fast. With a flash in midair, it had already bypassed the great devil. The sword light didn't have any intention of counterattacking. Instead, it continued advancing and instantly disappeared from this universe. The great devil was unwilling to give up and chased after the sword light. However, no matter how hard he tried, the distance between the two was only getting further and further. In the end, the sword light completely vanished without a trace. The great devil could only helplessly stop in his tracks. Yin Zhaoga, Feng Yunsheng, Yin Di, and the others recuperated, which gave the 9 underworlds ample time to deploy their forces. Although the 9 underworlds was currently restricted, with the primordial heart devil, the wood devil, and other grand heavenly realm devil lords unable to escape, other evil devils were continuously leaving the 9 underworlds. As they scattered, many of them managed to gather their forces and rushed towards the earth devil's location. However, those whose cultivation hadn't reached the grand heavenly realm wouldn't be able to catch up to the dark red sword light. The reason why Gao Qingxian was manning the helm was because she executed the immortal trapping sword manual while in the virtual immortal realm. With the assistance of the flying vessel, her speed was so fast that most devils vomited blood. The dark red sword light didn't stop for even a moment. With its speed advantage, it broke through one blockade after another, rendering the great devils helpless. Chapter 1447. Chinese website, providing you with interesting reading material. The immortal trapping sword slashed through space, and its speed was top-notch to begin with. While Gao Qingxian had only entered the virtual immortal realm not too long ago, her main body and clone's dual sword amalgamation unleashed the immortal trapping sword manual together. As such, their speed was much faster than a single person. Originally, if she were to bring others along, her speed might be slowed down. At the same time, it wouldn't be beneficial for Shi Jun and Ing Yuzhen to use the ritual to remove the devilish intent. However, Yin Zhaoga continuously improved upon the heavenly river vessel. He gave up on many of its original functions and only strengthened a few of them, creating a unique divine vessel. When an immortal realm expert piloted the vessel, they would complement each other, resulting in the vessel's overall speed reaching a whole new level. With this divine vessel, not only could Shi Jun, Xu Fei, and Ing Yuzhen travel together, even Yin Zhaoga and the others could travel together. Gao Qingxuan's sword lights were already extremely fast to begin with. When she piloted the vessel, the dark red sword lights transformed into reached the pinnacle of speed. Few grand virtual realm experts could match up to her. With the grand heavenly realm bigwigs restraining each other, Yin Zhaoge's group's speed advantage was displayed to its fullest. The dark red sword flew and continuously teleported, bypassing one opponent after another. Not only were the great devils pursuing them, but even the Buddhists and demon race experts joined in, attempting to obstruct Yin Zhaoge's group. In the beginning, they acted immediately. In the end, they could only sigh helplessly. The demon race's great sage, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, was feared by many, including other grand heavenly realm experts, precisely because of his extreme speed. The group of experts surrounding the dark red sword all felt the same, which was an extreme headache. Time continued to pass as they chased after the great sage. Yin Zhaoge and the others made use of their speed advantage in exchange for time and space. Time continued to pass. While the dark red sword was fleeing, the suppression of the Earth Devil was also ongoing. The 9 underworld's devils that were pursuing and intercepting the Earth Devil could sense that his position was constantly changing. Within the sword-light flying ship, the Earth Devil's devilish intent was fluctuating. Various signs indicated that the Earth Devil might follow in the footsteps of the Water Devil in the long run. This made the great demons extremely anxious and furious. The experts of the monster race and the Buddhist sects weren't as anxious as the demons of the netherworld. Compared to the Taoism survivors, preventing the Earth Devil from reviving was still their primary objective. However, blocking Yin Zhaoge and the others was also their wish. As a result, the demon race and Buddhist sect had loosened some of their restrictions on the 9 underworlds, allowing the great devils to make arrangements more easily. As a result, more and more evil devils gathered. Making use of the advantage of knowing the general location of Yin Zhaoge and the others, they arranged an even larger encirclement in advance. Then, the encirclement shrank, wanting to limit the space and time that the dark red sword could move to within a certain range so that they could intercept and kill it. Even if they were shaken off by the dark red sword light, they would cooperate with each other and change their positions. Taking advantage of the interception time, they would rearrange the encirclement. Gao Qingxian steered the flying vessel and shifted through the void again, tearing through another universe. But here, there was a great demon waiting for them, and there was more than one. The surging demonic energy connected together, forming a demonic domain. It was as if the 9 underworlds had descended here, sealing off time and space, sealing off all directions. Facing such a seal, even the dark red light sword couldn't easily break through. The divine vessel beneath everyone's feet had been modified. While it was suited to complement Gao Qingxuan's speed, it wasn't able to display the sharpness of her sword intent. If she wanted to display her full prowess, her speed would inevitably decrease. As long as she slowed down, the enemies would immediately surround her. By then, it would be extremely difficult to increase her speed. Along the way, the dark red light sword didn't clash head-on with the enemies. Most of the time, it relied on its speed to escape. After interacting with Yin Zhaoge and the others for a period of time, the other party gradually realized this. Now, they wanted to work together to obstruct the dark red light sword. However, Gao Qingxuan's expression remained the same. The dark red sword continued flying forward, flashing in midair, and continued rushing forward. As the red light flickered, it flickered within the void and instantly attacked a great devil. It was a devil monarch equivalent to a Taoism virtual immortal. Due to its extreme speed, the devil monarch was the only one facing the sword light's attack. The devil monarch's expression remained unchanged. He coldly stared at the incoming dark red sword light and didn't retreat. Instead, he was like a mountain facing a torrent, intending to face it head-on. At this moment, no one could help him. He was the only one facing the sword's edge. However, under such circumstances, he was confident that he could block this sword and force Yin Zhaoge's group to stop in their tracks, trapping them here. Boundless devilish cheese converged and transformed into a dark ocean, preparing to receive this sword that transcended the concept of time. However, at this moment, A layer of faint purple radiance suddenly appeared on the dark red sword's edge. Purple radiance flickered on the edge, and the dark red sword seemed to have transformed into the unstoppable edge of the great Tao. It split the heavens and earth apart, carrying on the past and ending history. The horrifying torrent contained the transformation of the heavens and earth. With an unstoppable momentum, it crushed its way forward. Within it contained the concept of eras changing, breaking through the old and welcoming the new, which allowed the dark red sword to slash through the dark devilish ocean. The devil monarch let out a groan. As the purple radiance flickered, his devilish essence vaguely felt as if it had turned stiff. Although it couldn't harm his five-cheese unification physique, he wasn't confident enough to face the dark red sword's edge. In the end, he was forced to retreat. The dark red sword brushed past him without any hesitation. It rushed out of the devilish domain through the opening he left behind, shifting space, and immediately flew into another universe. Under the sword light, Gao Qingxuan's expression remained the same, and she continued steering the ship. At the bow of the ship, Yindi stood proudly. The formless saber, formed by the grand illusory spatial thunder, pointed forward. With an unstoppable momentum, it supported the flying ship and combined with Gao Qingxuan's sword light. The dark red sword continued traversing through the boundless void, avoiding its opponents one after another. However, as the devil experts gathered, someone finally managed to keep up with the dark red sword's speed. Evidently, the devil monarch specialized in this. As he flew and shifted like a wisp of smoke, he didn't seem any inferior to the golden-winged great roc of the same cultivation realm. This great devil closely followed behind the sword light. When the sword light encountered a place that it had to forcefully break through, its speed would slow down for a moment. Whenever this happened, the smoke-like great devil would get closer to it. Finally, he managed to catch up to the dark red sword and immediately entangled the sword light. However, at this moment, the dark red sword's hilt suddenly turned black. Blue-black devilish flames seemed to be burning on its hilt, bringing an end to the world. The black flames formed an impassable chasm, isolating the wisp of smoke and stopping his pursuit. The brutal saber intent rampaged and clashed with the devil monarch. The devil monarch's figure stiffened, and he remained where he was. The dark red sword light flickered, and he immediately disappeared. His opponent's pursuit was in vain. Under the sword light, Feng Yunsheng stood quietly at the stern of the divine vessel. Her clothes were as white as snow, and she held onto her black saber. Mobile users, please browse read for a better reading experience. Chapter 1448. With Yin Di leading the way, and Feng Yunsheng bringing up the rear, Gao Qingxian no longer had to worry about many things, allowing her to focus on controlling her sword lights. Her main body and clone unleashed the celestial trapping sword at the same time, combining with the divine boat beneath them. Their speed was so fast that not many grand virtual realm cultivators could match up to them. The dark red great sword flew forward, breaking through layers upon layers of obstructions. It galloped through the endless void, sweeping away everything in its path. The group of great demons was helpless. They surrounded and tried to intercept it, but the sword light always broke through it. Since the Earth Devil's resurrection was involved, the infernal devils weren't willing to give up. Even if they were to be left behind, they would still constantly adjust their positions to intercept and chase after the Earth Devil. What made Yin Zhaoga's group even more pressured was the fact that the group of Buddhist bigwigs and demon race experts had joined in the interception. Just like when the water demon was resurrected, the Buddhist sect and the demon clan also planned to kill the great demon and use his body to be reborn. At the same time, Yin Zhaoga and the others were also left behind. Previously, the water devil still had plenty of opportunities. But now, regardless of whether the Earth Devil succeeded in reviving or not, Yin Zhaoga and the others would definitely think of another way to retreat and stop tangling with the 9 underworlds. If they managed to escape, it would be extremely difficult to find them in the awakened sky cosmos. Therefore, the Buddhists and the demon race also began to attempt to encircle the dark red giant sword that was constantly moving in the void. However, let alone cooperating with the demons of the netherworld, the Western Pure Land was also in conflict with the monster race. Although the three sects were currently besieging the successor of the Tao sect, each of them acted on their own and did not have the slightest tacit understanding. It was already commendable that they could restrain themselves from a major conflict. However, this way, with more and more people participating in the encirclement, the difficulty of Yin Zhaoge and the others breaking out of the encirclement became increasingly greater. Suddenly, a streak of golden light flashed by. Taking advantage of the other's obstruction, it instantly approached the dark red sword light. The figure of a middle-aged Taoist appeared in the golden light. He was the son of the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, the demon race's little Saint Fluazi. Among the grand virtual realm experts, he was one of the strongest in terms of speed. As Yin Zhaoge and the others broke through the obstruction, their speed slowed down slightly, and Fluazi caught up to them. In his golden-winged rock form, he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he flapped his wings, and rays of golden light engulfed the dark red giant sword like a storm. Streaks of dark saber light appeared on the sword hilt, sweeping through the area and chopping down the great pung feathers that were like a meteor shower. Fuluazi's gaze turned cold, and he remained calm. First, he ensured that he wouldn't be left behind. Only then did he attempt to restrict Yin Zhaoge's group's footsteps. At the same time, the other experts also attacked from the side, attacking the dark red sword light from afar. Regardless of whether it was the dark red greatsword or Fluazi, their speed was extremely fast. Although many people had already estimated the amount of advance, their attacks still fell on thin air. When the terrifying attack that could destroy heaven and earth descended, the sword light had already left its original spot and flew elsewhere. However, there were many people attacking, and the attacks were concentrated. In the end, a few people succeeded in hitting the dark red greatsword. It was a hasty strike, and its power was limited. However, those who could hit the dark red sword gleam must have achieved the 5 Qis unifications and ascended to the great virtual realm. Even a casual attack from them could easily overwhelm a profound immortal. Every time the dark red greatsword was struck, the sword light would tremble in midair. Yin Di and Feng Yunsheng were in the lead. One was in charge of clearing the path, while the other was in charge of dealing with the pursuing Fuluazi. Currently, neither of them had the attention to spare. Affected by this, the sword light's speed seemed to have slowed down slightly. Everyone was overjoyed and wanted to continue attacking. However, a layer of chilling white radiance suddenly appeared on the surface of the dark red sword light, which circulated around the sword's blade. Most of the external attacks were dispelled by the white radiance, which no longer affected them. Under the sword light, Gao Qingxian and her clone stood unmoving. As for her son, Long Shueji, he sat in a lotus position on the deck. A long sword was stabbed into the deck in front of him. Beside Gao Qingxian stood the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing. She came out from the ship's cabin and helped Feng Yunsheng, Yin Di, and Gao Qingxian to share the pressure. With Ling Qing's assistance, the dark red great sword accelerated once again. However, other than Fluazi, the smoke-like devil monarch also reappeared in everyone's sight and gradually caught up to them. Without a doubt, the outcome would be extremely disadvantageous if two opponents with comparable speed caught up to them. However, just as the devil monarch was about to reach them, the dark red sword light suddenly changed its direction. Gao Qingxian and her clone unleashed their swords simultaneously, reversing the universe. The dark red sword light abruptly slashed towards Fuluazi, who was following closely behind them. Flying in the void, shuttling back and forth between layers of different space-time, there was no direction to speak of. However, Fuluazi had a deep understanding of the changes in the void. As he and the dark red greatsword rotated within the void, their fight became a straight line. Currently, Within his vision, the sword light's head and tail instantly reversed, changing its direction and thrusting towards him. Although Falois was shocked, he didn't panic. Not only was he fast, but he was also one of the top grand virtual realm experts in the demon race. However, at this instant, purple, white, black, and red radiances shone on the sword's edge with unstoppable momentum. Falois' expression changed slightly. He could only retreat to the side and evade the attack. The sword light traversed through the air, bypassing Falois, and rushed out of the encirclement before the smoke-like devil monarch arrived. Everyone else's attacks from afar missed their target as well. Continue chasing after them. If we continue this, the space they have will only shrink. Falois' expression remained calm. He transformed into a great rock and spread his wings, chasing after the dark red great sword once again. The other experts did the same as well. However, the 9 Underworld's devils seemed even more anxious, and they were already feeling extremely anxious. The demon race and Buddhism's target wasn't just the Earth Devil's reincarnation. It also included Yin Zhaoge and the others. However, to the 9 Underworld's infernal devils, the Earth Devil's reincarnation might fail if they couldn't end the battle as soon as possible. They could clearly feel the Earth Devil's aura growing increasingly unstable within the dark red sword light. Within the Divine Vessel's cabin, Yu Zhunbei, Long Xingquan, and Daoist Cloud Conquest had already left. They ascended the deck and assisted Feng Yunsheng, Yin Di, Gao Qingxian, and the others in facing off against the enemy. Yin Zhaoge remained within the cabin. His hand seals were constantly changing, and he continuously unleashed one talisman after another, which landed on the tree in front of him. The tree was no longer green, and its branches and leaves had already withered. However, the ritual to seal the Earth Devil's reincarnation was nearing its end. Jun and the others had a high chance of succeeding. But right at this moment, outside the cabin, above the deck, the floating lightning mirror suddenly trembled, and the mirror light dimmed. 7410. Chapter 1449. The mirror formed by the thunderbolts seemed to have been covered in dust, and its radiance dimmed. As the mirror's radiance gradually faded, the unceasing, formless, thunderous roars also faded. To Feng Yunsheng, Yin Di, Gao Qingxian, and the others on the deck, the disappearance of the thunderous roars didn't affect them much. However, to Jun and the others who were fighting against the Earth Devil in the cabin, this attack was akin to taking their lives. Even Yin Zhaoge, who was standing in front of the withered tree, felt that something was amiss. Ripples suddenly surfaced within his originally tranquil heart. Moreover, the ripples came one after another without stopping. At this moment, the inner devil within his heart grew uncontrollably. Bizarre illusory images even vaguely appeared before his eyes. The primordial heart devil. Yin Zhaoge was shocked. He understood that he was too close to the Earth Devil. The primordial heart devil was taking advantage of the situation to affect his mental state, resulting in the birth of an inner devil. He immediately circulated his technique and forcefully stabilized his fluctuating emotions. He didn't use the heart's heavenly scripture or other techniques to stabilize his mental state. He also didn't circulate the faceless devil scripture or other devilish techniques. Yin Zhaoge's heart seemed to have transformed into chaos. There was no past, no future, no beginning, and no end. Even his inner devil couldn't survive. After forcefully stabilizing his mental state, Yin Zhaoge's gaze regained its calmness. It wasn't a coincidence that the primordial heart devil had successfully infiltrated his mind. Either he had suddenly grown stronger, or something had happened to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, who had been helping him earlier. Yin Zhaoge's heart sank as he felt the thunderbolts mirror above the divine vessel slowly dissipating. Under the current circumstances, even if the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had any other plans, he would only take action after the Earth Devil had perished. Currently, his ritual suddenly became unstable, and its effects weakened. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was most likely facing a powerful foe, which prevented him from caring about the Earth Devil. Although the primordial Heart Devil was also fighting against someone, this was his specialty. After all, he could infiltrate through every nook and cranny. Previously, due to the 9 underworlds being besieged, the Taoism experts were in a much more relaxed state. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was able to free himself from the Earth Devil's encirclement while guarding against others. Now, it was evident that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had a new opponent to deal with. An enemy that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had to treat seriously was most likely a grand heavenly realm expert. It was just that with this, the situation on Yin Zhaoga's side took a sudden turn for the worse. Without the suppression of the chaotic heavenly devil, slaying ritual, and the other supreme treasures, the Heart Devil would wreak havoc and directly affect Shurjun and the others who were fighting against the Earth Devil. Yin Zhaoga clenched his teeth, leaping into the air as he flew towards the roots of the withered tree before him. Transforming into a streak of light, he instantly entered the clump of light buried at the roots of the tree. As soon as he entered, he immediately felt demonic chi overflowing in all directions. Previously, they were so close to sealing the demons and blocking their path to rebirth, but now, the good situation had completely turned into a foul atmosphere. There was only a thin line between victory and defeat. Once the tables were turned, it would no longer be a tug of war. Instead, they would instantly fall from the clouds to the bottom of the valley, from the sky to the abyss. At this moment, the situation had become one where the devils were about to establish their momentum. Heavy and heavy. A terrifying devilish intent that caused one to feel stifled and suffocated filled the surrounding area, causing Yin Zhaoga to feel as though he too had been pressed into the depths of the earth. Ying Yuzhen's eyes had already opened. Her pupils were pitch black, and the crack on her forehead was slowly healing up. An earthy yellow radiance continuously flickered. She turned around and looked at Yin Zhaoga. "We meet again." Her tone belonged to the primordial Heart Devil. Opposite her, Shurjun sat on the ground. His body was trembling nonstop, and his sweat was dripping down profusely. However, his gaze remained resolute amidst his struggle, and he refused to yield to the devils. The crack on his forehead seemed to have come to life, and it kept twisting. A voice resounded from within. "Zhong Yuan greets the Heart Devil." Ying Yuzhen smiled and nodded. By the side, Su Fei sat in a lotus position and formed hand seals with both hands. His face was filled with sweat as well, and his gaze was constantly fluctuating. However, he still maintained his clarity as he forcefully stabilized his mind. "Yin Zhaoga, how about we make a deal?" The primordial Heart Devil, who had the appearance of Ying Yuzhen, said calmly, "Can you help this old man bring the Earth Devil and Zhong Yuan away from here?" After looking at Su Fei, Ying Yuzhen smiled and said, "This old man will return your fellow disciple to you safely." Without a doubt, Yin Zhaoga was talking about helping them leave. After all, regardless of whether it was the Earth Devil or the Devil Monarch Zhong Yuan, their reincarnations, Ying Yuzhen and Shurjun, were still too weak compared to Yin Zhaoga, the Taoism experts outside, and even the Buddhist and demon race experts. While reincarnation was great, if they couldn't immediately enter a safe environment and wait for the Divinity Devil's overture to take effect and return to their pinnacle, the only outcome would be death once again. Naturally, this wasn't something the primordial Heart Devil and the Earth Devil were willing to see. Not to mention Yin Zhaoga and the others. Even the Buddhist and demon race experts outside couldn't wait to see them perish once more. Yin Zhaoga swept his gaze around and saw the master and disciple, Su Fei and Shurjun. While their expressions were filled with difficulty, they shook their heads slowly and resolutely. "This old man is very sincere." As the primordial Heart Devil was speaking, his voice suddenly paused. Yin Zhaoga's heart jolted, and he suddenly felt a change in the external environment. On the deck of the divine vessel, the expressions of Yin Di, Gao Qing Xian, and the others changed. Within the boundless void outside, a shocking power manifested. Golden lamps shone, green lotuses bloomed, and majestic Buddhist chants resounded, shaking the boundless heavens and earth. The experts here, no matter if they were from the 9 underworlds, Buddhism, or the demon race, all slowed down their movements. This was because a Buddha, an expert equivalent to a Taoism grand heavenly immortal, had descended. Furthermore, it was an extremely powerful Buddha who had descended upon this world. Even a top-notch demon race, small saint like Fluazzi's aura was weakened. Other than the southern extremity longevity emperor, who was being held back, another Taoism expert from another faction had interfered. Gao Qingxian and the others knew that something was amiss. They continued flying on their swords, intending to distance themselves from the other party. However, the glass-like Buddha light had already enveloped them. The radiance seemed to be everywhere, surpassing the concept of time and space. No matter how fast the dark red sword could shift through space, it was still struck by the Buddha light. As if a giant hand had descended from the skies, it slammed onto the dark red light sword. Amidst intense tremors, the dark red radiance shattered. At the instant of contact, the scenery in front of everyone's eyes changed. A golden Buddha appeared above the green lotus. He had 20 heads and 18 arms. He was holding onto various treasures, such as an umbrella cover, a flower pot, a fish intestines, a pestle, a treasured file, a golden bell, a golden bow, a silver halberd, a banner, and other treasures. Above his head, a golden cloud with fish scales appeared. A lamp was held on top of the golden cloud, and a sarira could be seen within the lamp's flames. Victorious fighting Buddha. Feng Yunxing's tone was complicated. 210. Chapter 1450. Grand heavenly immortals lived in all time and space, and were eternally free. Hence, people often referred to them as the grand heavenly immortal body. Many of its wonders were indescribable. Apart from being famous for cultivating with the world and living as long as heaven and earth, grand heavenly immortals were omnipresent in most situations, even jumping out of the river of time, and were difficult to fathom. There was a saying among the people that jumped out of the 3 realms and did not belong to the 5 elements. However, because there was a Tao realm mighty figure above them, many of the miraculous profundities of grand heavenly realm experts were only occasionally revealed and rarely revealed. The Tao realm itself was the Tao, and grand heavenly immortals were the closest to the Tao. In some situations, they were equivalent to the Tao, or even beyond it, which was why they had many wonders that others could not understand. However, the rest of the time, they were most closely affected by the Tao, or, in other words, the existence that was most restrained. The profundity of it was extremely profound. Just like how grand virtual realm powerhouses could cancel each other's sonorous voice of the Tao. When grand heavenly immortals clashed, they could usually cancel each other's wonders as well. For example, the wonders that transcended time and space. The great sage of the demon race, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, was feared by others because he was extremely omnipresent in front of other grand heavenly immortals, as if he resided in all the wonders of creation. Hence, in a direct comparison, he was much faster than most grand heavenly immortals. Apart from the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, there were a few other top-notch almighty experts who were also superior to grand heavenly immortals in a certain Tao or more principles. As a result, they were exceptionally powerful and became legendary figures. For example, Kong Xian, the great peacock sage of the ancient investitures of the gods. His 5-color divine radiance looked down upon all living beings, and countless grand heavenly immortals were defeated by him in a single move. Including all the powerhouses in the past and present, regardless of the ranking, the old peacock was firmly in the top 3 below Tao realm. However, that was a battle between grand heavenly immortals. For those below grand heavenly immortals were invisible, indescribable, and indescribable existences. When grand heavenly immortals descended, most of the time they would only see a worldly phenomenon, unable to see their true appearance. When the water demon was resurrected, The demon Venerable descended and manifested a demon realm that was similar to the 9 underworlds. When a 9-headed bug arrived, it was also a patch of white light that split the heavens and earth. Because Feng Yunxiang had fought with them, to a certain extent, she had lowered their mysticism and made their appearances more concrete and real. At the same time that the Buddha's attack struck the huge dark red sword, everyone on the ship was able to see his appearance. It was the victorious fighting Buddha. Initially, he lived in the central blessed lands of Saha. After the Middle Era, he entered the Western Pure Lands to cultivate. Now, he had resurfaced along with the group of Buddhas. After he appeared, he didn't make any other movements. He simply struck out with his palm. Strangely enough, the dark red giant sword that could not be blocked by the demon venerables, small saints, and bodhisattvas could not catch up to it, and could not block. It had nowhere to hide in front of the Buddha's palm. It wasn't that Gao Qing Xian and the others were slow. It was just that his opponent was faster. Or, it should be said that no matter where the dark red greatsword went, there would always be a Buddha's palm waiting for it. Therefore, speed and slowness lost their meaning. As the two sides clashed, the dark red sword lights instantly dissipated. Although Yin Di and the others intended to help, it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. The difference in their cultivation was too huge. A profound immortal's immortal aura was nothing to a heavenly immortal's immortal aura. Among everyone present, only Feng Yunxiang and Ling Qing could help Gao Qing Xian. Unfortunately, they were all alone and couldn't defeat the victorious fighting Buddha's prowess. Feng Yunxiang temporarily let go of her worries and focused on what was in front of her. The devilish bluish-black flames in her eyes suddenly flourished, allowing her to protect the ship from being destroyed in time. However, as a result, ferocious flames surged within her eyes. They were restless yet ice-cold, as if she was gradually losing her emotions as a human. Namo Amitabha, a Buddhist chant resounded from the void. My Buddha is merciful. How could you endure the descent of the Dharma apocalypse? If you didn't come, you wouldn't be here, answered Feng Yunxiang coldly. Black lights constantly flickered above her head. 2 clusters of lights were faintly discernible. During the battle against the water devil, she had fought with her full strength for too long. Although she wasn't exhausted, her mental state was already on the verge of losing balance. If she were to go all out now, the devilish intent in her heart would only grow stronger. However, under the premise that she didn't have any better ideas, she never lacked the determination to fight. I came here to ferry the female bodhisattva to the Western paradise. The Buddha who sat on the green lotus was neither anxious nor impatient. His appearance was solemn. His 18 arms spread out and gathered towards the center. Boundless Buddhist lights transformed into the brightly lit womb realm, trapping Feng Yunxiang in the center. The chanting of the Buddha continued, causing Feng Yunxiang to feel a sense of peace and joy. Within the womb realm, she couldn't help but want to put down the saber in her hand and return to peace and happiness. While the victorious fighting Buddha was trying to ferry Feng Yunxiang, he was also trying to obstruct her path towards the origin heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, if Feng Yunxiang insisted on breaking through the origin heavenly tribulation and ascended to the grand heavenly realm, a great battle would ensue. Although the victorious fighting Buddha was strong, he couldn't control the outcome of the battle against the grand heavenly realm's doomsday saber. Feng Yunxiang was shocked. She knew that this was because she had always been vigilant against the devilish intense growth. She wanted to control the devilish saber instead of being controlled by it. This was her conviction and determination as a martial arts practitioner. However, at this moment, she was being used by Buddhism. Buddhism and devilish intent were currently opposing each other. Both were fighting for Feng Yunxiang and repelling the other. If Feng Yunxiang wanted to protect her heart, she would have to resist the influence of both sides. Moreover, the roots of both parties were much thicker than hers. How could it be easy to divert the trouble and reap the spoils for both sides? However, the white-clothed woman quickly stabilized her state of mind and resisted the erosion of both sides. In the past, she was only a seeing divinity martial saint, but she was already contending against the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Xunhua's will. After years of tempering, her soul was already firm and resolute. It was as if it was made of steel. Just now, she had to rely on the devilish intent, which was why she was struggling. At this moment, Feng Yunsheng maintained her composure and changed the way she fought. She was trying to drag the victorious fighting Buddha into the battle. Her opponent was a grand heavenly realm with shocking strength and profound profundities. However, if you want to ferry me, you'll have to fight me in another battlefield. You won't have that many advantages in this domain. Namo Amitba. The victorious fighting Buddha immediately noticed the changes. Female Bodhisattva is indeed extraordinary. As he chanted the Buddha's name, the saraira in the golden lamp above his head suddenly flew out. 21,010. Chapter 1451. The victorious fighting Buddha's goal was to bring Feng Yunsheng away. Not only did he want to suppress Feng Yunsheng, but he also wanted to prevent Feng Yunsheng from crossing the origin heavenly tribulation. As a result, there were naturally many places where his hands and feet were tied. Although he was already a Buddha equivalent to a Taoism grand heavenly immortal, it was still extremely difficult for him to suppress Feng Yunsheng. In the duo Flowers Converge crown, Feng Yunsheng was nearly invincible in the grand virtual realm. He would even be able to put up a fight against a grand heavenly realm expert. If it wasn't for Feng Yunsheng expending too much energy in the battle against the water devil, causing her to be unable to unleash her full strength. Even if the victorious fighting Buddha could defeat her, he wouldn't be able to capture and suppress her, let alone forcefully stopping her from crossing the origin heavenly tribulation. Buddhism's supreme arts were proficient in both physical and mental cultivation. As such, the victorious fighting Buddha didn't mind competing with Feng Yunsheng on the mental level. Although he knew that Feng Yunsheng's cultivation was still low, she was able to defeat Jian Xunhua, who had long become an immortal. She was also able to withstand the doomsday, heavenly devil's authority, and maintain a clear mind. However, only after exchanging blows with her did he truly realize how outstanding she was in this aspect. After realizing this, the victorious fighting Buddha chanted and released the saraira held by the golden lamp above his head. Then he sat cross-legged, chanted the sutras, and spread his arms wide. As green lotuses bloomed, a Buddhist land manifested and suppressed Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng stabilized her mind and stood still, resisting against the victorious fighting Buddha's suppression. However, the relic that flew away still affected her mind more or less. The dark red sword light that had fused with the divine ship was struck down by the victorious fighting Buddha's palm. The other pursuers, be it Buddhism, demon race, or the 9 underworlds, all caught up like a tidal wave. Gao Qingxuan's complexion was pale, and her aura was slightly weak. However, her expression was solemn. She combined her main body and cloned swords and unleashed the immortal trapping sword once again, intending to break out of the encirclement. However, the victorious fighting Buddha's saraira flew over, its radiance locking the divine ship in place. On the divine ship, a layer of crystal-clear radiance appeared, obstructing Gao Qingxuan's immortal trapping sword from fusing with the divine ship. They were unable to move, and the surrounding enemies immediately surrounded them. While the victorious fighting Buddha's target was Feng Yunsheng, it wouldn't be impossible for him to kill Yin Zhaoge and the others as well. What's more, the ship being left at the side would disturb Feng Yunsheng's mind. As expected, Feng Yunsheng revealed an anxious expression when she saw that scene. However, she forced herself to calm down, and her expression quickly returned to normal. She had to persevere and not lose to the victorious fighting Buddha in a spiritual battle. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if they lost, they wouldn't be defeated so quickly. Otherwise, if this expert, who was equivalent to a Taoism grand heavenly immortal, had the time to focus on dealing with Yin Zhaoge and the others, it would be a disaster. Enveloped by the victorious fighting Buddha's saraira's Buddha light, Gao Qingxian and the others couldn't increase their speed. However, The control of the giant ship was still in their hands. They could control the ship to continue moving and retreating as they fought. However, once he slowed down, the enemies would be able to catch up and attack him. Yin Di, Gao Qingxian, Ling Qing, and the other Taoism experts tried to obstruct them. However, they still felt that they were outnumbered and alone. However, the ferocious great devil's aura within the ship's hold suddenly dimmed down. Within the ship's hold, a clump of lights flickered under the withered tree. Within the clump of lights, the primordial heart devil, who was using Ing Yuzhen's mouth to speak, let out a groan. The black radiance within Ing Yuzhen's eye sockets quickly faded away, transforming in a five-colored smoke that rose up. The smoke became fainter and fainter and gradually dissipated. It seemed like she was running out of steam. Jun and Shui Fei immediately felt that the heart devil's disturbance towards them was weakening. Victorious fighting. Buddha. The primordial heart devil's tone was filled with complexity. The southern extremity longevity emperor was being held back, and he couldn't take care of Yin Zhaoge and the others in time. This gave the primordial heart devil an opportunity to invade. Logically speaking, the victorious fighting Buddha's descent to subdue Feng Yunsheng was disadvantageous to Taoism. He released his Sarira and stabilized the ship, giving the others, including the group of 9 underworld's evil devils, the chance to attack Yin Zhaoge and the others. However, the Sarira's Buddha light also isolated the primordial heart devil's infiltration to a certain extent. The entanglement within made the group of great devils feel so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. The Buddhists and the demon race didn't care whether the earth devil could successfully revive or not. To them, not letting Jun and Ing Yuzhen leave this place alive was the right thing to do, regardless of whether they were humans or devils. The group of 9 underworld's great devils could only crazily attack the defensive line established by Yin Di and the others in an attempt to bring Jun and Ing Yuzhen away. Within the cabin, Yin Zhaoge rushed to Jun and Shui Fei's back. Then, he slammed his hands on their backs. Shui Fei took out the earth-splitting pearl and slammed it towards Ing Yuzhen's head. The blackish-yellow, devilish radiance instantly dimmed. Jun regained his composure and immediately retaliated against Devil Monarch Zhong Yuan with Yin Zhaoge's help. Without the primordial heart devil's assistance, the scales of victory shifted once again. The tables were instantly turned. Previously, due to the primordial heart devil, Jun and the others, who originally had victory within their grasp, instantly fell from the clouds into a swamp, slipping towards the edge of defeat. Now that the tables were turned, Jun and the others immediately soared into the skies and returned to the skies. In fact, they were even closer to success than when they had the greatest advantage. However, before Yin Zhaoge could reveal a joyous expression, their surroundings trembled intensely, as if the end of the world had arrived. Outside, the Buddhists, the 9 underworlds, and the demon race were besieging them. Yin Di and the others refused to retreat and persisted in resisting. The 3 sides had their own agendas, let alone cooperating. They were even attacking each other. However, the 3 sides were all staring at the divine vessel. Experts were as numerous as the clouds, and there were even top-notch experts like Fluozi among them. In the end, Taoism's defensive line was broken through. A 9 underworld's great devil's bombardment caused the ship to shatter into pieces. The pond within the cabin also crumbled along with it. A large amount of debris and dust drifted far away, including the withered old tree. "Hold on for a little longer," yelled Yin Di. Everyone could feel the Earth Devil and Devil Monarch Zhong Yuan's auras gradually weakening. If they held on for a little longer, the 2 devils would be sealed, and the devilish seal would be removed. By then, they wouldn't be able to make a comeback. Without the devilish seal revealing their whereabouts, it would be much easier for them to escape. The group fought as they retreated, protecting the withered old tree and obstructing the waves of enemies. With Fuluozi and the other grand virtual realm experts holding them back, the weaker demons and Buddhist bandies found an opening and pounced towards the withered tree. Just as the foremost Buddhist Arhat neared the withered tree, a radiance suddenly flashed before his eyes. Someone had appeared. The newcomer was Yin Zhaoge. With a palm strike, the Arhat was sent flying. 20,110. Chapter 1452. Vajra's enraged gaze, Arhat subduing devils. The ferocious Buddhist martial art couldn't withstand Yin Zhaoge's palm and was forced to retreat. His domineering aura dimmed the arrogance of the people surrounding him. Watching the withered old tree drift in the void of the universe and gradually disappear into the distance, the great demons were burning with anxiety. The Earth Devil and Devil Monarch Zhong Yuan's auras were getting weaker and weaker. They were only a step away from being sealed. The devils were no longer able to lock onto Shi Jun and the other's location with their devilish intent. Although they had escaped the victorious fighting Buddha's Sarira radiance, the primordial heart devil couldn't affect Shi Jun, and Ing Yuzhen if he didn't descend personally. The great devils attempted to break through Yin Zhaoge's final line of defense and chase after Shi Jun and the others. On the other hand, the demon race and Buddhist experts had different thoughts. Their plan was to kill Shi Jun and Ing Yuzhen as great devils regardless of whether they became great devils or not. This would completely eliminate all future troubles. However, seeing as the devils were already suppressed, their desire to kill Shi Jun and Ing Yuzhen wasn't as urgent anymore. If Shi Jun and Ing Yuzhen were right in front of them, they wouldn't hesitate to attack. However, Shi Jun and the others were gradually disappearing. The demon race and Buddhist experts couldn't help but think about it. After all, they still had a target in front of them. Yin Zhaoge and the Pill Hall. The Pill Hall had been in Yin Zhaoge's possession for so many years. Not much of the pill chi and completed pills remained. However, the Pill Hall itself was still extremely valuable. Everything else aside, the 9 underworlds already had countless advantages and benefits from its fresh pill refinement. It was sufficient to tempt even grand heavenly realm experts. To the Buddhist bandies, the victorious fighting Buddha's attempt to suppress and capture Feng Yunsheng was also a top priority. As such, some of the Buddhist bandies and demon race experts shifted their attention to Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge remained fearless. He swept his sword and struck out with his palms, fighting against the great devils alone. Amidst the roars of dragons and tigers, he even broke out of the encirclement and chased after the great devils who intended to look for Shi Jun and the others. The other side had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. Yin Zhaoge did not hesitate as he tapped out with his finger, executing the 1 Qi 3 purities technique of the Grand Commencement Divine Finger. 3 clones that were identical in appearance to him immediately leapt out. While there were differences in strength, with the 4 Yin Zhaoge joining hands and charging forward together, they actually resembled an army of thousands upon thousands of men and horses. The 4 of them performed the Tai Fist in exactly the same way. The iron fist that seemed to occupy all space and time swept through everyone, and even though many mysterious immortal realm experts weren't injured, they were still forced to stop moving. Seeing that the withered old tree had completely disappeared without a trace, the group of demons was furious and roared in unison. However, this also angered the grand virtual realm Devil Monarch. Their enemies had joined forces with 3 parties. Yin Di, Gao, Qing Xian, Ling Qing, and the others weren't able to obstruct them all. As the intense battle went on for a long time, it was inevitable that some of them would slip through the net. The Devil Monarch's speed was extremely fast, and it wasn't any inferior to the golden-winged Great Rock Race's Floazi. Even Gao Qing Xian, who was the fastest on Taoism's side, couldn't take care of the Twilight Mist Devil Monarch while keeping an eye on Floazi. After a few twists and turns, the Twilight Mist Devil Monarch still managed to find a loophole and broke through the Taoism expert's defensive line. His speed was too fast, and he had also achieved the 5 Qis unification. He wasn't afraid of a true immortal's immortal Qi, and immediately boosted his speed to the maximum. He didn't even want to care about Yin Zhaoge. He intended to go around them and chase after Su Fei, Shi Jun, and the others. While Yin Zhaoga's heart ached for the damage he might receive from the continuous exhaustion, he wouldn't give up on eating for fear of choking. He immediately retaliated and opened up the later Earth text. The Yin-Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures Array formation was activated, and the radiance of the formation patterns enveloped the area. It instantly sucked the twilight mist devil monarch in. At the same time, it was like a gigantic abyss whirlpool, which sucked in the nearby opponents beneath grand virtual realm. They were like moths flying into a flame, and they were all sucked into the formation. The twilight mist devil monarch suddenly roared, and his strength turned from light to tyrannical. He tried to forcefully break free from the Yin-Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures Array formation shackles. Yin Zhaoga's talismans landed one after another, causing the twilight mist devil monarch to be unable to unleash his full strength. Unfortunately, after continuously activating the later Earth text, its strength was showing signs of weakening. As such, the gigantic formation became unstable, and it was being dragged along by the great devil. However, with this, the twilight mist devil monarch couldn't increase his speed at all. He couldn't even catch up to the drifting tree. The group of devils was enraged, and they roared madly. Yin Zhaoga also clenched his teeth and persevered. The battle between the two sides had already reached its climax. As time passed, Shi Jun and Ying Yuzhen's situation was undoubtedly getting better. However, the pressure on Yin Zhaoga, Yin Di, and Gao Qingxuan's side was increasing due to the increasing number of opponents. More and more enemies found Confucius and crossed the defensive line. Yin Zhaoga and the others were constantly chasing after them. They had to be especially wary of Fuluazi and the Twilight Mist Devil Monarch. Once the demon and devil overtook Yin Zhaoga and the others' interception, they would increase their speed and shake them off. It would be incomparably difficult to intercept them again. Among the Taoism experts present, only Gao Qingxian and her clone's dual sword amalgamation could compete with them in terms of speed. If both opponents broke through, it meant that at least one of them wouldn't be able to catch up to them. Amidst the intense battle, the worst-case scenario had really occurred. While Gao Qingxian and Yu Zhenbei were focused on their battle, their gazes suddenly flickered. Shock appeared on their faces, followed by joy. They were experienced in battles, and their emotions didn't fluctuate much. However, their opponents were, after all, experts with higher cultivation and strength in them. Even the slightest change would allow them to seize the opportunity. Fuluazi and the Twilight Mist Devil Monarch broke through Yin Zhaoga and the others' defensive line and sprinted towards the distance. Looking at their departing silhouettes, Yin Zhaoga and the others became anxious. On the other side, the victorious fighting Buddha, who was busy contending against Feng Yunsheng, suddenly felt something. Half of his 20 Buddha heads turned around and looked towards Fuluazi's direction. As Fuluazi and the Twilight Mist Devil Monarch were sprinting, radiance suddenly rose in front of them. As the horrifying black radiance rampaged, a despairing aura of death manifested within the void. Looking from afar, the boundless cosmic void was pitch black to begin with. However, the black radiance seemed to be even more gloomy and cold, as if it was announcing the final destination of all life forms, eternal silence. Everything that was alive would return to death. Fuluazi was a great demon, while the Twilight Mist Devil Monarch was an infernal devil. The two experts' hands were stained with blood. However, at this moment, they felt suffocated in front of the black radiance. As the son of the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, Fuluazi was extremely knowledgeable. Looking at the black radiance that made him feel as if his life was withering, he subconsciously stopped in his tracks. Immortal Slaughtering Sword. Chapter 1453. Wherever the black light shone, one's heart would involuntarily feel cold despair. Their vitality would wither, their qi and blood would deteriorate, their bodies would become powerless, and even their thoughts would become stagnant. It was as if they were about to enter the deathly, silent world of the dead. Within the black light, an ancient sword hovered silently. The immortal slaughtering sword. the #1 sword in the world for killing. It was not a sword intent born from cultivating the prime, clear supreme art, the immortal slaughtering sword manual, nor was it a materialized sword light. It was a true divine weapon, a supreme treasure of the prime, clear lineage, the immortal extermination formation of the ancient investitures of the gods. Other than the formation itself, there were also 4 swords personally passed down by the Lord of Prime, clear numinous treasure as the formation treasures. The ancient sword hovering within the black light was one of the 4 swords used to set up the immortal extermination formation, the immortal slaughtering sword. Although it had been covered in dust for many years, it immediately awed all living beings once it was unsealed and seen the light of day. There were many knowledgeable people present. After recognizing the immortal slaughtering sword, they were shocked. Who is the current owner of this sword? During the ancient investitures of the gods' era, the prime clear lineage was defeated in the end. The immortal extermination formation was destroyed by 4 Dao realm experts, and the 4 swords used to set up the formation fell into the hands of the Jade clear lineage. According to legends, it was the Jade clear bigwig expert Master Red Essence who obtained the immortal slaughtering sword. However, Master Red Essence had not appeared for many years. During the middle journey to the West era, there were rumors of his death, but his whereabouts remained a mystery. In this current era, with the Great Calamity, many truths had been buried even further in the dust of history. Now that the immortal slaughtering sword had reappeared, how could they not think about it? If Master Red Essence had not died, he would be a genuine grand heavenly immortal, a heavenly lord of Taoism, and a veteran expert during the ancient investitures of the gods' era. If Master Red Essence had died, and the immortal slaughtering sword had fallen into the hands of his enemies, then the current owner of the immortal slaughtering sword would most likely not be someone easy to deal with. He might even be stronger than Master Red Essence. Fulawazi was not the only one who was apprehensive. Even the Twilight Mist Devil Monarch who was chasing after Xue Fei and Shi Jun suddenly stopped. The previous owner of the immortal slaughtering sword should have died in the hands of the Mahesvara heavenly demon long ago. Wisps of light, smoke, kept circling in the void. But did the immortal slaughtering sword have a new owner? Who was a new owner? Amidst everyone's shock and doubt, Yin Zhaoge and the others converged near the black light, regrouping and blocking the enemy's path. But at this moment, the sound of Buddhist chanting resounded from the azure, lotus golden lamp in the distance. It was a strange syllable that was hard to understand, but everyone present understood the meaning behind it. It was the victorious fighting Buddha's voice. Your cultivation base is insufficient to truly wield this sword. Upon hearing that, apart from the Buddhist supremacies, the fiendish demons were also energized. Fulawazi, Twilight Mist Devil Monarch, and the other grand virtual realm experts carefully sensed it and realized that the terrifying sword intent originated from the ancient sword itself. Although it was captivating, it vaguely revealed a sluggish and stiff feeling, reflecting the appearance of being strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Although the ancient sword was strong and contained spirituality, it was not autonomous. This was not because the immortal slaughtering sword was weak, but because it did not have a powerful master. It could not display all of the sword's wonders. Noticing this, the experts of the 3 parties instantly relaxed a little. However, Fulawazi, Twilight Mist Devil Monarch, and the other experts reacted quickly and immediately attacked again. They quickly attacked Yin Zhaoge and the others, especially Gao Qingxian. If this prime, clear lineage virtual immortal obtained the immortal slaughtering sword, even if she couldn't fully display the immortal slaughtering sword's prowess, it would still be enough to make everyone feel miserable. Fulawazi and the Twilight Mist Devil Monarch were the fastest demons. One of them rushed towards the immortal slaughtering sword, while the other rushed towards Gao Qingxian, separating the two. At the same time, under the black radiance's envelopment, 2 silhouettes appeared beside the ancient sword. When Yin Zhaoge and the others looked over, they were all overjoyed. A black-clothed youth stood by the immortal slaughtering sword's right. His expression was cold, and his gaze was resolute. A green-clothed woman stood by the immortal slaughtering sword's left. Her appearance was as beautiful as a painting, and she appeared to be extremely spirited. A pair of lovers stood by the ancient sword side. Even though they were enveloped by the jet-black sword lights, their elegance was still unmasked. They were none other than the previously missing Nie Jingxin and Yu Yi. Although Gao Qingxian and Yu Jinbei had already received their respective successors' reports, they only felt relieved after seeing Nie Jingxin and Yu Yi unharmed. In front of them, great demons roared, devils danced around, and western pure green lotuses bloomed. Without bothering to reminisce, Nie Jingxin and Yu Ye's expressions remained unchanged. As they nodded towards Yan Zhaoge, Yu Zhenbei, Gao Qingxian, and the others, they each extended their hands and held onto the immortal slaughtering sword. Strange phenomena appeared within Yu Ye's pupils. All living beings, the creation of the heavens, everything in the world collapsed at the same time and finally turned into silence. That was the end of eternity, the final form and appearance of the world's great Tao. It wasn't death, destruction, or reincarnation. Death, destruction, and termination. All of these images, existences, concepts, and meanings would welcome the same end. Everything returned to nothingness and chaos, losing the concept of beginning and end. It was as if even the nothingness of chaos would never change. Upon seeing this, Yan Zhaoge's eyes suddenly lit up. Yu Ye's eyes were slightly closed. Her pupils were filled with emptiness, which seemed somewhat surreal. Affected by this, her right hand that was holding onto the sword unleashed the immortal slaughtering sword manual. As black radiances lingered, the initial transformation could be vaguely seen, which seemed to have returned to the nothingness of chaos. Death was the end of all living beings. Currently, Yu Yi seemed to be the end of death. Radiances flickered on the ancient sword's blade. However, the vast black radiances that enveloped the ancient sword continued expanding outwards. There were hundreds of millions of strands of black gas that looked like silk threads, and they spread out into the void of the universe in all directions. "Don't get close to that black thread," Fuluazi yelled. "Don't even touch it." As he spoke, he spread his wings and evaded. The others felt threatened and hurriedly evaded as well. However, there were still some who couldn't avoid it. As the black thread streaked past, it would disappear. However, it would leave a mark on the opponent's body. Wherever it touched, it would remain. Most of those who came into contact with the black thread had a mark on their neck, as if they were slashed by a sword's edge. Unknowingly, their lives had already left them. A small portion of them fought with all their might in an attempt to fight for a path of survival. The black thread on their body wasn't on their neck. Some of them landed on their arms, some on their legs, and some on their torso. However, none of them landed on their vitals. Initially, they thought that they had already escaped from this calamity. However, as the black thread touched their bodies, the radiance of their lives quickly vanished from their bodies. The ancient sword wasn't formed by a prime, clear sword cultivator's sword intent and sword light. It was the embodiment of the immortal slaughtering sword manual being cultivated to the pinnacle, containing the immortal slaughtering sword manual's dazzling essence. If one didn't have a way to resist it, wherever the sword's edge touched, the wounded would die. 1910. Chapter 1454. Billions of black threads danced in the boundless void like silk, turning into a vortex of death that swept in all directions. How could a leakless, true immortal push the power of the immortal slaughtering sword to such a level? All the experts cursed in their hearts. In the distance, the victorious fighting Buddha, who was currently wrestling with Feng Yinsheng, was slightly startled. His vision seemed to have traversed through layers of void, as if he was standing before the immortal slaughtering sword and Yu Yi. Looking at Yu Ye's squinted eyes, which seemed to be a scene of nothingness, akin to the end of the primal chaos, the victorious fighting Buddha seemed to have understood something. Among the other experts, Fuluazi's expression was filled with bewilderment. During the ancient era, The golden-winged great pungs had once entered the prime, clear-severing sect to learn martial arts. Therefore, amongst the demon race, their understanding of the prime, clear, supreme martial arts was higher than that of ordinary people. Fuluazi inhaled a breath of cold air as he stared at the sword-wielding Yu Yi. Normally speaking, no matter how amazing a genius was, it would be difficult for them to unleash the power of a treasure like the immortal slaughtering sword at the leakless level. If so, then there was only one possibility: chaos extinguishing origin scripture. Fuluazi's face was as gloomy as water. Only those who cultivated the final scripture of the prime, clear 10 scriptures, the chaos extinguishing origin scripture, will be able to activate the immortal slaughtering sword, a treasure that slaughtered all living beings when they had just ascended to the immortal realm. As soon as he said that, the others were shocked. The chaos extinguishing origin scripture was one of the strongest techniques of the Taoism's 3 pure ones. It was also one of the strongest techniques in the entire world. It was a supreme scripture that allowed one to surpass the grand heavenly immortal realm. Just like the peerless heavenly scripture, it was rumored that only one person could cultivate it. Before the Shangqing Lingbao Tianzuan transcended, no one could cultivate. Only after the Shangqing Lingbao Tianzuan transcended would the position become vacant again. However, just like the peerless heavenly scripture, the chaos extinguishing origin scripture had been lost for many years. In the end, the whereabouts of the chaos extinguishing origin scripture fell into the hands of the prime, clear lineage's Lord of Plentiful Treasure, the only person who possessed the complete immortal extermination formation apart from the Lord of Numinous Treasure. However, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure had lost contact with him during the Middle Era, and the chaos extinguishing origin scripture, a peerless technique of the Taoist sects, had also disappeared in the long river of history. And today, it had finally reappeared in the world. Yu Yi raised her head and reopened her slightly closed eyes. Her unwavering eyes swept across Fuluazi and the others indifferently. Anyone below the level of Grand Virtual Realm, no matter if it was a demon, or a Buddhist Bani, would feel a chill down their spine when they met her gaze. Before Yin Zhaoge's fallen deity sword had appeared, the immortal extermination formation was the only powerful force that could allow martial saints to slay immortals. At the same time, it also implied that true immortals could slay profound immortals, and profound immortals could slay virtual immortals. If a virtual immortal had the 4 immortal vanquishing swords and set up an array, he could even kill a heaven immortal. The reason why the immortal execution formation had such a miraculous power was because of the chaos extinguishing origin scripture. Unfortunately, in history, other than the Shangqing Lingbao Tianzuan who was in the Khanate state of Tao, only the Lord of Plentiful Treasure could have come into contact with the chaos extinguishing Yuan scripture. That was why no one below the grand heavenly immortal realm had ever been humiliated by this peerless ultimate art. However, no one doubted that the Prime Clear's chaos extinguishing art had the ability to sever the immortal realm, the true profound realm, the mystic realm, and even the origin heaven realm. Rather than calling it a peerless ultimate art, it would be more accurate to call it a world-destroying ultimate art. Although it was only a slight aura, the blue-black devilish flames in Feng Yunxing's eyes flickered as she fought against the victorious fighting Buddha. The devilish intent in her heart grew stronger and stronger uncontrollably. The Lord of Numinous Treasure, the Doomsday Heavenly Devil. They were the 2 symbols of the Doomsday Heavenly Devil. As the Doomsday Heavenly Devil had never truly been born, he was unaffected. However, the 2 of them were actually sworn enemies. They were competing for the same path of transcendence. If they were to exist in this world at the same time, they would definitely fight against each other. Feng Yunxing's Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority was incomplete. However, she wouldn't remain indifferent at this moment. Feng Yunxing let out a deep groan. Her gaze regained its calmness as she continued to stabilize her mind and fight against the victorious fighting Buddha and her devilish intent. Yu Yi swung her immortal slaughtering sword once again. Within the ink-black light pillar, The black lines of chi became denser and denser. They danced in the void and slashed towards her enemies. The demon, devil, and Buddhist experts were helpless and retreated. Avoid the black lines. Don't let them touch you. Don't be hasty. As Fuluazi stared at Yu Yi, he said, "She's only a true immortal after all. She's only able to unleash the might of the immortal slaughtering sword because she cultivates the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture. However, she'll definitely be exhausted after a few strikes. Such exhaustion wasn't something a true immortal could endure, let alone a prime, clear sword cultivator who wasn't good at maintaining his body. None of the experts present were ordinary people. They had experienced hundreds of battles. They had already noticed Fuluazi's logic. As such, they planned to avoid her attacks and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. However, who knew that Yu Yi would immediately follow up with another strike? Her attacks were like continuous waves, and her resilience far exceeded everyone's expectations. The densely packed black lines that filled the void intersected with one another. How could they dodge? Instantly, several people were struck by her sword. There was no blood nor ferocity. Only a black mark was left on one's body. However, it signified the arrival of death. It was an unavoidable death warrant. Wherever Yu Ye's sword light passed by, it was as if she was reaping wheat. She swept through the battlefield, taking down one opponent after another. This isn't good. Everyone took a closer look and groaned inwardly. On the immortal slaughtering sword, Yu Yi wielded the sword with her right hand, while Nie Jingshin's left hand covered her palm. A clump of white radiance faintly flickered. The white radiance was eternal. It didn't increase or decrease, nor did it waver. It wasn't worn down nor destroyed. It was as if it had existed before the creation of the heavens and earth. However, it transcended the changes of creation and remained eternal. Fuluazi and the others weren't wrong. Yu Yi alone couldn't sustain the immortal slaughtering sword's exhaustion for a long period of time. Even with Nie Jingshin, it was still limited. However, within this limited period of time, they were already invincible, and their opponents were utterly defeated. While the black lines were horrifying, they seemed to be sentient. As the billions of chi threads waved about, they still managed to evade Yin Zhaoge and the others. Yin Zhaoge, Yin Di, Yu Jinbei, Gao Qingxian, and the others quickly approached the ancient sword. Senior apprentice brother Nie, senior apprentice sister Yu, it's great that you're safe. Yin Zhaoge's face was filled with joy, and he let out a long sigh. Yin Di, Yu Jinbei, Gao Qingxian, Long Xingchuan, and the others had the same expression. Fortunately, you guys are fine. The two of us entered a place by mistake. The flow of time, there was chaotic, and it took us a long time to escape. Fortunately, the flow of time in the outside world wasn't that long. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take for us to return. Nie Jingshin nodded to everyone and quickly said, "This slaughtering immortal sword came from the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, but we cannot count on the Lord of Plentiful Treasure to help us." Nie Jingshin said in a deep voice, "He has fallen. It's a long story. Let's focus on what's in front of us first. We can only rely on ourselves." As he spoke, he gazed at the golden lanterns and green lotuses in the distance. The victorious fighting Buddha's gaze had been fixed on them this entire time. Remember the mobile URL,